All right, we'll be live in 1 second. Hi, please. Monitor.
Mm,
Monitor.
mm,
Rumble. All right. Let me do a quick list. Yeah, Rumble says I'm find my fucking page. I chat. Live space. It is Rumble. Hey, there we go. Found it. Hey, there we go. Found it. Rumble. See. Second, I'm trying to set up live chats. All right. Deedway, what are you up to over on Kick? All right, let's get this going. Oh, camera. All right. We already got Busy. We got Deedway. So I am going to 5 places tonight. I was going to do 4, but I decided to do 5. Spencer, hey, how's it going over on Live Space? I am on YouTube, Rumble, which is a new one for me. First time streaming over on Rumble. Spencer over in Live Space, how's it going? On Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. We got YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, and Live Space. That's all of them. Right? And then my headset turned off because it's unplugged. And where is my... No. All right. Yeah, I know. It's a fucking cluster. Well, on Deedway, I went to a 34-inch Samsung monitor. What a clusterfuck that has made. In reality, I love the monitor. I love the way games look on it. But there's one problem. Kick only supports 1920 by 1080. Twitch kind of supports 3440 by 1440, but you can't change the resolution because it doesn't know how to handle it. YouTube will let you change the resolution. I don't know about Rumble. I don't know about Live Space. Gary G, hey, welcome in. How's it going over on Live Space? We're getting quite a few. So we got a very special mod in here. It adds space stations. And this is actually going to be pretty wild. I don't remember where the hell I was and what I was doing. I was so fucking tired yesterday. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. I was coming out this, I was coming way up in the corner. So I want to come out. I want to just keep. Jump after jump and just start jumping around. I mean, if you guys could even see how gorgeous this monitor was. I had it set up before where I was in 1334 by 1440. And by golly, or just from what I heard, even when I dropped it down for a Kick 1720 by 720, people were like, it's fucking awesome. Ecliptic satellite. Ooh, that's new. I have not seen that one. I think Strix is the one that I have to get way out here. To get much better options.
Imagine how something must have felt. We're here, Cap.
slipstream. Not worried about a slipstream. Because when I got out here, I think it was one of these. How did it? There was like one of these had the ultimate plants. I had to look around. Because now I got my piloting up to 4. Aluminum, copper, and ferrite. Yes, this is one of them. This is the one of them. Because aluminum, helium-3, iron, copper's up here. Copper. But if I can even get aluminum, copper, and helium-3, or aluminum, iron, and helium-3 on one base, I don't think there's... I think there's a way. Copper. Iron. Greater. Oh. I think
Landing site looks clean. Let's set it down.
yeah, this is the one. This
Hydro,
is
if you are free soon, could we talk?
Andrea. Yes, you look so good in your fucking swimsuit.
I was saying that I was concerned that I have not been fully accepted by the members of Constellation. I have not shared much, but everyone knows I worked with smugglers for years. I am no stranger to violence and death.
We'll see where I get the most talking. I am getting people talking over on MySpace. 2 people that said hi. That's cool. That's a start. No, I know Memory, he thinks MySpace is his home. That tells me a lot, because I've been around him since Glemish.
Yes, exactly. I survived. That was the only goal.
And him and I did a few
For
years
those
together
that
back
have
on
not
Glemish.
lived it, it can be difficult to imagine or accept.
And I'll tell you what,
Others here
that was
have
some...
seen conflict.
Deedway, you
but for
remember
more noble
Glemish?
causes. Vladimir is the only one here who can begin to
Long
understand.
dead now.
He was the one who pressed the group to
We all miss
include me.
Glemish.
I
The video
lack
quality.
his
Oh,
charm.
I could be streaming this on Glemish
puts
and it could
others
be
at
full
ease.
screen. It would look fucking
I fear
gorgeous.
my presence does the opposite. That is kind of you. You also have a lot going. I find expressing affection difficult, but truly. Thank you. I know this seems trivial. Perhaps childish. I have just always relied only on myself. I've never been surrounded by people.
My
like
plan is
this,
to make
by
a
a group I
station,
wish
station
to be
here
a part of. Does
where
that
I have
make
good
sense?
resources. Then add in a space station.
Thank you. That is reassuring. Discussing these things is challenging for me. I hope now you can better understand why I wanted to keep the circumstances of our meeting quiet. I wanted to thank you for not saying anything to Vladimir. I know that you said you wouldn't, but it is still a relief. I would like my contributions to Constellation to amount to more than violence.
Oh, one of my dad's. Oh, something changed. Oh, should I tell her you owe me one? I've always wanted to do that.
Again, I am not always good with humor. I am unsure if you are
Yo,
joking? But I will absolutely remember that you did that for me. Thank you for talking this over with me. It is good to know that at least one member of Constellation understands me.
he didn't take it the right way. Tell you what, she was
Captain,
good in that
hello.
fucking swimsuit.
I am satisfied to see that you survived your most recent sleep cycle.
I built on this. I remembered it. So we got aluminum here. Goes in a crater. Aluminum, that's good. Fucking balloon things keep coming in. I think that's more. Go for iron. I know there was aluminum, water. Fucking. Yes, you're right. Yeah, that's a good sign. Alkanes. Find iron, please. The color change. Right here. Iron. Girl. Fuck it, we'll take this. What was it, B? A good patch of lot of aluminum. Patch. Okay, we're sitting really good. Let's get the aluminum down. Iron. I don't have any more. Please. $3. Here's those. What? Fucking. Which way? Did you do? Close to a bunch of aluminum.
Take your best shot. Press neutralize. Too easy.
I need a straw.
Strength. Hope wherever you store that the smell will not be an issue.
Patrick! Speedway, you're in chat. Where's the list? I don't see. YouTube. Maybe you don't see YouTube. I'm streaming to YouTube. Hang on. Anyway, just give me a minute to get this squared away because I got all these fucking intruders just stopping me from building. I'm gonna collect them up with resources if they decent. These guys give you a lot of freaking points. Oh, I just made another one. I'll get it to you in a second. Yeah, I'm same name for all of them. On YouTube, I'm Techno Freak. On LiveSpace, I'm Techno Freak. On Rumble, I can get here. Just a second. If anybody wants to see me in Rumble, I don't know how Rumble is, but here's my Rumble. I paste it in. Here's my Rumble feed. Here's my Rumble feed. If anybody wants to go check it out. Rumble, that's my. Here's my live space. Rumble for live space. Okay. On YouTube, if anybody wants to go check out my Rumble, my first time streaming over there. And live space, I don't have one to my name because I'm in my studio. Give me a live space link to live space. There. Live space, I'll do it on YouTube. Chatbots are not working all over the place. I don't know what's going on. And then YouTube, let me open that up and then 6 days ago. YouTube shows that I'm. Oh, now it says connect my software. Wait a minute, is live space or is no? YouTube says I'm streaming. It even says end stream. I do not get what's. Not showing up. Double check that. Public. I don't know why it was so. For some reason my video got set to private. Give it a minute. channel. Now, there's a link anyway. Else that wants my YouTube. Check Humble if you're over here. There. Alright, let's try. Try this again. B. Go. Push towards my ship. Okay, we'll build it right in the middle. Okay. This is for building a station. Actually, next get power. I need some power. Gives you 6. That gives you 10. Takes 3 nickel. Ouch. It's gonna be. Missing resources. All right. Missing aluminum. Aluminum.
What does your scanner reveal?
Oh, aluminum. Here. Find some more aluminum. What else we can? aluminum was all throughout them. Oh. I think I got to change it. Give me a second. Gotta hold my trigger. There's gotta be a setting in for bolt. Bolts. Good. Toggle. That's what I need. I don't have to sit there and toggle that. Go out and collect some. This is a very good copper, aluminum, iron. Just a rich abundance. I was missing aluminum. Take me a while back. So then we're going to build a station, which is going to be really cool. Because nobody has stations besides the few of us that already have this. You have no way to do stations. We're going to have fun screwing with that. Definitely. DJVV. Okay. See it now. DJ BV, is that are you Deedway? Didn't do your Deedway there? Oh, D's the goose. You follow. Yeah, okay, there you are. I see you on live space. I see you followed. Oh, Deedway, this is one thing about, I want to show you this. Live space, when you pop their chat out, you get the stream activity right here above the chat. This is so fucking rocking. So you can see when somebody follows over here on live space. Like here, I can see Deeds the Goose followed. Yeah. But okay, on all the other ones, you have to look at the page. Here, you don't have to. Here, it's just, it's right there on live space. To me, that is like, so freaking cool. That live space added the activity feed to your chat window, the standard hardcore option. I'm like, yeah, baby. That is so freaking kicking. Because otherwise, when somebody follows, you got to figure out where they followed, where everything is. If you don't have bots working there, because...
Do you see anything useful?
I don't know yet, Andrea. Some. How many nicknames do you use, Goose? Man, every time I turn around, you got another nickname. I stick to one. Anyway, how many different nicknames do you run by? I just use one. I've been Techno Freak for fucking 30 years. And that's no joke. I have... Okay, don't attack them. Don't attack them, they don't attack us. Go build.
Not the best you can do. Good one.
Oh.
Victory! There was no other way for it to win.
Fuckers are everywhere.
Yes! Try it! Arms hit! You died today. Like this.
I need a better. Look like shooting balloons in the sky. Fuckers, move some. Jesus. I think I took enough of them fuckers on. Can't get it back. Alexa called YouTube helpline. What do you mean you can't get it back? What happened to it? What do you mean you can't get your... I don't get why. I mean, what happened to your? Something happened to your YouTube that you lost it? She that somewhere? Are you sure? You're still taking these fucking things down? Where's my... He's hit the floor. He's hit the floor. All I'm thinking. Christ. Think I killed enough of these guys? Went through enough ammo. Hey, at least I got the mod where I can make my own ammo. Where I'm on my way back because I'm like, okay, I got some aluminum. Get ambushed. Yes, I think that's the last thing I need scanned. Ah. I just gotta get the rest of the plants. Scan the planet. I got flora and different biomes. Okay. Mine. I build a base and I got a place to stick everybody as I collect them and I don't need them. Or a station. All right, for X. Solar goes 6, wind good. Hopper. let's go find some copper. Or some on the plane. Oh, okay. Let's show off the base building. It doesn't cost anything. Look at this big guy you got a place on your base. Look at this. I got for base favorite. In-game building stations. You have to have the mod to do this. I have it installed. You can't install it the way they say. So if you want to know how to install it, I can show you. But you cannot install it the way that they say. Did you get it installed? If you use the see, they say to use the script extender, the one, you can't use that. But if you're using the other anti-cheat, or the achievements, the other achievements enabler, is that what you're using? Well, it doesn't matter if you use a script. Are you worried about the achievements right now? If you're not worried about achievements, you can use it. Oh, Deedway, you got over on Rumble. Thank you. So I'm debating between always using Rumble or using YouTube. Okay, if you don't give a... Okay, let me show you. Do you have... Hang on. So do you have it where... Did you ever get your custom INI working? Do you have a custom INI working? So that you have this set up for a custom INI? This is my first question. Okay, if you have the custom INI working, so I have the S test file 1 through 6. You have to add the S test file and a number equals starstation test.esm. Okay? If you have them files working. Now it doesn't matter. I did this also in my regular Starfield. I have set that up in my regular Starfield INI. I have done it here because I couldn't get the custom to work before. I got custom working. So if you're doing it at either place, just lay it out the same. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have the custom INI if you can only get to... Rumble is laggy? Well, this is why I'm trying to try stuff out. If Rumble's bad, I will close it out. Okay, once you get that, now just listen. They will tell you to use this script extender. I didn't. Put your ESM right in here. Your ESM file, put it in your Starfield common or your Starfield data, the same one that your EXE is in. And that your Starfield, wherever your Starfield ESM is, put the ESM in the data file under Starfield, wherever your ESM is. Your Starfield ESM. Wherever that is, put your, because you're under Game Pass and I don't know how that all works. So wherever your base files is, like I got here, put the ESM for the starbase in here. That'll solve that problem. I haven't been on Trovo in a long time. Yeah, live space is new, Deedway. It this one guy Memory. You remember Memory from Blemish. Okay. Memory considers live space as home because he likes live space that much. He likes it that much more over even Kick. You remember Memory from Blemish. This was funny, people. Deedway, Deez the Goose, and all of us, we go back a long time. I've only known Favorite for a little while, but Deeds and I go back. God, how many years now, Deeds? We met way back on Twitch, way back when I was doing marbles, I think. So Rumble's laggy. That's weird. I have very few drop frames. I'm sitting really good. I'm holding good. But yeah, yeah, but you're cool. You're in the same state. You're cool, dude. You're in the same state as me. I love that. Anyway, you've been missing out on so much stuff. We got so many other streamers that are from my home state in my same area. But yeah, as you can see, if you do that, you add the ESM to wherever your main area is here, Favorite. Is what the best. It's the only way to do it. It's the only way to get it to work. So you find where your ESM, your Starfield ESM is, and you add it here. This is where you put all your ESMs, ESP files, and all that. Anytime you get any of them, put them in here. And then just remember to add this line and change the number to your INI. Doesn't matter which INI. I'll give you that, but change the, so I have the S test file 1. You can change it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm already up to 6. So Rumble looks like dog shit. Okay, I'll stop Rumble. I was just going to test it. It's not even taking it. Its megabyte is up and down, up and down. It's holding 60 frames, but it is up and down. Rumble's weird. The rumble looks like shit though. I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna look at my feed. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Outpost Star Station. Oh, okay. No, if you do it the way I did it, look at I literally just did this last night. And I'm right into it. So this is what you start with for the Star Station. So you got a single dock. Full cap. Okay. Let's see. Oh, what is that? Oh, those are caps. Okay. We don't want caps. So. Outpost, a defense bay. Wall. Truss. They're all trusses. Quad tanks, quad silos, structure octo tanks, structure large tank, structure crane, cargo. Ooh. Put that right up there. Okay, and then let's get cargo. Habitation. Okay. Fucker. Okay. No, see, man. Okay, I'd have to hang on. Let me see your stream. Are you streaming now? No. Oh, hang on. I can help. Not live. I can help you if I can see your stream to see where you put the line. Well, you got to add that line and the file. You had to download the ESM file. Discord will work. So you have to download the ESM, place the ESM file in your data file. Like I was saying, download the file for the stations mod. When you download that stations mod, that unlocks the station parts that are in game, add that file to your thing, and you won't see anything unless you're at a. You have to go to a ground station, and only when you're at a ground station and you have the ground station built, then you add that big tall pillar. I'm here now.
Hello.
Oh wow, hang on, let me turn this volume down.
So yeah, I just typed it out in chat, but I added the file. Nothing there. I added the line to my INI.
Okay.
I started a ground base on a planet, and there's no option for me.
You have to go into, what was it, extras or whatever it was? In
Yeah,
your
it should be at the end with like the
miscellaneous.
the miscellaneous with the regular building things like the landing pads and whatnot.
Right.
So I have scan booster, cargo link, intersystem, crew station, landing pad with shipbuilder, small landing pad, mission board, and self-service bounty clearance. I do not have the option.
So start a stream up on Discord and then show me where you added it. Because I don't know how Game Pass works.
Yeah, I know Game Pass has always been slightly different. Okay, let's just starters, make a projector of that monitor.
Because I might be able to figure
we
out.
can figure something out. Okay,
All right,
so
I got your lights.
streaming to Discord now.
Yep, got it. I see ya. Oh, it's so hard to see.
It really is, yeah.
So what folder is that you're in right there on the left?
So the one on the left is the Xbox games folder, which is
Okay. It'll be like Steam.
yeah, kind of, but also not, because the other one I have on the right here is the where you put files normally to access them for that sort of thing.
Okay, now you
Whole
can't.
separate.
Yeah. So where is your main? Where is it that you have your Starfield ESM? That's what the one folder you got to look for. It should be in a
So
data.
Starfield ESM is in this one on the left. It's right here in data.
Okay, that's where you got to put that ESM.
Okay, so yeah, and this is in the data folder. So the Star Station Test and Starfield ESM are literally right next to each other at the bottom of that window.
Okay, that's good. Now show me where your INI is. Your Starfield
If I go
INI,
back one folder to content,
right?
my INI should be in this folder. Okay, there's just regular Starfield INI.
Okay, even if you do it on
line
there,
in that one.
you can do it in that one. If you don't have the custom.
I do have a custom. I think that's one of the problems I'm running into at this point. Is that like there's 20 different INI files and I don't know where it's pulling from.
No. You should have one Starfield INI and one custom INI.
Yeah, see, the problem is there's a Starfield INI in this right folder, or a custom one in this folder, and then this Xbox Games one has the Starfield one, an Italian one, a Polish one.
No. Don't worry about the other language ones. Skip all
Well,
that.
right, that's what I'm getting at. Then it's got an Ultra one. And I'm like, I don't know
No.
what it's
Don't.
trying to pull from.
You only the only ones you look at is the main Starfield INI, or your custom Starfield custom INI.
So the custom one is over here in the right folder, and that's the one I already have open, and that line is in there, and it did not load that thing in.
Okay, now just a second. I gotta see. Let me see
So
what that.
I can show you the actual text file. I have it at the bottom of archive here.
Okay, let me
So
look at mine.
I don't know if it needs to be in a different section of the INI.
I think it has to be in general. Just a second.
Okay, so there is already, yep, there's already a different one. So I'm just
it's under general.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just delete that extra line.
So that goes underneath general.
We'll go down to general. And since there's already a 1, I'll add a 2 to this one instead
Right.
of 1.
Now,
is there supposed to be an equal in there, or is it just a space in between?
equals. So
Okay,
it's
so I'm gonna
if you look at my stream, it's S test file with a number 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever.
Yeah,
equals.
So I got 1 and 2.
So make it 3.
Well, no, that would be 2. I don't have a lot added under the ESMs yet.
And then the name of it.
This one is. Yeah, I got the name in there.
Okay. But you need the equal sign and you need the number. Okay, then under archive, you have to add. I'm going to paste this in my chat so you can get it.
Okay.
Under archive, you have to have this setting.
Is that the invalidate older and?
Yes.
Okay, so the resource one, I think I don't have yet.
The what?
So the invalidate files I have already.
Okay. Make sure you don't have another line that is. So like in my regular.
Yeah, no, I do have that one. It's just further down, but it does have that.
Well, no. Just listen for a second though. In your regular Starfield INI, you have a e-resource data directory final equals strings. Make sure in your custom INI you don't have another e-resource data directory final equals whatever. Some of the custom INIs have put in other things in here, and you can't have that
Yeah.
in the custom. What I'm getting at.
I'm trying to like see. I'm not now. I'm trying to look at yours and I can't read it for crap. It's
Yeah,
so
because
blurry.
okay, hey, it's so small. I
And I
can.
go into full on old man mode here.
I'm zooming in on making
I
it
see
bigger.
that. All right, so B invalidate older files equals 1. And then is that S resource?
Small s, capital R, resource, capital D, data, capital D, DIRS, and then final with a capital F equals, and you leave it blank.
Yeah. So that's what I have in there already. I don't know if those need to be right next to each other or if I just have too much crap crammed into this one.
They have to be at the top right underneath archive.
Okay, so B invalidates at the top. S resources a few lines down, so I guess I can just move it up.
Move it up underneath it. They need to
Yeah,
be
so
right
just put
next
it
to each
right up
other.
there and just delete that empty line then. Save that. The best part is it's like almost impossible to like find these things after you freaking leave the folder and close
No,
them.
what you do is you add a shortcut to your desktop.
That would probably be easier, but
Then you just
I
one
don't know
click
if
it.
it's just the Game Pass thing, but it's like split between
Yeah, Game
like
Pass is
3 different
weird.
folders, and it's really stupid.
Game Pass is really weird.
Because it's basically, instead of being like a strict PC game, it's like an Xbox port.
Yeah. It's like they ported it to Xbox.
So I'm still trying to figure out their nonsense. I'm gonna
I
load back in and see if it pops up this time. Okay, I don't care about random hostile creatures.
You might have to make a new base. Just create a brand new base.
Well, this was a new base for the last one. I just like delete this thing and
I
it doesn't give me an option to just delete it.
Yeah, there's an option to delete. You hold before you go to move, there's another button.
I mean, is there something else on controller maybe?
Yeah.
Build mode. If I go to build mode, will it give me the option then? No. Go to modify mode. Yeah, just for like the main base thing, it doesn't even give me the option. Yeah, there's delete for this thing. It does not give me the option on the actual base thing. So I guess I just have to find a new spot.
It's giving me a delete option. But see now Xbox, the way that they modified a game for Xbox and for consoles is so screwy.
It is.
And I hate the way that they do
I mean,
that.
I remember playing modded Fallout on the Xbox, and like half the mods worked, half of them didn't.
Well, because like okay, for Xbox, it's kind of half PC and half not. It's like
Right.
it's not really a PC game and it's not really a console game. Because the consoles have come up so much.
Yeah, I mean, the consoles are basically, low-end
Mini
PCs at this point.
mini PCs at this point. I want to see if we can get that
All right, we're
working.
gonna take off. I'm gonna go to a whole different system and see if that. I don't even want to like.
Be
I
in
want to
that, so
actually.
yeah.
I want to actually grab travel somewhere else.
Yeah, when I added it, it came right up.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I expected, but that's not what I ended up getting. So maybe if I go further away somewhere.
Linus
Go
or
back.
whatever that one is a good system. That one has
Wait.
aluminum and
Which one?
just to your left a little bit. Linus or whatever that is.
Linnaeus.
Linnaeus. Yes, that's a good system. I build down there a
Yeah,
lot.
I'm gonna end up farming some resources for this. Okay, that one's hot. This one looks habitable. Terrestrial but cold.
The moon. The moon of it.
The moon of that one.
It's cold. Or no, that one's. All right. There's
It's
one of the
cold.
planets in there. Check out the.
Yeah, but it's not like frozen.
That's.
Like it's not super cold.
It's just cold.
All right, I'll travel to that one and see if it's got any resources because I haven't even scanned that one yet.
See, I'm way out in some other one. The level 70 has really good resources.
I was trying to go to the same planet from Charybdis that you can the one where you find Amelia Earhart.
Yeah, yeah. Two.
I was
two.
trying to build out in that system. Cool, weirdo religious freaks. What's up?
Blow them out. Make everybody on your crew mad.
Just keep jumping, weirdos. Cool. Bye.
Yeah, I
Enjoy
built
your
over
company.
here, and I had a hell of a. I had like 5, 6 bases over here. One system.
All right, Moon, scan you. What do you got? You have helium, iron, and what is that? Tantalum?
Yeah. It's the
All
main
right, what's
planet.
the planet got? I haven't scanned that one yet either. It looks pretty Earth-like. Water, argon, lead.
Oh, there's one of those planets in there that I always built on.
Well, there's another habitable-ish planet over here. That one's too hot, but we can scan it anyway. That's got iridium and uranium. Hella irradiated. Love it. What about number 3? What do you got?
It was a B or something like.
Frozen. You got water, uranium, chlorine, copper, nickel. The hell is F?
Fluorine.
Fluorine.
Rotate your camera. You're over the moon.
Yeah, I know. It keeps going. Stop doing that. Yeah, fluorine and tetrafluorides. All right, what's the moon got? See if that's got something. Helium, aluminum, and beryllium. I haven't scanned
Check
4
that.
or 5 yet.
Yeah, there's.
Where's 4?
Behind you.
You're 4. You're a gas giant. I can't do it. It could be one of the moons of the gas giant.
Could be.
This one's a temperate climate. We
That's
got
the
aluminum and
one.
iron here.
That's the one I
Score.
do.
All right, aluminum and iron zone. Where can I find both in like the same place? I need the dark red by. There you go, right in here. That's our spot.
Actually, also got helium.
Yeah, I can harvest fuel, aluminum and iron.
Hey, you got a good
That's
set.
one thing I never got too much into in this game was the freaking resource mining and settlement stuff. I think Fallout 4 burned me out on another settlement needing my help.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I never got into it.
It's so bad.
Up top.
All right, what do we got right
Yeah,
around
a little
here?
black dot. Little over
This
to
guy?
over to the left. Down right in the middle where all that green is. The green area in the middle. Bright green. Right
Oh,
there.
light green. That's helium 3.
Yeah, you were right in that like U shape of the helium 3 in that black zone.
Yeah.
Up to the over down to the right.
Beryllium. Why I don't want beryllium. Where the hell is aluminum?
You were right in here. Look at my screen on the top of my
Okay, I see. Yeah,
first.
aluminum. Where was the iron by? Iron and aluminum.
I think you
Yeah,
were right.
okay.
No, right in here.
Oh, and the black spot. I mean, the
Because
settlement should be big enough to cover all that, but go right there. I mostly want the iron and aluminum because you can turn that into the freaking adaptive frame things or whatever.
right, make money, quick and easy, dirty, and you can get.
Not that I need money at this point. I think I have like 5 mil.
It gives you something to produce.
Yeah, if I can't get this whole space station thing to work out just because of Game Pass nonsense, then at least I got something. Andreja, what do you want to talk about now?
It always wants.
I know. Well, I married her this time.
Oh, you did.
Yeah. I had married Sarah previously, which everyone and their mother says is impossible.
I've never been able to.
I just got her the one time, and it was right at the end of my first playthrough.
Put that
And
in a
she'd been
bad
on pretty
place.
much all of the missions with me, like including the few stealth ones that she loves to screw up. Yeah, still nothing. Ship landing pads,
It might
mission
be
boards.
because of Game Pass.
It might be. Well, I'll have to look into it more later, but I'm not gonna super worry about it.
That
Just one more
sucks.
thing I can't do without going out of my way to buy the game.
That just. You put that in a bad spot because you don't have none of the iron.
Yeah, I thought I landed on the edge where I could get to some iron, but apparently I was wrong.
Well, you just can't land and place it. You got to search.
Well, I understand. I can always build another stupid thing, but there's a big aluminum deposit right here. You can always have multiples, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't really cost you anything to make a new settlement. Especially if you're not trying to build it up, if you're just using it for resources.
How many base options do you have? You have this.
Well, I don't know. I hear somebody coming into the atmosphere, though. Where'd you go?
Take a shit.
I don't even want to go through the trouble of hijacking their ship, because then I got to rebuild mine to get it back. It's not worth. Oh, it's a starborn too. No, go away.
With my Starborn mod that I have, I can.
Yeah, I still can't even get like the Class M piloting stuff down to where I don't have to like rebuild my whole frickin' ship to get back into it after switching to another ship.
What?
Yeah, so I have to downgrade any of my ships to a lower class, and then make it my home ship, and then I can rebuild it back up to an M, but I have not figured out how to make it so I can just pilot an M class.
There's a mod for that.
I know I downloaded it. It doesn't work with the Game Pass version, at least as far as I can tell. Again, unless I'm doing something wrong, which is
You're
entirely possible.
probably doing something wrong because I know a lot of guys on Game Pass are modding the hell out of it.
Yeah, it's entirely possible I'm screwing something up. I just don't know. Oh, all right, we're just gonna. I just want to. Oh, yes, I did find someone to fight. Hello, Ecliptic guys, come here. I was just looking for someone to prove that I have all of the lasers now.
I love once you get to that point of having the lasers that you can shoot longer distance, 3,500 to 4,000 distance. They rule.
I'm literally just nuking guys out here without any real effort on my part.
Mm-hmm. You can hit them before they can even hit you.
Yeah, because I only pick the lasers that'll do over 3,500 meters.
Right. Yeah, it's not even a fair fight at that point. Unless you come
It's
out
really
here in the
not. And like
70s.
the missiles all lie to you and say they'll do 3,500 or 4,000, but they never will.
No.
Yeah, see,
You're
my
like
other mod thing's
1500.
not working anymore either because it's making me go all the way into 500 meters to loot this. So something ain't working right.
Oh no, we had an update the other day.
Did we? I
Yes, and
must
it
have missed
reset
that.
my game too. Screwed up my game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's been a couple of nights since I played, so I didn't notice.
Because yeah, that's why you see me all over again.
Yeah, there's got to be an easy way to do it, and it must have just overwrote my freaking file then too.
Are you gonna start streaming?
No, I'm only gonna be up for like another 2 hours. It's not worth even starting at this point. As I say, I hate the weekends. My wife stays up later. It's just most of the time it's not worth me even starting a stream.
Did you put your wife to bed? My wife said. It
Yeah,
depends.
she went to bed, but that's the thing is like the weekends she doesn't have to get up early as hell to go to work, so she stays up later. So by the
She'll
time
work
I
on the
get down
weekends, so
here,
she
it's just
stays
like,
up late.
eh, do I really want to start Twitch for 2 hours? Ooh,
At
what
least
is
people
that?
you let people know you're still alive.
Yeah, I'll be back on soon enough.
I do it. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I get to that point where if it's not for like at least 3 hours, I just don't bother starting it.
He doesn't start if it's not. I was only gonna do 4 hours the other night, but I wound up doing 12 because then all of a sudden my wife's selling cars and doing that, so I'm staying up.
Yeah,
And I wound up staying up till like 1:30, and it was like 12 and a half hours later, and I started or whatever. Only was gonna stream for 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever. Go to bed.
You never see.
Never.
yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird policy I've made for myself where I just don't bother if it's that short of a time.
I hear ya. That sucks. Game Pass gives you another limitation.
Yeah, it does that a lot.
Get it on Steam. Fuck Game Pass.
Yeah, but I like Game Pass because I play Flight Sim on Game Pass too, and that's another game I don't want to go out and just buy.
If
I
you
don't have
play
that
it
kind of
enough,
money
it's
laying around.
worth. If you played
The
it
the whole
enough,
justification for Game Pass is that my kids also use it. So I can afford it because there's literally 3 people using it.
I'm building it.
Yeah, see, I don't even have my single scan thing anymore. That's more upsetting than any of the rest of this.
I'm gonna go nuts and make a big fuck. Must be at the end. A lot of cargo. else. Powerful. Let's see about. Oh, they're too big already?
How far are you stretched out? What is that line? 123 meters?
Oh, fuck.
Well, go out to the edge and it shows you what the extents of it are. Like, zoom in at the very end there, those little arrows.
107.
So you're 107 that way, which means you're actually 214 that way. Because that's from center, and it automatically centers.
And this side, I don't know. This says
I think that's 123, is I think what I caught.
126.
126. So you're 252 that way. Yeah, she's a big girl. I don't know if there's any limitations on that then. What's the error giving you? It doesn't even give you the check on it?
Because, yeah, no, it does. I just, because I'm holding this piece that's, now it's normal.
No, yeah, you're nominal. Send it. Then you can fly up there and actually walk around the thing.
Yeah, I know. That's what's cool. It actually.
Yeah, that's the thing that made me mad about the M-class ships is like you could add the M-class habs, and then they're just hollow. They're empty. There's nothing in them, and you can just fall out of them.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd they offer?
$5.
Huh?
My answer for that run. That's neat.
Take a dildo and stick it up your ass is what I would tell them. Some guy offered $400 for a car that's easily worth $1,500. So he put a new exhaust on it recently, and it runs. It's a manual. It drives. It gets like 27,
Like
28.
the fact of the matter is, a running, driving car for under $1,000 at this point is basically unheard of.
Right.
Like, they don't exist anymore.
Well, like the wife's car, she let it go for $1,000 because she hit a deer with it, and it's really fucked up. It's a Toyota though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's exceptions to the rule, but like, I mean, I remember, 15 years ago buying cars for $200, $300, $400, $500.
Oh, we got you beat. 15 years ago, we bought a car for $175.
Yeah, I think the cheapest car I ever bought was $225. But it was an old '84 Crown Vic that ran and drove like a frickin' charm.
This was an old. What was that car that we bought? Crown. It had no reverse. That was the only fucking thing wrong with the car. It had no reverse. But You learn how to park it, you never had a problem.
Right. That's how it
It's
was
a
with my
Pontiac
Ranger.
or
That thing,
something.
I had an old Ranger that never, like, it was missing teeth on the flywheel, and the engine always stopped in that spot.
Okay.
So it started with the starter like twice in the 9 months I owned the damn thing. I got really good at parking on small hills that were just enough to get it rolling for a pop start.
Right. Right.
Like I just learned to deal with it.
I drove a Jeep without a battery for 2 years.
Yeah.
Just taped out the
What you need a
terminals.
battery for? Once you get it going, you're
No.
fine.
We had a dirt pile at work. I just backed the back end up on the dirt
Yeah.
pile. Or I use my semi when I pull in at night. Just grab the jumper cables, fire it up.
I parked on the loading dock at work.
Yeah.
I parked on like the high little hill spot at home, like with the driveway where it backed down into the front yard.
We always live on a hill. I don't know why.
Yeah.
We always live on a hill.
How did you?
I
It wasn't
choose.
much of a hill,
she
but you
blames me
jump
for
in.
that.
You
drove
jump
the
in,
house.
you throw it in neutral, you give it a little nudge back, and you jump in and freaking throw it in reverse, and away she goes. And if that failed because it was cold and it just didn't want to start, I grabbed one of the other cars that was laying around, hooked up the tow strap, and pulled it back up the driveway and tried again.
Oh, I always had a jump pack.
And that wouldn't have worked. The flywheel didn't go.
Oh, yeah. The missing key.
The one time I parked it at work and I actually got it to start going downhill forward, but in reverse. It just happened to hit the spark at the right time where there was fuel and air and it was compressed enough to get it going. I only realized after I got to the bottom of the hill, I'm like, why aren't you starting? Why aren't you starting?
And people don't get why I love my little Toyota. I have a little Toyota 22RE. As long as the ground is flat. I left my dome light on one night. The battery was really low and it went, rah, rah. They all started laughing. I go, who's laughing? I popped the door open, started pushing it.
Give her a little push.
Give her a little push, jumped in, grabbed first gear, drove
It
away.
don't take much to fire them little things up.
No, it don't. And I'm sitting here laughing.
You could have probably left it in gear and pushed it.
I know. I almost can pick the back end up on that little truck by myself. It's so funny.
Ah, the good old days. I don't even know if I could push my truck by hand anymore.
My F-250 you could. It's a
No,
it's an
I gotta-
automatic anyway.
Yeah, I got a half-ton Dodge. It's an automatic.
Yeah, you're...
and she's a heavy girl.
But for a very first station in-game, this actually looks pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it
I got
looks
2
legit.
cargo.
Looks better than the one from that video.
I got this crane over here for later. I don't know, like, if we're going to change one of these out, if something changes. I got 2 big cargo things.
Nobody even knows what the crane's for yet. It just exists.
But it looks cool right where it is. Like, I don't know. I just like the where it put it. Got 3 solar panels up, no use for them yet. Put plenty of dockers on here. Plenty of dockers.
Oh yeah, you're good to go.
No weapons. I couldn't figure out how to get the weapons in mode.
I don't think that bit's working yet.
Oh, wait a minute. Right there. No, I see, I can't rotate it the way I
No,
need.
you can only rotate it left and right.
Yeah. But limits where you can place them. Sucks.
Just find a spot on the left or right to put it. It'd be nice if you could put them on the top too, but I don't think. I think at some point they were like going to add it, and it wasn't ready enough for release, so they just kind of shelved it.
I think they put it in for a later.
Yeah, either they were developing it and it wasn't ready for release, so they just kind of abandoned it for now. Or they're just intending, they put the assets and stuff in for people to mod in later once they came out with the creation kit.
Turn up. Okay. Oh. You can't mount this on a strut, are you kidding me?
Ooh, you can't attach them to the side of the habs there?
It wasn't letting me.
Huh.
It doesn't light up to attach.
That's weird.
Oh, wait a minute. We'll just try a weapon.
Yeah, you could directly. Why don't you just go to the attachment point and then start building from that?
Now these cost money. These have value. You see that?
That's the only thing on the station that actually costs anything is the cannons. I'm not seeing anything light up. They said, I think that was where they gave up on the development. Just said, eh.
Yeah, there's no place to attach it to.
Can you do the top weapon attachments?
No, because there is no top. There's only one weapon attachment.
It's just the side mounts.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Ow. Oh. It's like only on certain things can. Ah, fuck. One in.
Your bit down low that's not attached to anything, or is that part of your higher up? No. Yes, you know, you can flight check now.
It's normal now.
There you go.
It was those two risers. They led nowhere.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's one thing I noticed doing all the M-class ship nonsense is, like, some of that stuff won't attach to normal parts. Like, you have to have an in-between, and only certain regular parts will attach to the space station M-class stuff.
Wait a minute. Upgrade. Nothing up. There. Extra ring. Type. Space goons. Space goons. That's my station. Ah. Uh-oh. My game just froze.
Who needs star yards when I have you around?
Oh, it was only for a second. Who needs star yards when I have you around? That's a good compliment, girl. Hey, when you put her in a swimsuit, look at now you can see her butt cheeks. Actually,
Finally, an outfit that doesn't
Yeah.
just cover everything.
doesn't cover everything. I got one for Sarah too.
Yeah, I saw that when you were playing earlier, or last night. I can't remember.
But look at what
which,
you got to
but-
add. This is so cool. I need copper. Let's just run in it. Find copper. The copper. Also, run into a bunch more than I for aluminum. Out of aluminum. Copper. See, I know if I go. Contact. Anyway.
And your scan shows...
In a different biome. Resources.
Come, meet your death.
Floating. Back at my towards addon. I have a 7. A little hearing. Forest. Fucker's tough.
Rainforest. Is that for selling later or personal use?
Annoyed. All things, guys. It was close. Oh, that one special thing. Chemistry. One of two. Fungo. $290 XP. Damn, you gotta come out here, dude. Kill these little freaking bugs and make 290 XP just like that.
I've heard of these XP farms. I haven't actually seen one like that yet.
So where I am, my stream, I'll show you. Strix 1, which has really good resources. Water, helium, 3, aluminum, copper, ferrite, uranium, beryllium, and HCN. And this is in Strix, level 70. It's way up in the top right.
I've probably been out that way.
And there's my star station. The system has a lot to it. Right, I wanted to get it so I can more ship command. I need to spend.
Kind of figured I'd hunt down the last of the powers on this run through and then see where I want to go. The last run with 0 companions left me a little weirded out.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I ended up trying to go pirate.
So, there's a video that I watched that shows how to find all the other companions you can get for free.
I looked. I couldn't get any of them.
What do you mean?
I couldn't get any of them. I tried to get Amelia, and that quest got bugged.
Okay.
I tried looking for Grace or whatever the old lady.
Mm-hmm.
She never showed up when I warped into that system.
I wonder if some of that is connected to.
I went back to Mars or whatever to try to look for Lynn. Nobody there. Like,
Well, Lynn wouldn't be
literally
on Mars. Lynn.
Not Mars, wherever it was.
Vectra.
Vectra, yeah, okay.
Vectra.
Yeah, I tried going there, nothing. Like, I looked around, I couldn't find anything.
Well, no, there's also, if you go to Neon, there's other ones that you can pick up in Neon.
I know you can hire them from.
No.
Like, you can hire people for the ship or whatever.
Yeah, I know, but these are ones that you do a mission for them and then they offer to join you.
I never dug into all that, but like, it was just me running around trying to get the ones I already knew about and could not, like, even like Amelia, like I talked to her, but the whole mission bugged out to where I couldn't progress any on it. I'm like, okay, cool. I guess I'm just done here. So I ended up going with the Crimson Fleet instead of the UC. And P.S., you get the exact same pay out of it, so it's basically pointless.
Right.
And just like, all right, cool. I'm just gonna go through Unity and try and start over again.
That's kind of nice when you've got Unity where you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I went around and grabbed a few more powers and just like, yeah, reset, see what happens next time.
You haven't run into too many really.
Other than that one, everything's been mostly the same. It's just been a repeat of the original.
I've had them back to back, goofed up stuff. Back to back.
I would have been less surprised at that point, but
I'm sitting there laughing when people say, "Oh, I never get in." One guy, he reset it like 50 times trying to get into an odd universe, and I'm, dude, you have no luck for it. I even sneeze and I go into a different universe and I.
It was literally my fourth go, and it's just like, yeah, no, things are gonna be super screwy, and literally right after you start, Andre's just gonna try to murder you.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it was fun. It was an interesting play. I literally ran around the entire play dressed as her.
I like those twists like that.
Yeah, it's stuff like that that keeps you going.
Especially when they hand you so many of the artifacts, you can go right into Unity pretty quick if you want.
But that's just it. I was only in that playthrough for a couple of days.
That's what I mean, though. You don't have to stay in it forever if you beat that.
You know, I thought about it, and I'm just like, you know what? There's no consequence. I can't piss off any companions by going with the bad guys, so I ended up choosing the Crimson Fleet side, and it's like, okay, but once you finish the main quest and bring them the money,
You have nothing. You have no enemies really besides spacers.
wait, then you end up with the UC and Freestar pissed off at you, but
Freestar
only
wasn't pissed
mission-
at me when I did
the
it.
only missions you actually get from the Crimson Fleet are the same basic bounty
Addon?
hunter
Yeah.
garbage. It's
No,
just like running for the bounty hunter union or whatever. Like there's nothing special about it. It's just doing the same thing for different factions. Like cool. This has been a huge waste of my time. Let's just finish it out and be done.
I want to do the UC one where I go against Hadrian's father.
I have.
How's
Well,
that?
I haven't fully done. Like I've used him to get the research every time.
Well, no, there's a spot there where you can defend him, and then he makes it so you get the citizenship and all that real quick.
Yeah.
But if you call him out, there's supposed to be a whole different kind of ending to that.
Yeah, I guess I've done that both ways, where you call him out and get him removed. And
Okay.
like right now I have it where I can go back to him.
What happens when you call him out?
Nothing really. The UC guys that didn't already know about it are just like, what? He's still alive? And then like, he's too dangerous. We're gonna end him for sure this time.
Also, they actually end him then.
Yeah, yeah. So they actually execute him. They're like, or supposedly. I mean, I can't trust them for anything because they're
Right.
the government.
Yeah. Well,
They already fake executed it once. What's to stop them from doing it again?
right. Does Hadrian find out that her father then is alive at that point?
She finds out when you go to. I don't know. I guess I've always told her when going through Londinian anyway.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I've always told her.
I've never ever told her. How's that work out?
I don't know.
I've never told her because I've always thought, well,
Yeah, they're gonna bust you, and you're gonna get in
yeah.
big trouble for ratting them out. Because it doesn't matter. She hears the recordings once you're on Londinian.
Well, no, she doesn't know he's alive though at that point.
No, but like she hears the recordings and she's pissed enough at him that it doesn't matter. Like she already knows that he's behind all of the crap. So whether he's alive or not, she hates his guts.
Right. I understood that much of it. That because when she finds out about the recordings that he was responsible for the plant,
Right.
she gets so pissed at him. I got all that.
Yeah. So like at that point, I don't think it matters. You should still be able to get her to join once you finish out the rest of that quest line.
Right. I liked her as a companion. She stays back, actually has military training,
But she's actually handy with a gun.
and handy
and
with a
not,
freaking
like, getting in the way
gun.
of stealth things, which
Right.
is the most frustrating thing.
She stays behind you more. She's not out in front of you.
Yeah, because some of these idiots, if you don't have your ship built right and you have Vasco on your ship, you will just plug up an entire hallway for no good goddamn reason other than he exists, and that's what he does.
Oh, Vasco's.
Spoils of victory.
He's
I
the
suppose.
worst.
They know their
Look at this
message.
guy.
I don't know how many times I've tripped over that dude.
Level 50. Swarm Node.
Never heard of her.
170. Level 22. I'm just shooting with my laser. Jason. $170.
Basic boy, you made a mistake. Single ship coming after me.
Please. Getting all kinds of weird. Warming.
You're just farming all the freaking mobs at this point.
Anything. Just trying to find copper. It's here on the planet.
Just go buy it. It's like a credit a freaking kilo.
I know. But I'm having fun farming XP at the same time.
That's fair. I don't know. That's what I said. Like I did the mining thing at one point, and I'm like, why am I going around hunting all this stuff when I can literally just?
If
go
I get
buy
this planet at 100%,
you go sell the data off for more XP and money.
no, your resources get double bonus
Oh,
and more. You get your everything changes when you get the whole planet scan.
I guess I've never done that on a walkable planet because you know the ice giants and gas giants. You just scan them and they're done.
I don't mind walking around killing. I only
I
have.
like that part. It's just like Fallout at that point. I'm there for it.
Swarmy noise. Look at these. 80x. Level 50.
Walk without getting exhausted. My jetpack just dropped me right back to the ground.
80. Getting.
Did you even level up your laser skill yet?
I did unlocked. I don't think I've leveled it up.
You can level it up and actually make the cutter like stupidly OP.
Yeah, I know.
So you don't need it for a bunch of little space worms, but it's just be for the memes at that point.
Ooh, look at this place. Fungal growths.
You found one of the little warm spots.
I hate this.
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
Well, that one gave me all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, why did these little worms have all this stuff?
Oh, it's because the level 70 planet, young. When you get on these level 70s, they have so much more stuff to them, especially when you're way out.
When you get way out to the right side in the high level systems, you just get all kinds of weird shit.
Yes. I'm looking for just a couple more. I'm just not found. XP farming, grabbing ores. Timbering. Bottom. This way. Let's see.
Are you quite sure you want to hold on to that?
Sam says, hey, can you also get useful ships? That I do not know. I don't know. I haven't done the VIP stuff in a bar. The companions that you can buy usually only have one yep. Which is really annoying. So you're better off to go to YouTube and look up companions that you can get. And then you can look through their stats. Because they actually show, like, I've gotten Amelia Earhart. I've gotten... Adrian is a real good one to get. Takes a while to get her, though. You really got to follow that quest line for a long time. With the Terramors. But she is one of the better fighters of all of them that I've found so far. Stays behind you, has military training, does really good at killing things, really good with the Terramors, not afraid to get in there and fight either. And Andreja, she can't shoot to save her life. She just misses everything. It's like, ugh. I got a space station mod that just came out. It's brand new. It is from parts in the game that is hidden. The guy figured it out and unlocked it. Must be a cable. Probably. I just can't wait till they come out with a creation kit.
I am looking forward to that.
The mods will change dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I enjoyed Fallout 4, just vanilla, for like 2 years. But once spacestation stuff started coming out, and all these people just started dropping all these mods. I got like 2 more years out of that game.
Yeah. Okay. Wow, the wind right here. Nice. $50 XP. Come on, Angel. Go in the cave. Before. Get XP fast. What level are you now? 'Cause you've been on the same playthrough.
Yeah, I've still been on the same main playthrough. I think I'm 97.
There you are.
I don't know where to go with.
Now you'll bleed.
Yep, 97.
Ah, gonna take more than
9,000 XP short of 98.
Now you'll bleed. Nothing there now.
The other thing is, like, because of the leveling system,
Bought it.
I'm glad this was not just for sport. Not that killing for sport
you
is a problem.
basically have to freaking get like level 300 to max out all the skills.
Yeah. You have to get really high without this.
And obviously, some of the skills don't matter for most play styles, but like I'm never gonna actually care about EM weapons, but it would be nice for like a stealth playthrough to be able to knock more people out. But in regular play, they don't.
Level 75 swarming though. 240 XP. Baby. My yellow one. Boost it. You should have streamed. Because you've been playing for how long?
An hour. Should have streamed. I had one of my other buddies message me on Facebook about it. I'm like, okay. No.
Should have streamed. I think I should turn Rumble off. Rumble's history. Anyway, was saying, look at my.
So are you doing like the whole multi-band thing through OBS?
Yeah.
I don't know if my internet can handle that. It already struggles as it is.
So you drop your stream down to 720?
Yeah, I used to do 720, 30 FPS for a long time, and it was like, my internet's good enough. I can run 1080 60 and just be okay with it. I really just need to make that call to the other ISP and be like, hey, hook a
Hook me
brother
up.
up. Give me some of that sweet, sweet fiber.
You need that fight.
It's in my yard already. They buried it like a year and a half ago.
Dude.
They literally just have to run a line from that freaking junction box to my house.
I know what they gotta do because they did it for me. I bought my house, nobody had done it. I'm like,
It didn't exist when I bought the house. They did it like the summer after. I'm like, cool.
Mine was here when I bought the house. I didn't know about it.
Yeah, I was here when this little freaking weird underground tunnel things were like going under and running all that shit. My hesitation is because it's not a big ISP. It's like some weird local ISP.
No, those are better. You want to know why?
But I don't know if they're piggybacking off of someone else.
Just go up and ask them.
Or if they just like, you know, if they feed into like a big hub up in the cities or something.
No, so what do these little hubs, a lot of them do, how they get their start, is like, okay, mine is a real small dinky ISP.
Well, that's what this one is.
Well,
yeah.
but listen now, what they did.
They service like this town and like 3 other little towns around it.
Listen, they will say, like the government will come along and say, we need a fiber optics line run from point A to point B.
So it's all part of that like rural freaking service
Development.
initiative crap.
Yes, it's part of the rural development. So somebody with money said, hey, I'll do it. And then they
get a big government grant to do it.
They upfront the money. They get like 80 or 90% of it reimbursed.
Yeah, and then they make the other 10% back within the first freaking year of people signing up for their shit.
Well, it's more than that. They own that fiber optics line, so they charge both ends, okay? Because they own that fiber optics line. Next, they get the rights from the counties for when they run through it. They apply for other permits to hook up houses along the way. So they run, let's say they're contracted to run 5 fiber optics lines or 10 op lines, okay? They might double up those lines at their own expense. So what they can then do is hook up this small town, this neighborhood, this back road because there's 100 houses there, this one, that one, and now they make 50% of the money back within a year of the total cost.
Right, that's what I'm saying is they didn't even cost them that much in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was all subsidized to begin with.
It's really neat.
Well, that's the problem. The rich get richer.
Yeah, and the poor just get poorer because they get taxed to hell.
Yeah, and inflation keeps up. We're never going to be able to afford anything. They're like housing prices are fucking insane right now.
I know.
I'm extremely happy that we're locked in with what we're at, because like
I'm
I've
glad I
looked at
don't
the
have a
rent
loan at
where we're
all.
at.
I literally don't have a loan. I love it.
Oh, I mean, my loan was for like less than 80 grand in the first place. My freaking mortgage with taxes and insurance is like $700 a month.
But you got it on a fixed rate, on a low
Yeah,
interest rate.
it's fixed at 3.25%.
Yeah. Try to do that today.
Yeah,
You're
no,
at
it's-
12%.
Interest rates are like 6% right now. This
Oh,
like,
try again.
I trust
that's on the
whatever
low
you're
end.
keeping
Yeah,
will
that's
be
what I'm
useful
saying. Like,
later.
my wife wants to look into getting a freaking equity loan to do some home improvement stuff and like finish this basement, which it's already framed. Needs wiring and plumbing to put stuff down here, which I can do. But even just the construction materials, you're talking about freaking, another 15 grand to put a freaking bathroom and a bedroom down here. Yeah,
I know.
that's a lot of freaking money. Okay, so we take out a loan for 15 grand, but if it's at freaking 8% or whatever the freaking market rate is at for freaking equity loans right now.
Well, a friend of mine a friend of his that I know, got a house just a little bit ago, before those last two rises of the interest rates.
Yeah.
$300,000 house. Or 250. It's going to cost him $900,000 after he gets it paid off. What sense does that make?
Well, that's just it right now. Yeah. Like I said, we got our house for under 80. Over the 30-year term of the loan, it's going to cost us like 250.
That's why I know.
But in the grand scheme of things, we're still paying less than we were paying in rent.
Right.
To own the place.
No, on yours, because you got a low enough interest rate.
Yeah,
exactly.
We got in at the right time. Like, the market was crazy for houses, but the interest hadn't gone up yet.
Right. But see, you're still okay because you'll only pay like 160, 170. You won't pay like what you were trying to say in the end for your interest. Even on a 30-year, it ain't gonna nothing like.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on how it goes. Like I said, if the rate ever goes back down, we might refinance, or we might look into freaking. Like I said, we're gonna look into equity credit at some point, because we need a garage we can actually use for our cars. We need a finished space down here, because we're gonna move our bedroom down here, and my office setup is gonna go up to our current bedroom.
Right.
But right now, like, we have one bedroom, and you have to go through the master bedroom to get to it. Or one. It's terrible. Like, we can't even have friends sleep over for our kids, because who the fuck wants to go through some other random adult's bedroom
right
to go to the bathroom at night? Like, that's fucked up. It's weird. So, like, if we can build a bedroom, like a master suite down here with a nice big walk-in closet, and then upstairs is just, you go through a little hallway to the bathroom, and then my office is off of that. Cool. Like, nobody gives a shit. It's just, we're stuck in this awkward situation of being in, this property was purchased from the fucking lumber company almost 150 years ago.
Okay.
And the house was built and added onto and redone, and God knows what since then. The last major remodel was in the 60s, which is 60 freaking years ago. So we still have, like, lath and plaster in a lot of the house. We still have freaking old-ass wiring in a lot of the house. I still have cast iron plumbing that was done by a freaking plumbing company that doesn't exist anymore.
I'm so far from my base.
Like, I've been going through and slowly redoing stuff.
Right.
Like, we gutted our kitchen, a year and a half ago.
Oh,
and
the
redid
leg.
the whole freaking thing.
You're not kidding. I'm gonna stop my. Everybody over on Rumble, if there's anybody there, I'm stopping it.
Go to Kick, go to Twitch, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Delete Rumble.
Rumble is just not not the play. I wonder if D Live is still any good. I'm gonna have to check that one out again.
I got D Live up right here.
I'm on D Live, but I only streamed on there for like a week or two.
I streamed on it for a month and I got nowhere.
Yeah, one of my Tarkov buddies suggested it. I'm like, I'll check it out,
So
but like,
I've been on D Live. I also have Trovo. And when I was looking over here on exploring and I went Starfield, there was actually somebody streaming over here.
see,
Couple.
that's one of the other. Even with Kick, like when I jump on Kick and look for Starfield, there's like 4 people,
Yeah, but there's only one over here.
but are people looking for it?
I don't care. That's what I'm playing.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't care what people, as long as I get 1 or 2 people talking, I really don't care.
That's the biggest thing. But like, there's a lot of nights I go live on freaking Kick and Twitch at the same time, and nobody shows up.
Yes. That's only because of Star Citizen right now and a couple of the other games because of the overhype on them.
Yeah, and like Star Citizen looks cool,
There's
but from
nothing
what
to
I've
do.
gathered, the on planet experience is basically nothing.
No, it's really bad. Okay, you got okay. If you've never played Star Citizen, I can explain it to you in a nutshell.
I never played it. I've watched it a little bit, but
Okay, the base of the game is this: high-end graphics. The graphics are great. Okay, when you get in
yeah,
your ship, you can buy in-game ships with money that you can earn from doing box missions, bunker missions, bounty missions, and all of that. Okay.
okay.
Whenever they reset, you lose all your in-game stuff. Only ships and stuff that you buy with cash
Only the
stays.
stuff you paid for with real money.
Stays. For now. They're still talking some
Right,
nerd shit.
I understand they're basically still an alpha at this
Right.
point. Like,
I get the resets too. I kind of like them at times because it's like a fresh start.
look, I played freaking Tarkov for a year and a half, and that
But
was my
here's
main
the whole
game.
problem with Star Citizen. One, once you do probably a day or two of bunkers, it gets boring
Yeah,
because that's all you got is same bunker kind of runs over and over. Once you do bounties for a while, it can be a little interesting when you do bounties with friends and you do some higher ones, and you do some, you know what I mean? Because they actually do have a good multi-ship crew setup. You can jump in like a big hammerhead and have 5 guys in there on turrets.
right.
You know, that way it's kind of cool. But once that coolness kind of wears off, there's nothing to do in the game. Because mining and salvaging. Ooh, you can mine. You can make all kinds of money mining, but that gets boring quick. You can salvage.
If I wanted to mine, I would just keep playing Minecraft. But I never got into that game for a reason.
If I wanted to mine, I'd go play Empyrean. I can't even speak. Because Empyrean is kind of like, I don't know, it's just different. Because you got all the deformations of the ground when you mine. You can do underground bases. You can do all that stuff. I've done it. You build your own bases. You build your own stations. Really freaking cool. Online servers. I played it a lot.
Oh my goodness! All right, talked to all the constellation people for over and over and over.
Grouchy, you're hiding out in here. I see you just joined a channel that I was on. What up? Oh, dude, I got the station mod working. I was trying Rumble, but I can't get the video, the quality to come through. So I can close out my Rumble.
Yeah, you don't need that one now. I don't remember who I was talking to that said there was some kind of extension for like doing all the multiple chats in one spot so you could kind of see them all.
I've done it with oh, what do you call it? Stream.io.
Okay.
They have a chat combiner. Oops, wrong,
I was
but
saying, like,
right.
for me, it's
account.
not that big of a deal. I'll just pull the other chats up in a different window, but not everybody has that option.
I have 4 of them over to my right. Right
Yeah.
here on this screen, I'm taking up a quarter of the screen. What are you up to, Grouchy?
You went to the right chat. Good job.
Well, I'm thinking I might go back to Trovo and D Live just for the hell of it. Because there ain't many English speaking people over there, but there are some coming back there.
That's the thing. If you got the bandwidth, you can go to multiple platforms and just try different ones out, feel it out, and see if it's worth it.
All of what stuff worked? Oh, I didn't do the... Damn, yeah, you're here. I never did set up this guy. The Win Utilities, yeah, I restarted and everything, and that worked really good.
I think you just needed to reset Windows and start over to begin with. I go through that like once a year.
I do mine about 3 times a year.
It sucks. You try to save as much stuff as you can, but you basically
Windows
end
gets
up
so
reinstalling
corrupted.
and starting out over on everything.
Windows gets so corrupted.
It does. It just builds up crap. It's like an old ship that gets covered in barnacles to the point where it can't even float anymore.
Let me sign in. Have you ever heard of 7TV emotes?
No.
Grouchy was telling me about. Okay. Where I am right now, 7TV.app. As a streamer, you can sign up, get 600 slots for emotes that people can use off their browser and desktop. And Kick, YouTube, and Twitch.
So you can just send their own?
Mm-hmm. Grouchy proved it last night. Fucking blew my mind. He's using Windows.
I wish that worked in Discord. Like the whole needing Nitro to send Discord emotes from a different server is kind of bullshit.
It even worked on Twitch.
All right. You have my attention.
That's what got my attention. It worked on Twitch. And he was sending emotes that I've never seen before. Already got it. Away. Okay. I'm signed in. How do I already got that added for the browser extension. Real times. Oh, do I have to click the migrate? What I gotta do? That looks like. Yeah. Whatever. Hmm. All right. Oh my God. This is where these guys are getting all these emotes.
Yeah, sounds about right.
There's 11,447 pages. And this is where Kick got a lot of their emotes. They didn't even fuck around. They didn't even make the emotes. They cheated.
Oh no, Kick
No.
is not an original content platform, sir.
Yeah, but they cheated. They didn't even have somebody make their own emotes. At least Twitch had their emotes made. For the standard Twitch emotes. And they just started adding more over time.
Yeah.
686,800 emotes available. I'll look at that on my time off. Definitely. I agree now. But you said there's something like six or 700 or whatever. So I thought, okay, I'll just do it quickly. No. That's a few too many emotes. Alright, can I find my ship? Where is my ship? Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna cheat. So let's fast travel back to my base. So Grouchy, this is so cool. This right here what was that? Shell for a defense turn. If I can add a station. Through this menu right here. Just like a ship. Here's my first try at a station. Lots of docks. Power. It's mega sized. And I mean, it is mega sized. I got storage. I don't know how this is all going to work, but I didn't add a lot of windows or anything yet. That's one thing I should add. Windows. Let's add. Oh, porthole costs. Okay, this guy can't. I. Big wood. Want window. I want some window. Right. Don't mind me, I'm just making one. All right, I think I can add poles up. I don't know what the cap thing. Bottom. To let you look out. Full top. I could tell. All right. I guess we'll call that good. So that gives me I will see if I can build some more. I want to get this base somewhat functional. A little more copper. All right. I need two aluminum. Oh, I need some adaptive frame. Current ship, I don't think has. I had some. Here's. As a backup, let's do a. Still there, favorite?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you stopped streaming?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I cut my stream, but
Oh, I'm still watching it.
you got a what now?
I was still watching you.
Oh yeah. I'm just wandering around doing random nonsense side
I know.
missions.
What do you
now.
think I'm doing? Not doing anything special.
That's fair.
Bench. Yeah, I got it so I can make ammo. How do you like that?
Hacks.
Ammo.
Hacks.
Oh, and if I go to my other thing, I can actually make med packs and all the other goodies with the same mod.
Hacks.
Uh-uh. He really changed it up. He used to only take lead and copper, or lead and
Which makes sense.
lead and copper for most things, and then now he's made it so he adds fiber and other things into it for all the different. His last iteration, he's been upgrading it, making it so it takes more to just to make it stuff. So he's advancing the mod.
You know, appreciate people putting their time and effort into it.
Mm-hmm. Like the 12 gauge shotgun shells, makes poly textiles.
I mean, technically they're not wrong.
But he's added like the whiteout shots take titanium. Each different ones have different things that they use, which is, I like that. Because that just makes it so you use more of the things you can collect. Make sense?
Never have the patience for construction. Destruction is much easier and often more fun.
couple boxes. One down here. Aluminum. Aluminum and wood. Cool. Ah. Yes. All I really pretty much try to do. Oh, and I got to change these. Walk up to click on. Three, two, eight. Oh. Too bad it doesn't have a garage space to land your ship. Is that for space travel? Yeah, well, the station you can't move unless you jump planets. Okay. Now let's set this guy. Button. Yes. Let's find where my ship. I don't see the marker yet. Okay, where's my ship? You know, I didn't land that far.
It's just lost. It's gone into the ether.
Whew.
Sorry, would you prefer
Always
the
a
nether?
satisfying moment to return to your ship.
Yeah, I could have done where I put Sam in a bathing suit. He'd been walking around in a Speedo. So, Grochi, what do you want to talk about tonight? We're talking about all kinds of crazy shit last night.
Come on. There are worlds to conquer.
President, you were naughty. Too naughty. Love you. So, Grochi, what's the idea for tonight? So my thinking is this. Stop streaming on YouTube. Don't ever get anybody over there. And stream on Trovo and DLive. I streamed the Trovo and I streamed the DLive before.
I mean, yeah,
I
YouTube
was
for
beginning
lives
to
is
wonder if you
a hard
hibernate.
sell.
Wasn't using them for the live, I was using them for the VODs.
Yeah, it's nice for that.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I got that other. Thank you. So I'm gonna sleep and fill my bins up. Or what do you say? I had to step away and rat trap them. Rat trap. No, I was just saying. What do you want to talk about tonight? We covered a lot of spectrums last night. Oh, you were on. You said you're on Linux Mint. Why'd you choose Linux Mint for your operating system? I'm just curious.
Fair,
Huh?
we talk about a lot of things, a lot of nights.
About time you woke.
Ooh.
We have things to do.
In your chat in general.
Yeah, we do.
Hey, good to see you.
Little bit across the board.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you cover things from Linux to whatever random gaming things.
Yeah,
Not everyone gets into the Linux thing, but I get it.
if
You
this
said
game would work on Linux, I wouldn't be on Windows right now. In
I
all
get that.
fairness.
Like, I mean, I went to Linux back in the day because it was my only resort. Like, Windows just wasn't functioning anymore on the crappy low-end laptops I was running at the time.
No,
I've been there.
but my biggest thing with it is, okay, I can use 1/3 the bandwidth while streaming using Linux.
Oh yeah, no, Linux is by far more efficient with resources.
The resource difference is huge.
It's ridiculous.
I hope you are
it's
sufficiently rested.
compatibility issues you run
Who
into.
knows what this day
Oh,
will
hey,
bring.
look at this. I get to sleep with Andrea.
Nice.
Look at, she's laying down.
She's gonna wake up and tell you.
Oh,
how
she
wonderful-
got into bed just after I got up. Damn it.
She always ends up standing up in the middle of the bed when I lay down with her.
I just want to fill up my storage. So that I can go craft a bunch and make a bunch of levels. I'll cheat. I don't care.
Axe again with this guy.
Hey. It's
Tell
a
me I'm wrong.
Single
Tell me I'm
player
wrong.
game. Single player game. And what does it hurt?
Okay. Look, I'm not saying you're incorrect by any means. I'm
Well,
saying tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Bullshit.
I'll tell you why.
Okay, lay it on me.
They wouldn't have put it in the game if
Good.
they didn't want us
You're
to do
awake.
it.
I was running out of knives to
It's a fair argument.
If they didn't want to
Have
give
you
me...
ever stopped? Have you ever stopped to ask yourself, just because you can, do you think you should? You're old enough. You were around for Jurassic Park.
But if you can, why not?
Unforeseen consequences
There are none of this.
that you know of. Alright, so old PC, new runs Windows. You like Linux Mint because it's close to Windows, and pretty
start. And
all the
so our
things you need
adventure
for a Plex
continues.
server. Yeah, see, okay, I can appreciate those arguments. Linux does have its place, and if you're just running a Plex server on it, by all means,
That's perfect.
yeah, send it, dude. You could go lighter than Mint.
You can go tiny.
Yeah, you could go like literal freaking minuscule RS if you're just running it as a Plex server. But Mint's still like got some graphical UI interface where you can get in there and mess
He's
with
running
files if
Cinnamon.
you need to.
Cinnamon, he has a full graphical.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like Mint still gives you the full graphic interface. You could go lighter than that and just go like file structure, like command line if you
His
wanted
other
to.
advantage for the
Just
Plex
hosting
server,
Plex.
his other big advantage is on Linux with the Plex server, more file formats under Linux
yeah.
for compatibility. That's a huge difference when it comes to a Plex server on Linux.
Even just like going the encoding route, like if you're
Right.
ripping your DVDs and Blu-rays to it.
Right, all around. You
So,
get more.
like me trying to rip DVDs to my Plex server from Windows sucked.
Yeah.
I never got it to work properly. I tried all kinds of different bull crap.
Mm-hmm.
Never got it to work the way it should.
About time you were awake.
It would give me like screenshots and snippets and like thumbnails, but it never actually fully ripped the files the way it should.
And in Linux, you set a default format system-wide for ripping and playing, and you're done.
Like I have box sets of a couple of series that happen to be removed from Netflix. I'm like, cool, I want to rip these to my freaking 10 terabyte hard drive that I bought. Never worked the way it should. And I guess if I wanted to torture my kids again, because that's their computer now that has that hard drive in it, I could swap it over to Linux. They'd probably never know the difference.
Right.
They don't run anything on there that needs Windows. They play Minecraft on the damn thing. You can run Minecraft on Linux, right? You
Yeah,
can run
honestly,
Minecraft on
I've
a
never
freaking
played.
potato.
I never played Minecraft. I don't know.
I've only ever played it with my kids.
I'm serious. I've never played Minecraft. To me,
Look,
problem.
I'm the guy who goes into Minecraft and literally like grabs enough sticks to make some tools and then just hollows out a mountain. That's all I've ever done in that game. Like they know all this weird crap about like stealing beds, so you have beds to use as bombs against the freaking Ender Dragon. Like I don't know what the hell they're even talking about half the time.
Every world with living things is a treasure.
Now when I travel here, no. Early on, this is the easy. Hey. Early on, this is the easy way just to get your levels up fast. After that, you don't need You're not going to get all the way up to level 2.
something for personal use or for sale?
Hit the wrong button. Poor guy won't even be able to walk in. Could be. See that? Oh well, we made a bunch of them. On them. True. Point. Yeah, you gotta get off to bed. Phone shopping tomorrow? What kind of phone are you gonna go for? You gonna go for
Oh, okay.
oh, my wife says what kind of phone are you gonna buy her? She needs a new phone. Are you gonna pay for at least a year service plan too? Because that's always
Yeah.
handy. No. Walmart's really good with that, with the all straight talk. Makes it easy. You pay for a year plan. I'll tell you in a second, Grouchy, if you want me to look. I'm really good at figuring that out. can tell you in about 2 minutes if I look. Minecraft Linux. Let me look. All right. A good site. They got every Minecraft listed. So, what Minecraft do you want? Legends, Java Edition, Feed the Beast, Dungeon Arcade, Minecraft Dungeons, Minecraft Bedrock Edition. That's a Google edition. It does work on Linux 2 weeks ago. Dungeon Edition. It's the Mahjong version. Must have, for Windows 7 and 8 version of the game must have been purchased through Mahjong. Feed the Beast. Yeah, in their thing, there's a whole Minecraft edition for straight stock Minecraft that you don't even have to buy. It's in Linux you can have free Minecraft. It says right here. For Minecraft. This guy says even the Arch Edition is the best for playability. Next, he rates the Debian version, the .deb file version. They have one for Oracle Java too. Ubuntu Mint. You just do the sudo add app repository PPA web up D8 team Java sudo apt update Oracle installer. Doesn't work on Java 9. Yeah, they have all kinds of Minecraft now. They have all the free shit out for it. For Linux, at least. That's for making your servers. So you could actually make your own Minecraft. I call it Minecraft server. Because if I wanted to Minecraft like that, I would have done it back in the 1930s when that graphic style was in. How I feel. because I've never understood why in the last 50 years that Minecraft has been around making all that money, they have not. Okay, back on the Xbox 360, I got the graphics. Because the games weren't, when the Xbox 360 came out, the graphics were just on the edge of that, hey, we're going to be semi-realistic in some games. You know what I mean? Trust me, I almost played it back then.
All thrusters firing.
Because back on the 360 days, the graphics weren't the best. I mean, compared to the other stuff, it was great.
So pretty up here. We're in orbit.
Oh, here's my station. What? I can't dock? Here's my station, but it won't let me dock. Why? Here's my station, but I can't dock. No. Yo. I can't get in my station. Throw down. Outpost defense ships. Look at this. I got 2 outpost defense ships. Nice. So how do I dock? Maybe if I jump away and come back. I don't get this.
If you need to harvest any organic materials, now would be the time.
Maybe because I didn't jump directly. The other guy showed that he docked right with it. I don't know. Yeah, your cool down sort of thing where you just kind of like relaxed. That's where like City Skylines came in, or Satisfactory for me. Used to play Satisfactory or even Empyrean. Even in this game, I can kick back and
Can I help?
relax. Well, I have a station, but I can't use it. See that? Okay, I'll work on that later. Let's go get some more missions. Go sell some of this crap I got.
Ready here. Core is good too.
Maybe I can find a better ship to take.
Orbital pattern locked in.
Oh no, don't run into... Hey. Don't run into my station, goddammit. Putting some cheese on a cracker. And... I don't know, I was just thinking. Something. Oh. And there's nobody on tonight. Freak Destroyers, like... Okay. Coincidence. Extensions. You happy? Two people do. Nice. Sea live. They even have Starfield list. Five viewers. English. Hey. Actually, maybe more. Paid output. 500 and some followers. Okay. All right, I got somebody over there. I can see how it goes. We might just try our hand back at Provo and D-Live. Yeah, RAM map. There was also RAM revamp or something like that I used to use, where it would revamp your RAM. That was on Arch, I think. For the ARU. The AUR. There was a it wouldn't clear it, but what it would do is reorganize it. It was actually kind of cool. All right, we got a base out here and a station that I can't use right now. Okay, let's go down here to... This is why I like this ship. Early on, this thing can jump. And man, can it jump. Oh, for Windows. I got 128 gigs. I'm not worried about my RAM.
Oh, I never get tired of that.
Hey, Bounty Hunter.
Thank you. Pick up the hail. Tracking you down's been one hell of a chore, but it'll be worth it when we collect. You took the words right out of my mouth. Let's get 'em.
Drive truck on intermission. Engine down.
You didn't even stand a chance, and this ain't even a very good ship.
Direct into the front.
That was too easy. I just come here for power.
Setting down. Everything in the green.
You still play Minecraft? Crouchy? At times? I know you said you were just done with games. That doesn't mean you still don't pick up a game every once in a while.
At least the only smell I shall have to deal with is myself. Not that I smell bad, I just... Never mind.
Andrea, what was that about smelling? What'd you smell? Gas I passed? Get my others. Sometimes get on Bedrock Edition. And one you get on phone Microsoft or oh, so you can play it on your phone. You can play Bedrock on your phone. Nice. Yeah, so you can be laying in bed and just sitting there screwing around. Like, whatever. I still want a Linux cell phone. I don't care. And no, I'm not going to do one of those Hackavisions where you kind of add an SD card and kind of install an ARM version of a Linux onto it to sub-run it on top of Android or inside Android. I want a full operating system Linux phone. I would be ecstatic, especially if it wasn't not the same. Android is all locked up in a way that they do whatever they want. But like on my Android, if I jailbreak it so I can do more with it, they can actually terminate your service.
Hypothermia can set in quickly, and the effects can be deadly. We should keep that in mind.
Okay, Andrea, so you're saying you want to snuggle. If you want to snuggle, just say so. If you want to conserve body. I hate when it does this. It's some big ending. Better not do a cracker because are gonna have a yeah, it's junk. I've seen them. They're junk. The phone itself is like uberly stupid. I know what you're talking about because I have seen them. Andrea, we got to complete a running task. Follow me. Well, I still want it so it has a decent camera, decent CPU, decent processor, decent memory of options where you can add SD card or whatever, so you can actually do stuff with it. Especially if it's a Linux, you're gonna want it so that it has more options. You know what I mean? You want it in more of a, like the Linux phones that I've seen were these big, fat, ugly things. Like, wouldn't even fit in my pocket. And I'm sitting here like, how is that a convenience? My Samsung, I got it for the convenience of the cameras and the screen size. It's not super thick. I got my Otter case on, and it's still not super thick. And I kid you not, the Android phones or the Linux phones I seen were like this. This is a standard phone. The Android phone or the Linux phone was like a mega thick phone. And you didn't have no protective case or anything on it. They were using the oldest technology. Their processors were like 3 years ago, 5 years ago. They weren't even a decent CPU in it. They didn't even have a decent graphics driver. I mean, I don't expect the latest and greatest because you're dealing with a subpar manufacturer, but it still should have something halfway relatively decent. So that you could have a decent Linux experience on a phone. So that when you get on, like if you wanted to play a game on Linux, on the phone, it would actually play. I mean, I don't need the latest and greatest. I'm only rocking an Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra. 22? S22 Ultra. I think they're up to 23 or 24 now. You know, my phone is really good. I love my phone. Have you seen me ask for a new one? No. I do need a new screen protector after I'm working at my other job, the other plant. You wouldn't? Yours is able to dock it and use it as a normal PC? Which one do you got? Oh, you must have a... You got the Apple. You got the little dock and the keyboard. You have an iPhone, so you can dock your iPhone. You know, turn it sideways so it looks like you have a monitor. God, I still remember when the BlackBerry came out. The BlackBerry! The newest, latest, and greatest way for productivity. You probably remember that, Grouchy. Well, you wouldn't mind having a Linux phone that you could use as a... Yeah. Yeah, if it's a full Linux... Yeah. The CPUs and GPUs for your phone are almost strong enough. You wouldn't need an ARM version of Linux. You just need to have enough RAM and enough RAM and storage. And you can go do a 256 card for storage these days. Your phones can have, 250 or 200 gigs of memory. So there's no reason that you couldn't run a full distro on your fucking phone. Think about it. I've installed Linux on netbooks, for God's sakes. Trust me, back in the one day, we had some netbooks. Just because of our situation and circumstance. Fuckers were pretty good, too. When you have nothing, weren't they, hon? Our old netbooks, way back in the day. A very simple little PC, had no power, had no strength, but you could use it to get on the internet and fuck around. Email, pictures, little bullshit. And Android is based on Linux, but it's not Linux. All right. Sam Cole wants to talk to me. Sarah Morgan wants to talk to me. Let's get them off the list.
Yeah,
All right.
what is it?
Sam, what do you want?
Where to begin? That temple? The hell was that? I've been from one end of the settle systems to the other more times than I could count. But I've never, and I mean never, encountered something like that. I mean, who built it? Why? So many questions. Maybe? For centuries, we've been looking for something definitive that says we're not alone out here. I just can't see the UC, Freestar Collective, or House Varun building that thing. The temple. Or maybe it's just some crazy gazillionaire's party temple. The ultra-rich do some seriously crazy things. Somehow I doubt it.
He's funny. Some ultra-rich person.
Yeah, no pressure. And what you can do? I am not a scientist, not in the least. But that ability, power, is just plain scientifically impossible.
You're not getting grouchy. Take a phone like this, have a keyboard set up that you could just connect it into with the port set up, or just connect into, dock it in, have the keyboard, and go to it. Have your mouse plugged into your keyboard.
I guess we're having a good old-fashioned staring contest.
And if it was actually a Linux, actual full Linux distro, oh my God.
Okay, just don't say that back at the lodge. Some of them would blow a gasket if you suggested that. Forget about me, how are you? I mean, whatever happened, it could have deep physiological effects. I hope not mental. And even if everything's perfect, there...
I like the way Sam
Still,
always
I can't imagine
talks.
what's going through your head.
Barrett's always just fucking hilarious.
You... Same old you. The other Constellation members are gonna lose their minds once they hear about this. Assuming they even believe us.
Is there a way to go?
All right.
Faster than the speed of light? And none of that grav tech cheating?
Look at, I got a blonde on my ship wearing a bikini.
Something you need?
She's blue-eyed.
Now that we have a moment.
Look at that.
I wanted to ask how you're feeling. After your experience at the temple.
No, what would be really
You've given
good,
everyone at the lodge quite a scare.
Grouchy, is if your phone was actually like your like when I use Linux, I have the power to do whatever I want with it. If I want to download a file, unzip it, do this, do that, change something, compress something, send it over to a friend, go back and forth. That's the kind of power I see with Linux. If I want to, you know, bust into a game and do this and that, do it right on my phone.
You okay?
Go for it.
Why am I concerned?
You know what I mean?
Let's think for a minute.
Android, you can't do a lot of that. Everything is locked up because it is
to stumble across a mysterious temple and absorb some type of
it's
strange alien
proprietary
energy from within.
So many of the things with Android are proprietary. The whole open source thing with Linux is a whole different story.
That's a very reasonable answer.
You know,
according to what I've heard, your body absorbed an almost unquantifiable amount
because
of energy of a type we can't even begin to understand. We're dealing with
Linux,
something unknown to modern science.
I don't know, it's really hard to
How this encounter
explain.
has affected your body. Or your
Once you
mind.
learn it, even my wife has to admit, as much as she hates it at times, it still is a lot better than Windows overall. You ask her why, and she's going to be like, it's just better. It's a hard one to explain. The way it performs, the way it runs, the way it overall works. Break my YouTube down because there's nobody over there talking. I can actually see my kick check. Exactly, Grouchy. We're like on regular Linux, you know, if you have to edit a file so you can add something, you chmod it and you go into it and get your permissions and you go edit the fucking thing.
Awfully quiet. I know you're simply trying to brush this off with humor, but you really should act more concerned. That temple proves we're dealing with entities of unknown origin. The problem
that wouldn't
is
be
that
good
we can't
quality.
even begin to guess what their intention was towards us and where they've
Taking
gone.
large screen format and shrinking it down to your phone, everything would be distorted. Everything would be distorted. I don't even know if that would be an experience.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid my curious mind is once again overriding my manners. It's just that... Oh, I'm afraid that we're flying almost completely blind here. All we know for certain at this point is that whoever created the artifacts are the same beings that built the temple. Anything else is just guesswork.
I might as well put on a blindfold and toss darts at theories written on the wall.
Damn thing. No, but when I think of like a Linux phone, I think of like you having like an old, or like you take some of the tablets. Like you could buy, oh, you can find it again. I'll show you this. Right, USB-C. That's how your capture cards now work. The USB-C is so much faster. The USB 3 is what it's called, actually, C. 3.1, 3.2 or whatever. That's the USB-C. Linux tablets. What are your options? Yeah, see, they actually have Linux tablets. And I've seen where some people can take certain tablets. Grouchy? Have you seen this? Linux on tablets. There's actually ones that are coming with it, where you can actually do it on your tablets now. Like Ubuntu Touch, it's the full Ubuntu, but it uses the touch side of Ubuntu. It's the full Ubuntu on a fucking tablet. So if they can put that shit on a tablet, why in the fuck can't we put it on a regular phone? Pine makes their laptop, but whatever. And they have a notebook and Raspad. But so it got me looking at this is you see where I'm going with that. Like, watch this. Where was that? Ten years ago, they were already hijacking it to like the Galaxy Notes. I had a video I watched where the guy actually erased the Android right off of it. And most of these are just fucking retarded because they install it on top of it, so it runs as a so retarded. And he did it on a regular tablet. think this was.
Hi guys, today we are going to install Ubuntu Touch on the Samsung Galaxy Tab 8 10.1 2019. So
Yeah,
it is supported on
Samsung
both
Galaxy.
the T510 version and the T515, both the LTE and Wi-Fi. So we will just get started. So before install this ROM, you should check the description of this video for the XT post. So in the XT post, I have written which all the features works and which all doesn't. So you would get a head start before you are performing the installation. So I'll show you how you can install this. First of all, you should also download the files in the description, and we'll just get started.
Right. Because here he's actually overwriting. He's actually overwriting it. He's not installing it alongside. He's overwriting it. And it even says full Linux support. Mine has a 256 on it. My S22. My S22, I have a 256 on it. Gigs. Add-on card. Oh yeah. I'll double check. It could either be a 256 or a 500. I don't remember what I put in here. That's on my Ultra 22, because the Ultra 22 could handle more. Where the Samsung, whatever it was, could only handle half as much. I need a paper clip. How do you got a paper clip? On. Oh, here. Maybe I could just find out here. Wait a minute. I have in here. How is it?
that's it guys for installing Ubuntu Touch on the Samsung Galaxy Tab 8 10.1 2019. So next video will be on installing Lineage 18.1, that is Android 11 on Samsung Galaxy Tab 8 10.1 2019. I'm currently compiling it, so I will post it soon enough. So keep
Not
subscribing to
seen
the
it
channel and
there,
also like this
so
video if you find this video helpful. And thank you guys. Until next time, goodbye.
oh, wait to see it. Fuck if I can remember how I did that. I gotta fold it here.
Welcome to another video from explainingcomputers.com.
512 gigabyte.
An experiment because I want to see if I can successfully run a Linux distro on
My
an
S22
x86.
Ultra can handle the 512 gigabyte. That was the max it could take.
Various options on this old Surface 2 Pro. And by running a Linux distro successfully on hardware like this, what I mean is not just getting things like the touchscreen and Wi-Fi and audio working, those obviously have to work. I also want to have a good on-screen
So I'm running
experience. So as here in Windows 10, I can flick up an on-screen key.
So my S22 Ultra does a 512 gigabyte.
And have access not just to the letter keys and the number keys, but also
so that
arrows,
is where they started to improve it.
Tab key, things like that. Now, as I shoot this introduction, I'm not certain this is possible, but I'm going to give it a try. I would like to be running Linux on this tablet, so let's go and get started.
I could have got the 1 gig version.
When it comes to running Linux
or
on a tablet, there are two options.
1 terabyte phone.
One is
The
to
cot
install
didn't
the
have any
distro
in stock.
and to tweak it for tablet operation. Meanwhile, the second option is to install a dedicated mobile device distro, and so I thought we'd start with that. Already, there are quite a few projects
actually better than that.
Linux on a mobile device, and the first
So
one I came across
my
is
Samsung
OpenChat.
Ultra 22.
This is based on a graphical desktop called
If
Unity
you
8, which for several years was developed and maintained by Canonical,
got the 1 terabyte version,
but development
it would handle up to a 1 terabyte add-on card. So your overall phone, you'd have 1 terabyte on an S or the add-on card, and you'd have a 1 terabyte internal storage.
On my x86 tablet, I need to move on. The second thing I came across
Think of that.
was, this Postmarket OS, as we can see, a real Linux distribution for phones and other mobile devices. Although again, sadly for me, this only supports ARM devices at the moment, so again, I need to move on. Thirdly, I came across this Plasma Mobile, which is a version of the KDE desktop for, guess what, mobile devices. And if we click on install here, we can see again it starts off with ARM. There's a lot of ARM stuff here, but if we go right to the bottom, we do find this Neon-based AMD 64 ISO image. And although this has got a warning to say it's not actively maintained, this should work on my tablet. It says here it can be tested on non-Android Intel tablets, PCs, and virtual machines. So I am going to be taking this for a spin. And finally, I've also come across Ying OS, future mobile OS based on Linux.
Yeah, that's another one.
Here we discover there are x86 and ARM versions, although the x86 version is currently in version 0.9, so we shouldn't expect too much. But regardless, I want to try it out, and if we click on the download link, we get to a page all about the operating system, and there's a download link actually here. And I should just point out, when you click on this, it does request, if we just to scroll down a bit, that you enter an email address to get access to a download of the ISO. I did this a few months ago. I've had no issues, but I just thought I should point
And that's really neat.
So let's now test out Plasma Mobile.
8 months ago. Wait a minute. I tried installing Linux on a Windows tablet.
So today I want to talk about my experience installing Linux on a Windows tablet. I got my Windows tablet to replace my iPad Pro, but obviously being that it's Windows, it's not exactly a touch-first experience. So I wanted to see how another operating system fares. Now I should say,
Well,
I've
internal would
seen
still have the
scratch
fastest
installing
read
Linux
and
on a
write.
computer. Over the years, like many people, I've tried using Linux to breathe life into all sorts of decrepit, derelict computers running on slow hardware. Always, I'd see how great it is, especially compared to Windows, and then promptly switch back out of a fear of change. This time, though, I have a specific reason for trying out Linux, to see whether it's better on a touchscreen. The first steps were easy and straightforward. I downloaded the ISO and made a bootable USB drive using Rufus. I chose Fedora Workstation because I saw a Reddit post that recommended it. Actually booting into the ISO, however, proved to be a bit more difficult than I had anticipated. For reasons that continue to elude me, HP seems to have disabled easy access to the BIOS, meaning I had no way to change the boot order. So, a bit ineptly, I had to search UEFI in Windows and found the advanced startup options under System Recovery. For here, I could change the boot order directly from Windows. Of course, I first had to decide where I wanted to install Linux. My initial instinct was to create a partition, and I did briefly choose to do so, and found the option to install Fedora then and there. But even after clearing a few files and uninstalling a few array of programs, leaving my Windows installation mostly bereft, I could still only eke out around 20 gigabytes of space to allocate to Linux on my 128 gigabyte SSD. It actually meets the minimum requirements for Linux, but there would have been little space in reserve for either Windows or Fedora. Not ideal. I noticed, however, that the micro SD card that I use for media storage and that permanently resides in its tray appeared as an option. So, a bit recklessly, I decided to use a USB hub to plug in another flash drive and proceeded to create my Linux installation on a USB stick. To be clear, I would not
Just
recommend
erase
this,
the Windows
for
off.
the same reason that our vital organs are inside of the body rather than outside. What struck me immediately was the interface. Swipe gestures worked with the fluidity that Windows couldn't dream to emulate, and the touch icons were all big and responsive. Even scrolling through the settings menu, for example, had toggles or context
He's
menus
running that
like you
natively.
might find on iOS or Android. For maybe the first time ever, my Windows tablet actually looked like a kind of tablet. Moreover, everything seemed to work correctly.
Some of them
The
tablets,
touchscreen worked fine, as did
you
the
can
Touch
actually
ID module
upgrade
and
the memory in them.
seemed to work, flipping the device to the portrait orientation once it had registered the change.
Because I
As far as
did
could
see one video.
only the webcam seemed to not function. Delving deeper, I saw there was an indication that there was no hardware detected. With the default scaling at 200%, everything looked large, but not ridiculously so. It should be said that the correct scaling factor for this device is likely around 150%, the default on Windows, but Fedora doesn't allow fractional scaling. Of course, it takes a quick Google search to find out that you can enable fractional scaling after a bit of tinkering. Having said all that, if I had dreams of unlocking the true potential of the Potato Pentium N6000 processor and vindicating the HP Tablet 11, they were quickly dashed. As far as I can tell, there was barely any difference in performance between the Windows installation and Fedora. Admittedly, the
What, you're
comparison
using
isn't
Fedora
fair,
first,
given that I
though.
was running Linux off a thumb drive. Nevertheless, I noticed a pronounced difference across the various power profiles, suggesting that the drive was not a substantial bottleneck. On the balanced profile, I saw performance roughly comparable to what I get on the battery saver mode on Windows. And with the equivalent power profile enabled on Linux, performance tanked. It was strangely reassuring, but unbearably slow.
That's still kind of promising. You can actually buy a Linux. You can actually buy a Linux tablet right now with extra USBs on it and the whole 9 yards. Ethernet. The best is the Raspad. See that? But it runs Raspberry Pi and other OSs. Has lots of ports, easily expandable. Great documentation. Ethernet, HDMI, audio, 3x USB, and power. Display 10.1 multi-touch screen with 720p ISP screen. Without Raspberry Pi installed, a blank canvas, $219. That is actually not bad. That would replace your fucking computer. It'd be just bigger than it'd be bigger than your phone, but smaller than your laptop and touchscreen. And you can buy it without any operating system on it. It's $100 and some cheaper. You see this, Grouchy? Look at. Three USB 3s. Can hook up a gamepad to it. Oh, it back opens up. Look at that. So it's made to be opened up. Look at here, Raspberry Pi 4, 4 gigabyte plus 32 gigs TF card without Raspberry Pi, sold out. That's how popular they are. $219. An option. Take it over.
Building with the Raspberry Pi, but you hate setting it up. In 2018, we built Raspad, a tablet for Raspberry Pi which lets you start creating in seconds. Bob used Raspad to control his massaging robot arm. And I use it to ration out toilet paper. What we did not flush down the toilet were your reviews and feedback to help us make Raspad better. And so, the Raspad 3.0 was born. The Raspad 3.0 features the awesome new Raspad OS, optimized for better touch input. And you can easily swap out the micro SD card to change OSs. The HDMI wiring design allows for sidecar screen setups. Or I can just show you. Using the RazPad, I have custom designed the ultimate smart home experience. Let's get some lights on in here. Feeling hot? Feeling stuffy? Moving on. I can use the same RazPad to control my Kodi Home Media Center. Simply swap out SD cards, and RazPad can just as easily run Ubuntu, Android, RetroPie, or any other OS of your choice. Let's put on some music.
Dad, keep it down, please! RazPad OS comes with Scratch 3.0. I can program by dragging and dropping blocks of code to bring my projects to life.
As a developer, sometimes a single screen is just not enough. You can make full use of RazPad's accessible HDMI port and connect a split screen with RazPad. Have your personal workstation boost your programming efficiency. I'm using this setup to program my new security camera. I'm using it as a control panel to monitor the printing of a mount for my security cam. RazPad instantly and wirelessly.
That's what you were talking about, Grouchy.
And displays a live feed. RazPad has greatly increased its battery life to 5 hours. So I can take my programming outside, or I can play my favorite game on RetroPie. With the 6-axis accelerometer module, I can switch from portrait orientation to landscape in seconds. We have not forgotten.
That's actually not
We are still a
too bad.
simple, easy for beginners, all-in-one tablet for Raspberry Pi. You can program.
That's kind of, I mean, that's actually kind of impressive. A 12-inch 3K touch display on this one. 1 gig's quad core Elder Lake N200, turbo boost up to 3, 6 gig smart cache, 512 gigabyte Gen 3 PCIe SSD, configurable to a 1 terabyte, configurable to a 2 terabyte Gen 3. So you could have a 2 terabyte Gen 3 in this little guy. Damn. Micro HDMI, so you'd have your HDMI output. 2 USB 3.2s. Micro SD reader. Headphones. Keyboard and trackpad. Magnetic backlit keyboard. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. 2 different cameras. Only $500. Only. I mean, the Raspberry looked pretty fucking cool, though. Oh, wait a minute here. Non-Linux tablets you can install Linux on. Now, here you go. Surface tablet. The Lavino. Wow. Right. That's pretty impressive, though. Which Alien Predator are you watching? Ooh, that's a. I gotta admit, that is pretty fucking impressive.
As far as Constellation's concerned, you're the first human we're aware of that's ever encountered one of these places. Now, whether you consider that lucky or not, that's another matter entirely. Well, what did you expect? This discovery is off the scale. Think about the significance of this research. The questions it raises alone are mind-boggling. Who was this wondrous structure built to accommodate?
Mind-boggling.
How long ago did these entities inhabit our universe? Are they still out there, somewhere?
Yeah, but if you're gonna, like, if you take a Linux tablet, you could be watching streamers on it. You could be watching movies on it. You could be watching YouTube on it. You could do your email. You could do all your normal shit on it without having to fire up a big computer. That's the impressive part. You could even play some of your basic games like Minecraft and all this other. You could play that right on it. And you'd have like a 10 or a
hello?
Bigger screen.
Yes, exactly. Now you understand why it's imperative that we solve this puzzle.
You know what I mean?
I used to think the artifacts were the end-all be-all of scientific
Like,
discovery,
I could play Star...
the pinnacle mystery of our time.
Oh my
Never
God.
in my wildest
Rochi.
dreams did I imagine it would lead to something of this
Think of this.
magnitude. I just hope
If you
that we'll
could get
come
a
through
tablet
this, whatever it is,
with fully
I'm
installed Linux, I'll give you a list of the games you could probably get away playing. Spaceborne 1, Spaceborne 2, Star Citizen. You might exactly be able to, you probably could get away playing Star Citizen on a fucking tablet. I'd run it on fucking Linux. The list is endless of the games that Satisfactory. You could be playing Satisfactory sitting in your chair.
deep
The
thought
First
or
City
something?
Skylines, all of them.
Well, yes, of course you are. I
I
was
mean,
speaking of the
The
power
amount of
you
games that I
acquired.
play on Linux
This
is
all
huge.
scientifically
This
speaking,
is just
of
one,
course.
I can get it to work
Look, I've already
to a
taken up
point,
too much of
and
your
then
time.
something overloads.
All I can do is promise that I'm not going to make you deal with this mystery alone, whatever might be happening.
I mean,
I'll be right here to help
holy
you every step
crap.
of the way.
So, Miss Stay Up Late reading under the covers? Did you learn anything new from your book?
The Helios, is that fucking ship? Anybody know? I think that's that one ship with the AI. And if you do it right, you can actually get the AI to join your ship or some shit. I've always fucked this one up. I don't think I have much money. Yeah, I'm down to 11,000 credits. Or no. 120 or 132,000.
Last night?
Don't pretend to be mad at me. I know you aren't really. I learned that back on Earth, people used to use the stars to navigate. That's so cool.
But I guess it only worked because they just lived on one planet. And that sounds boring.
Remind me one of these days to tell you the tale of a certain Solomon Coe, and where his stargazing landed him.
Right.
Up and away.
It makes me so curious. It really makes me so curious of what could a person really do with...
This right here is my catnip. Orbit reached. Driver spin down. Jump was smooth as butter.
Hello, Captain. We pose no threat here. Quite the opposite. Our ship's full of the faithful, Sanctum Universum. Happy to talk if you're inclined.
I don't want to talk to a bug.
Safe travel, stranger.
It sucks that I couldn't get on my station.
Grab drive spinning down. Systems green.
Hello. This is Mrs. Whitmore's 6th grade
The
class.
Envita shields? What's the shield?
We are having a problem and need help. Please respond. Oh, have a good day.
What's the Envita shields? Got me curious. Not sure what that one is. Shield tablet? K1 for gamers? What? I had not seen anything on that. 4K Ultra HD ready for audio storage. GeForce Now Cloud Gaming Service. Software. Android Lollipop OS, Android 6.0 Marshmallow over-the-air update available. Buy at Best Buy, B&H, and New. I never heard of them. It's Android. I mean, Android I still don't consider like actually Linux. I really just don't. It's based on Linux, but it's not a Linux. To me, it's not a Linux distro. Android, to me, is not, because it's so closed source.
You know my great-grandpappy made that trap, right? We're here.
Oh, the Helios. Oh. What did I do? Did I do grunt work? Yeah, Android Steam Deck is Steam OS. That's more Linux based. That's Arch based, I think. Right? Steam OS is Arch based. I think. Yeah, because this NVIDIA Shield is Android Lollipop based. Yeah, Arch. That's what I thought it was. Because I saw their post on it a while ago.
Must have been a good jump. We're still in one piece.
Still don't have Barrett.
Landing gear's ready.
Oh, I wonder something. Did they? I was wondering if I could assign crew to it.
We'll never grow weary of seeing places like this.
Do you require my assistance?
Yeah, you can. Steam OS is the one that's more versatile. Oh, you just gave me an idea, Crouchy. Instead of trying to install Linux, the Steam OS is made for the style of a tablet device, not a computer. Right? It's made for a handheld style device. Why not take Steam OS something like it was a different distribution, but I'm not sure which. I'm not sure if it was Debian based. I know it was a different distro, but I do not remember which. I like how Andrea is running around in a fucking bikini. Look at it. It's downpour. This bitch is a tough girl. Look at it. It's raining out here. She's wearing a fucking bikini.
Either I got hit harder than I thought, or you've got some incredible timing. Regardless, I think it knows you're here. I'll unlock the door. Second floor, main building. But be quiet.
Always. So perhaps we should listen to her.
Good. Yes.
So what do we got here? Too clean to be one of the settlers. Or a pirate. You see on patrol, maybe? You'll make my day if you said you were a shock trooper out for a stroll. Oh, I've been better. But I think bleeding out is at least off the table. What I really need, though, is someone who knows their way around a weapon. So, if you wanted to tell me, I'm heavy infantry and I've come to bring you the gift of ordnance, I wouldn't mind in the least.
Not on Linux. There's text apps. That's easy. They actually have that all-in-one one that I was playing with the other day.
Vanguard, huh? Yeah, I expect they didn't.
Because it combined your
Hadrian.
Facebook,
I
Twitter,
was a
all of
researcher
it
with
in the
UC.
one.
I came here on a rumor of a... Well, I expect
And
you
you
saw
could
the results
actually
on your way in. What's
do a lot more
left
with it. When
of
you
the
connected your
settlers?
phone to the
work
Android
of
or to the
Auxisia
Linux
Machina.
setup,
A terramorph.
it gave it the
One
phone
of
number and all that,
nastiest
it would
aliens
actually go
humanity's
through
ever
your
crossed
text
paths with.
messages and
And
everything.
this one, well,
The
it's
new
something
Linuxes
of
are
an
made that
anomaly.
way. It's like Windows,
Possibly
you
a
can connect
worrying
your
one.
phone to your...
A terramorph? Here? Why did you not state that immediately?
I managed to scope out a fair bit of the facility before it found me. If there are any survivors of the attack, they're long gone. Terramorphs have a unique growth cycle. They're usually only found on worlds that have been long colonized by humanity. But Tao said he's too young to have one. Yet here it is. I came looking for an explanation and found all this. Makes two of us. But this creature, I need to understand what it's doing here. But we're not, though, getting things on. And to do that, you think you might be willing? Look, I wouldn't be asking if I thought there was... But there's no... The settlers outfitted... But those are honestly all just educated. It's the building in the middle of the facility. The terminal in there should allow you to grant me access to the system as a whole. Then we can see about getting things back online.
Well, no. Okay. So, like, you're on Linux Mint, you can't do it. The newer Ubuntu's, the newer Debian, the newer Fedoras, even the updated Windows 11, you can basically connect your phone to it. And what it'll do is you can send and receive calls, basically like it's your phone, in the Linux.
Focus, Adrian. Good. Once I see the connection
And
reset,
the difference
I'll get things
is
underway on
when you
my end.
connect your phone,
Take care of yourself out there.
it
And
runs
make sure you
like
eat
it's
enough
your
of that
phone.
thing for us to get a sample.
So if you could do that same connection setup on these newer distributions, it should work just like your regular phone. It would receive calls. You could text message directly.
System offline.
Connection restored. I'll make this quick. Plant's turrets took a beating, but I should be able to get you a couple of kill lanes. Just get the thing to chase you down the alleys between the buildings.
Did they have anything of
and you'll
value?
lead it right into a crossfire. Hello. Wish I'd found this earlier. Those sensors around the facility? Part of a livestock tracking system. Should let you keep tabs on how close the Terramorph is. Not connected to this network. There should be a terminal in the adjoining room. Tune it to 183.5. Tracker's reading green. And
sound?
The security lockdown is active.
Shit. Stop. Stop whatever you're doing and get in cover. It's on the move. Look, I wouldn't engage directly if you can avoid it. The kill lanes. They're set up but need power. There's breakers on each of the buildings you can throw to get them live. Once they're online, lead the Terramorph towards the lights and watch the fireworks. Give it hell, Vanguard.
Power levels insufficient. Proceed to next power breaker. Local defenses restored.
You have made a grave mistake.
He fucking scared me.
Additional power required.
The additional power.
It is done. Do you think, to mark the occasion, you would be allowed to take a small piece? As a trophy?
We got it.
Suppose not.
Through these missions.
Tracker's gone Wait. You did it, didn't
You're
you?
at it. Look it. Okay.
Heavens above! You just flatlined a Terramorph! No offense intended. No, I've just... No. You didn't happen to... A lot of life gets... Like, for example, then... All right. I spotted a microscope downstairs. Let's see if we can't get to the bottom of this.
We're holding 11. Well, let's just see. Let's try some. All right. Yep. Hmm. All right, we're gonna welcome over. We're gonna try adding Trovo once. We are. We're on Trovo now. Oh. Pop up. Ah, we got Trovo going. I have not tried that in a long. Talking. Switch. See? To there. Go down here. See how this works. There. Now we're on Trovo too. We are. Like that, I added it. Picture actually looks pretty good. Okay. There. Now we're back on 5. Maybe we'll get it up to 6 yet. Don't you, you're back. I'm over on Trovo now. I just added it. You little prick. No. Go to 5 places. Might even add D Live here in a minute. Just to stream a little over there. Why not?
Model. All right, let's see what you can do. Running basic diagnostics.
I can close this. Yeah. I was on Rumble, but their video sucks over there. Everybody that was over there, I was feeding at 60 frames, but my bandwidth was bouncing. My bandwidth was doing this only on Rumble. It was just bouncing up and down, up and down. It was so weird. But my stream kept lagging.
No. Spectrograph.
I'm watching Trovos and
This equipment, it's not set up to do a proper analysis of our sample.
oh, that one might be lagging too. Maybe I can't handle more than 4.
It doesn't make sense. Humanity's spread plenty of creatures in our travels across the stars. Pets, livestock.
I don't know if my Trovo's lagging.
But terramorphs, they're different. To our knowledge, no one's ever spread them intentionally. Yet somehow
I can't tell on my end
they
because
follow
it's
us. So when humans settle a world, 70 to 100 years,
I can't tell if the Trovo's lagging or not. It could be because of the. Well, no, it's caught back up. It's still holding.
later, terramorphs tend to just appear.
I don't know.
No one knows.
Somebody's
how
over in
or
Trovo
why.
talking, so I don't know.
Dangerous.
They can't tell me.
But at least predictable. Talseti, though, it's too young to have a native population. It's only been colonized 20 years. But then the other option, that someone
Like I said,
captured one of the deadliest
well, the
predators
thing
in
is
the
the more you
galaxy
add, the
just
more
to
bandwidth
wipe
you
out
take.
some settlers minding their own business.
And as you
seems
keep adding
awfully
more and more
implausible.
and more, pretty soon your
Which
bandwidth
means
starts to get gobbled
Either
up.
looking at a truly strange murder, or a faster type of terramorph
And it
growth,
gets gobbled up
the
fast.
results of which could be catastrophic. Terramorph outbreaks have taken
Especially
down
on
far
Windows.
bigger colonies than this one.
Hey, Grouchy, you just joined over there. Yeah, I forgot you got an account over there because you said of the other one. How's the video look? Is it laggy or is it okay?
Well, they're not exactly buying tickets and flying coach. The theory is that they're spread by some kind
It's
of
lagging?
egg or seed that's able to evade our detection. But how the hell an
I
undetectable
was
egg
afraid of.
turns into a terramorph without anyone noticing? is a question no one's ever found an answer to. And it's why what's happened here
I'm watching
could be real bad
megabytes per
news for the
second.
rest of human civilization.
I think that's more of a Windows thing. On Linux, that one day I had 7 places I was streaming to.
They have. They even took down an entire city once. A place called Londinian had to be quarantined due to a massive outbreak during the Colony War. It's the only known loss of that scale, but it's the reason why any change in our relationship with these creatures needs to be taken very seriously.
Try something. Lagging really bad. It was worth a shot. I'll stop it. I'll leave that on there. Why this so it doesn't start synced. I'll stop it. No, it's not that. It's Windows. I can stream to 4 places. I'm doing 4 right now. Because I'm on Twitch. So I am on 4 right now, Crouch. Because I'm on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and LiveSpace. So I am on 4. Now my bandwidth ain't a problem because this ain't an online game. It's Windows.
You're right. We don't have enough information. Time was, I had
Because on
access
Linux
to
that
one
one
of the
day I
best
did
repositories
YouTube,
of Terramorph research in the galaxy.
Twitch,
Seems a natural place to
Flemish,
start looking, if I can figure out how
Trovo,
to access it.
D-Live.
But we also need to get this sample properly analyzed. Get confirmation on just how concerned we should be. Luckily, I think I know just the person to help with the sample.
Someplace else.
What would you say to delivering this to him?
I did 6 that one day.
I'd do it myself.
That was
but
under Linux.
I need to call in some favors. See if I can't get access to that Terramorph data.
Rumble wasn't around. Kick wasn't
Maybe
around.
just pop by a hospital for a little bit.
LiveSpace
Clear it
wasn't
with your commander
around.
first if you
What's
have
the
to.
other one that was around?
You can even show them
I
this.
don't remember.
My gene tag. Tell them Hadrian Sanan is worried there could be more attacks on the horizon. They should recognize
My
that.
bandwidth ain't a problem. I got a lot of bandwidth. I can stream at the same time to 3 or 4 places. At the same time, my kid was streaming to 2 places. So we both could be streaming and playing an online game and downloading a game at the same time. Not my bandwidth. And I'm the only one up streaming right now. Kid's up. His computer's still up. What do you say? I think he's just watching a YouTube video.
I was. Long time ago.
Well, it's not my bandwidth.
Family tradition.
I mean, I was
But I know some of the folks from my
streaming the
old
other
unit
night, and I was
moved into the
downloading
day
at
block.
1.2 megs
A couple even owe me favors.
while
If
streaming.
I'm lucky, your commander is one of them.
Or 120 megs a second. Or whatever the fuck it was at. I don't remember. I had it turned way up.
That's all I'm asking. I need Dr. Percival Walker to put together a sample analysis for this thing. Full workup. he'll know what that means. I'm not sure exactly where to find him, but last I heard he was contracting with the Trade Authority on Mars. There's a place called the Sixth Circle in Sidonia. Bar run by some old friends. I'll meet you and here. It's... Now please, go check in.
No, it don't. They're two different things. But still, when you play like Star Citizen and multi-stream, and stream the multiple places, and the kid is streaming at the same time, that's all upload and download. The game side is upload and download. The streaming is 100% upload. So if I'm uploading to multiple places and he's streaming to multiple places and we're both playing a game online at the same time, I should be able to stream like I've done before to 5, 6, 7 places. So all you've been doing is watching YouTube, haven't you? Well, every once in a while gaming, but yeah, nothing major. Because I can only stream to 4 places right now for some reason. I think it's my Windows. I'm assuming it's the Windows. Because even our upload speed is way too fucking fast.
Has nothing to do with what I...
I just see. See, I'm going to Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and LiveSpace at the same time. I tried adding Trovo, but when I got the Trovo, it was getting, like, in my bandwidth here, so you can see how much megabytes I'm using, was jumping all the way down to 1. Oh.
I feel like that's...
That's a Windows thing, I think.
Well, that's if the...
Yeah, it's Windowsy. I know it's Windowsy. Everybody knows I call it Windowsy. Huh? Not that way. It's not that cold out yet. It's all, you gotta remember, it's how many feet underground. All that stuff is underground.
Oh yeah, I know.
It has to get below 0 before the garage even really gets that cold. No, it's not any of that. It's Windows. You know, Maxi Hard. Every time somebody buys a key, Bill Gates gets a Maxi Hard. Oh, I say it. Every time somebody buys another key, he gets a hard on. He just got paid. For something that he doesn't even now make with Windows. He makes it with Linux. Go figure. He can't even trust making his own product in his own product. I just wish I could get this game to work on Linux. I'd be set.
So many people, all in one place. I still cannot feel entirely comfortable.
Because even with a full AMD build, it doesn't work. I even tried my 6700 XT. It still didn't work. Like, well, fuck it. But City Skylines works on Linux. 2 and 1.
Look who's back. All set with that probationary mission? We can do your debrief and formally welcome you into the Vanguard whenever you're ready.
Yeah, don't it have Linux and Windows, you know? No, they're using Linux. Okay. Microsoft, Google, and all of them switched how they program.
A terror? What? How did you walk away with the terramorph tissue sample running comms
5
repairs?
years ago,
What happened to the settlers?
when they started to go for the updates for Windows 10 after it was out, whatever it was, they told all their programmers, you have one choice, use our custom version of Linux. So they had somebody sit down and custom make a Linux just for them. And they straight out said, if you don't want to use Linux, you're fired. Almost 1/3 of Microsoft employees left when Microsoft switched over to making Windows with Linux. They switched over from using all Windows-based computers
I
for
really
building.
need to know what happened out there. A gene tag?
No,
Let me
it's
see that.
stupid. They shouldn't be allowed to.
Sanan. I know that name.
Because you're using
Let me
Linux
check
to
the
build a
database.
Windows. They use
All
it for
this
all the
data's been
Windows
classified.
programming, for
Here
everything.
we go. Service record. Wow.
Somebody should step in and
That's
say
a lot
no.
of commendations.
No, use
Seems like she
your
served with distinction
garbage
as co-head of a
to
UC
make your
Xenoweapons
garbage.
division. Faced tribunal at the end of the colony
Linux users use Linux to
was
make
dismissed from
Linux.
duty.
They don't use
Guess
Windows.
that's why I'd heard the name before. If she's former Xeno warfare, though, well, we can at least be sure she knows her aliens.
Yes, it does, Grouchy. It does have Linux subsystems in it because in Windows 10 they kind of changed it. A lot of people don't understand that. When Windows switched over to using Linux as the programming for building Windows,
Notation says that Sanan already faced punishment for her actions during the war.
Windows
Dismissal from the UC military.
didn't have a kernel
Her sending you to me first makes me think she's
prior
actually trying to do this above
to that,
board.
midway
Considering her
through.
history, reaching out to the UC probably wasn't the easiest decision.
But they now use
which
the
means that must be a
style
pretty important
of
sample.
functionality like a kernel. That's how they added in the Android apps. Because they were able to add, just like Linux, the side subroutines that pass it through the kernel so they can add the apps. Windows 11 and 12 are basically a Linux version of Windows, but mostly Windows programming side with underlying kernel functionality. Not really a kernel, and it's
That
not
can't
really
be it, right?
a Windows.
In the run-up to the Colony War, the UC started a program with a singular goal.
So,
Find the deadliest, most terrifying aliens in the galaxy and have them fight on the side of the UC. Never saw any of the deployments myself.
I saw something on. Oh, this is funny. I'll show you this. Gonna load.
So the switch to Linux was very much. Did you know that Microsoft actually uses Linux to run much of its cloud infrastructure? And it's not like they're forced to either. Before 2015, Microsoft used to build watered-down versions of Windows for running networks, databases, and other cloud infrastructure. So the switch to Linux was very much a voluntary one. While it is surprising that Microsoft was willing to put aside their ego and switch to Linux, objectively speaking, this switch was not too surprising, given that Linux is usually the preferred OS for backend infrastructure. It's simply more stable, reliable, secure, flexible, and much cheaper to operate and maintain. Hearing this, I don't think you'd be too surprised to hear that Microsoft is not the only one that uses Linux. Amazon, Dell, Facebook, Google, and even NASA use Linux for various portions of their business. Yet, despite its popularity amongst these institutions, Linux is virtually non-existent amongst everyday consumers. Well, technically, Android is built on Linux, and Android is the most popular operating system in the world. So you could make that argument for Linux, but I'm talking about the consumer PC market. There, 74% use Windows, 14% use macOS, and only 5% use Linux. This isn't to say that Linux isn't good for desktop use though. For decades, hardcore users like programmers, engineers, and tech enthusiasts have not only been using Linux themselves, but they've been preaching about why it's way better than Windows and Mac, yet no one else seems to care. So if Linux truly is the objectively better OS, and if even Microsoft
they
uses
can't
Linux
even
over
program
Windows, why
Windows
don't we?
coding. So how in the fuck are they gonna program two
One of the top
coding
advantages
languages
that
at
many
once
Linux enthusiasts
and
cite
make them
is the
talk
fact
to
that
each
Linux
other?
is free.
That's
They
why
argue
Windows
that
11
instead
is
of paying $100
junk.
for a Windows license, you can pay no money for Linux. This way, you'd not only be saving money, but you'd also be getting a superior OS. From their perspective, this scenario is clearly a win-win. But from the average consumer's perspective, it's not quite that simple. Here's the thing, Linux being free doesn't mean much to the average consumer because to them, Windows and macOS are also free. It's not like they have to go out and buy a license for either of these either. They just go out and buy the computer and the OS comes along with the purchase.
Now if you
So
build it,
not only would the average consumer not save money by switching to Linux, but they'd also feel that they're not using something that they paid for. Really, the only people who can save money by using Linux is people who build their own PCs. And PC builders are by far the minority within the PC market. Not to mention, a substantial portion of PC builders are gamers, and Windows is simply the best choice for gaming because that's what games
Not
are
true.
built for. And yes, there are ways that you can run Windows games on Linux, but this kind of defeats the entire purpose of Linux. One of the biggest advantages of Linux is that it can run many things better natively. But games are not usually one of those things, because they're specifically coded to run on
5
Windows.
years ago I'd agreed.
Also, if someone is willing to spend $1,000 or thousands of dollars on a gaming PC, I highly doubt that the cost of a Windows license is a serious consideration.
Yes.
Even if it was, if they're savvy enough to build a PC, they're probably savvy enough to migrate Windows from an old computer or just pirate it. And that brings us to our next point, which is that getting Windows for free is extraordinarily easy. While Windows is not free on paper, Microsoft has gone out of their way to make sure that you can get it for free if you want to. You don't even need to pirate it. You
Yeah,
can
why do you
literally
think that
download it
is?
straight from
Why do you think they give it out? Yeah, only time I use it is when I got games that won't play on Linux. And I want to play them. Kind of fucked.
Microsoft's website and install it onto a new computer using a USB stick. Also, there's literally no consequences for not activating Windows.
There
you
isn't.
get 30 days to activate it, But even if you don't, the only thing you lose is your ability to personalize. In other words, you don't lose any functionality whatsoever. So, for end users, whether you're buying a pre-built or building your own PC, Linux offers virtually no financial benefit. Someone who does financially benefit from choosing Linux, however, is institutions.
No. Personal user can benefit from Linux because less bandwidth. Oh, and they don't steal all your data. Fuck. Add that in there.
Universities, companies, and computer manufacturers all have to pay for Windows licenses.
They won't. They won't add the obvious. Oh, I know this one. Thank you. Oh, I thought you turned it on. My wife has on Guardians of the Galaxy. It's a very good movie. You don't care. But if I would have seen it, you probably would have. Well, a KVM is different. KVM is a switch that you run two computers through one monitor. You're talking about a virtual machine, VMware. But the problem is VMware doesn't play games.
But the program was clearly enough of a success.
VMware, you really can't play games. You can do a lot of functionality.
Both sides agreed to have the practice banned.
You can on VMware, virtual machine,
to cut Sinan loose.
You can in Linux, you can install Windows. You can do Microsoft Office and lots of other things. You can even do pass-through, where you can pass a file from Windows over to Linux through a gateway. But you can't really game on it because it's a virtual machine, so it's running inside. It's like playing a video game. The video game requires all of your drivers, your resources, and direct access to your video card. In VMware, it's using generic drivers because it creates virtual stuff.
I'm sure she doesn't list it at the top of her resume, but considering her service
that's where the
record
problem
and her
comes
area
in.
of expertise,
Otherwise, I'd do
I'm
that.
not seeing a reason to think this request is
tried
anything other than genuine.
many different times.
Did your survivor, Hadrian, did she mention why she thinks this sample's so special? She thinks there could be more of these? This has been one of the more surprising debriefs I've ever been a part of. I did actually have another mission lined up for you, supporting UC system defense against the Crimson Fleet. But now I guess you have two options on how to proceed. Head to the UC Vigilance and help out SysDef, or deliver that sample. I'll make sure you've got the proper clearances for either path. Consider these your first official orders.
So which way should I go here?
So everyone knows you're working
Crimson
with the
Fleet
Vanguard. Welcome to the
or
Navy,
SysDef?
Captain. Vanguard's also
Or
got
Crimson,
some custom
the
ship
SysDef
modifications.
mission?
You'll be clear for
the,
access to them next time you're down at the spaceport. Talk to ship services. Now, if there wasn't anything else, I suggest you move out.
Terramars. Should I do the UC SysDef or the Terramorph mission? That is a good question. You can do either one. Yeah. What do you think? Pirate mission or terramorph mission?
I am thankful these rides are quick. I do not like being in small, enclosed spaces with many people I do not know.
Go over here and sell some shit.
Sergeant Yumi's looking for reliable people to help the guard. Contact him if you're interested. We'd all appreciate it.
So much to see, so much to know.
Hi there! Thanks for stopping in. Feel free to look around. I can take care of transactions, and if you've got questions, just ask. Oh, please, take a look.
Please, take a look. Got rid of them quick. My bad is called EMU. The hell is a QEMU? Never heard of that. Oh, wait a minute.
Appreciate the business.
What's a QEMU? I've never heard of that phrase.
Oh, please, take a look.
Right? Talks about it. I never heard of Q. Is that something for Linux? Is that for Linux though?
VirtualBox. It is a terrible virtual machine manager. It's free. It's on every single operating system. It's easy to use. That's all it has going for it. But when you look at the comparison or performance comparison here, let's just launch into VirtualBox. I want to show you QEMU by comparison. So here's this little Arch one. It's using the same setup. This uses a VMDK file that both have. Let's just kind of test how long this takes. Put a little timer on the screen here.
Not
Just
about
so
the
you can
time
kind
it
of
takes. It's,
get, hey, how long
VirtualBox
is the
works
startup
good
time
for a lot.
for this particular one? Same VMDK file. Everything's identical with these systems. I just wanted to show you VirtualBox here, which isn't horrible, right? It has virtualization enabled, so it's not super laggy. We're throwing 6 processors at it, so it's moving along. It's not awful. But when you compare it to QEMU, you get a little bit different story. So we'll just close that out and we'll launch into QEMU, or Vert Manager is its front end. And we're just going to open it up and we're going to hit start. Same thing. And we're just going to boot right into it. See how this does by comparison. Just a wee bit faster, don't you think? I mean, I had a whole giant epilogue there of, hey, this is everything that's happening with VirtualBox.
Speed doesn't mean anything if it
QEMU.
doesn't have the functionality.
I want to say that was less than 10 seconds. We'll know on the replay here. But it is just so much performant. You also have a lot more going on here. I could pass through video cards. I can do a lot of things that makes just basically unlocks virtualization. It's a true KVM hypervisor. And when you hear the word KVM, that just means kernel-based virtual machine, where a VirtualBox kind of does it, but not really. I think it has KVM capabilities, but I find it still to be laggy no matter what I do with VirtualBox. QEMU always pulls out ahead. So with that, let's get over here. I made a little bit of a how-to guide. If you use Debian, Ubuntu, Pop! OS, all these are basically the same Linux distribution. This guide should work for you. So what you do is you just pull up your terminal, and we're just going to grab this, paste it in, and just make sure this doesn't read 0. What this is doing is it's saying, hey, how many virtualization threads are available? So this is how many processors or virtual processors you could assign. And I have 12 threads. It's actually a 6-core system. And then you would just grab this. These are all the dependencies you need. Copy, paste those in, and just put your password in. Installs all those. And then you just double check.
What tools is he installing? Install QEMU, KV, Vert daemon, Bridge utility, Vert install, the directory, daemon with a manager. Okay, so it's nothing too.
To make sure it starts. And you should see active running. Perfect. Q to quit out of that. And then you just install these 2 things. This is actually just starting the default network and making sure it auto starts when you start your Linux instance.
That's a little bit different.
And we're just going to copy that.
We've had that in the past.
Here. This just shows you I've already done
VirtualBox
this.
got away from
not active or auto starts no, you probably want to do auto start, and you want to start it with these 2 commands. And then simply add your user to it, so you don't have to like sudo virtual manager or vert manager. And what I mean vert manager, it was just that GUI earlier. And if we just type vert manager, it's just this. So that's what I use to manage everything. I set it up like this, very easy to do, but I want people to stop using VirtualBox when this is just an amazing thing. If you're really into virtual machines, you really need to either dedicate a box to use just a bare metal hypervisor like XCP-ng, or you could use Proxmox. Both actually, I think, utilize QEMU. I think XCP-ng actually uses a version of Zen server, so it's not quite the same, but still the same kind of technology. And it's
it still doesn't give a good enough pass-through for a video game.
Can't use QEMU, or you want to try and use the Windows version. It's not very good compared to the Linux version. I say try Linux, dual boot Linux, and use it for a virtual machine manager. It's pretty darn amazing.
Actually,
I couldn't imagine doing my work without having a very, very good virtual machine manager. And if I had to, I would probably just dedicate a box to something running VMware.
My instances of a virtual machine being able to play a video game are very limited. If it's an older game, like, let's say if you wanted to play Minecraft, you could be on Windows or on Linux, start up VirtualBox, and you could play Minecraft on a VMware. It's not a problem. Where it becomes a problem is when you start to talk higher graphics. This game, higher graphics. It actually needs direct access to the video card. If it doesn't have the direct access, it kinda doesn't work.
Hello, in this video,
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, I could try it out one day.
VirtualBox. It is a.
How's that video? Keep that open. Because it might be worth a shot. I just know my luck with virtual machines and playing a game. It sucks. It really does. Don't think I have.
Oh, please, take a look.
All right.
Thanks for shopping at Jemison Mercantile.
Got some ammo. Yeah, it used to work when we actually had the real kernel pass-through stuff. But they haven't gotten away from that. The real virtualization using your actual CPU in VMware.
Of course the United Colonies is paying close attention. Heaven forbid something is.
And they've gotten used to just virtualizing the cores. And when they did that, we lost a lot of functionality in Linux. Because it used to be you could fire up a VMware with Windows and it would pass all your video through your VMware. Passed all your audio, passed all of that down to your PC, just like it was running on your just like it was running on your computer as it was a real inside your case, instead of being in VMware. Now they've gotten away from that and they've gone more to virtual. It makes a little driver, makes a little general driver that sets it up for audio. It's just a mocker that mocks your audio and this and that. It's really stupid. And once they got and went that way, VMware went downhill. And it got really fucking bad. It's useless. Because I mean, it's good for like an office. So like if you're okay, let's say you work in a big office. Okay, you fire up VMware because you got to run this software to do program calculations that
I'm working hard, Captain.
you can't do in Linux because the program just doesn't work. So you can fire up a virtual machine, you can run that little program and let it run. It'll run slower, but it'll still get the job done. Oracle's VirtualBox, and I know they're... Right. And it works. I've done Windows XP, I've done Windows 7 and VM, and it's a lot of fun. You can fuck around with it. See how bad you can break it. That's the fun of VMware and Linux. You can really fuck around with stuff. And you don't hurt your Linux. Because when you're done, if you totally, like, you can get in there and just totally rip it apart and rebuild it and go, I'm going to build a better Windows XP. I'm going to make it work. And I'm going to give it all of these other add-ons. And you're like, oh, look, I just got a virus. Oh, well, let's see what happens. Why? Because when you're done, you just turn the VM off. How do you think these hackers today get away with not getting into trouble? Because they fire up a VMware, and this is just how it works. A call center, any of these places, they fire up a VMware. They connect through that to your computer. They're sitting there on Linux or whatever, and they're on the VMware, and they're using the VMware to connect to your computer. So your software goes, oh, here's the computer. Well, those are all made up numbers. Doesn't fucking matter. When they all of a sudden realize they're being caught, they just hit the close, and it's gone. They can plant 100 viruses on there, and when they connect to your computer, voila, your computer has all the viruses. When they're done, they just close the virtual machine. Now their virus isn't on their computer because they delete it. Gone. Like if you're going to write a virus, you don't do it on your own computer. Because even writing the virus can cause problems. Especially if you're using the same operating system that you're writing the virus for. So you can start up a virtual machine. You can be running it on, you can run Linux in virtual machines. You can run Windows in virtual machine. You can run, I've even done Steam OS in virtual machine. Testing it out. So which one should I do? Deep cover or delivering to devils? What do you guys think? Deep cover or delivering to devils? Deep cover. Go to the UC SysDev, do the Crimson Fleet mission. Deep cover. Okay. That's the UC Vigilance. That's going to be Crimson Fleet. Got it. We'll do that. Whoever answers, that's what I do. I don't care.
And we're off. Smooth as glass.
Not really. It's not as bad as you think. I can do it without the sysdev. I know how to do that.
We're in orbit. What next?
Andrea won't like this one. Make $250,000 out of it though. After I complete it, and I get some pretty cool ship mods.
Well, you didn't put us into a planet, so we must be in the right place.
Get back at.
Docking cycle complete.
You want to worry about my burger? A kitty come by me.
You can practically hear the sound of credits being wasted.
Oh, I forgot I gotta talk to this guy. Who's hiding?
Hi.
Welcome aboard the UC Vigilance.
I attempted
Did you have any
an
questions
informal
before I
greeting,
escort you
but
to
I
the
am
commander?
Dissatisfied with the results.
Yeah, listen to him carefully. The commander's a one-and-done kind of officer. In other words, he hates to repeat himself. Other than that, just observe standard military decorum, and it should keep you from serving any time on the ship's cleaning detail. I'm not authorized to divulge information about this vessel. Suffice to say, it's one of the toughest ships in the UC's arsenal. Of course. If you'd follow me, please. So, you're the vanguard that took down that terramorph on Tau City. You've made quite an impression around here. Everyone upstairs is talking about it. Damn. That must have been one hell of a firefight. I almost regret missing out on all the fun. Of course, we don't normally see that kind of action on the Vigilance, but we have our moments. All right, Vanguard. Take the lift up to Ops. Commander Akande should be waiting for you. Good luck.
Yeah. Asia.
Ooh, quite cold here. Too bad one cannot layer spacesuits like sweaters.
You're cold because you're half naked, Andrea. Asia. Just, you gotta learn to take the rest of your clothes off and climb in my suit with me. That's all. You won't be cold then. It's that simple.
I'd like to brief you on the mission, so please, pay attention. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you were having second thoughts about Commander Tuala's offer.
I wouldn't run Windows 11. Windows 11, it takes even more resources than Windows 10.
Yes, I know. I was intentionally vague when I advised Master.
I'd rather try Windows 7.
Rest assured, I'll answer all your questions in due time.
I still got files for that.
Now that you're part of the team, allow me to introduce you to your new home. This is the operations center
Hell,
of the UC
give me Windows
Vigilance.
XP.
SysDev's nerve
Fuck,
center
give me
dedicated to the destruction of the Crimson Fleet.
Windows 98. That was my favorite. I loved Windows 98. Man, when it got into the 64-bit era and Windows 98 wasn't made for it, or even all this other shit, hard drives over this big, man, we modified that shit right out.
That's strange. According to your file,
We kept Windows 98 going for many more years.
They were the pirates
well
that
into
attacked
the
your mining
AMD
outpost?
64
I'm
world.
surprised you don't remember.
When everybody said it couldn't be done.
Whether this ship is impressive or not, you're the key element.
I miss Windows 98.
We need
I don't
eyes
care what
and
anybody
ears
says.
inside the Crimson Fleet.
No other operating
Someone who can feed
system
us information,
that you have DOS
evidence,
control
and expose their
utilities,
weaknesses.
that you had control of
Catches
your
that you
operating
can't just
system,
knock on their front door
and more
ask
like a
for an
Linux,
application.
ran
Getting
smooth,
inside is going to take some
never had to
finesse.
update it every fucking couple days, and always had to restart it when you got an update. Never had to do any of that shit. Ran games fucking flawless back then. Didn't have the security issues and all this telemetry going back to Microsoft. Why? It was one of the best operating systems Windows ever made. XP is 100% better.
Finish your thought so that we can move on to other business. Let's get one thing straight right now, soldier. I don't care if
XP
you're from
was
the
good.
Vanguard, the Navy, or the
But they started
technician
to
that
get away
scrapes
from
the
all the
carbon
DOS
scoring of the
controls.
engine nozzles.
All of the
In my eyes,
control you
your
had.
past service
The
no
ease
longer
of
matters.
accessing files
You're now an
and
agent of SysDev, meaning that it's my job to
making
keep
the
you alive.
changes to fully customize your system. Windows 98 was more like Linux in a sense, because you could get into it, open files up, you could do whatever you needed to. You could go in and edit, you could do registry edits, and you could go through and edit your files. It's like if you wanted to change how something looked, you could just go in and do it.
It certainly does. So listen up. Our intelligence has managed to find a possible opening into the
Yeah,
Crimson Fleet
Word,
in
Excel.
Sersha Bode, one of their contacts.
Everything is always.
She works for the Trade Authority.
Back then,
in
it was
Sidonia,
so easy.
So you'll be using a container of Aurora we've loaded on your ship
Today,
to get her attention.
everything is about pay me, pay me, pay me. Give Maxie Hart another boner. Make him blow his wad on your fucking screen every time you pay him. Never used Emmy and never used Vista. I looked at him and I was like, no. I saw all the dog shit that they put into that.
Aurora is a Class A controlled substance that's illegal to transport outside of Neon, a city on Volai. Get caught with this stuff aboard a ship and you're looking at some serious fines. That's right. So it'll be your job to convince this person that you're the real deal. Once you bluff your way into the Crimson Fleet,
Emmy ran
the
better on
operation proceeds to
98 on your Duran.
That's
Well,
where my second
that's probably
in
because you
command,
didn't modify
Lieutenant Gillian Toft comes into the
98.
picture. She'll explain
So,
everything you need to know.
You hit a point with all your processors and your RAM and your hard drives. Windows 98 hit a maximum capacity of what it could do before the end of its life. Computers were faster than what Windows 98 could handle. And so when ME came out, a lot of people went to it because it had the capacity for the higher CPUs, the higher hard drives, the higher RAM, where 98 didn't.
You were saying?
Others like me
Let's just say my superiors
and
need
so
proof that
what
engaging
happened
the
is
Crimson
some of
Fleet
us
is a
got
larger
together
priority than
and
they're
said,
willing to admit.
well,
If we
that
shove
is just a
enough
throughput
concrete
issue.
evidence under their noses, they'll have
If
no
we can get
choice
somebody
but
to help
allocate the
rewrite
resources
this,
that I've requested.
somebody else can work on
same time,
this,
we can
somebody
use the
else can
evidence
work
to
on
arrest
this.
members of the
We
Crimson
can also
Fleet,
get this put
weakening
back
them enough
together,
to strike a
put
fatal
that
blow.
back in, and our Windows 98 would still run for another couple of years. And that's exactly what we did.
Well then, I suppose you'll just have to take your chances. In the meantime, I expect you to follow my orders, to the letter. Remember, this entire operation rests on your ability to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet and bring us the evidence we need to take them down. At this point, whether you like it or not, you're working for me. Look, before you begin, I want to make something perfectly clear. As an undercover operative for UC SysDef, you'll be expected to follow our code of conduct and ethics. Allow yourself to stray too far off the path, and you stand a good chance of spiraling out of control. To put it simply, you can't go into every situation with guns blazing. Think before you act. Calculate what you're doing and pull the trigger only when it's absolutely necessary. At the end of the day, your primary goal is taking down the Crimson Fleet. That's the greater good.
No, I mean, they opened up the CPU a little bit more on it for what it can handle, RAM differences, and also hard drive capacity abilities were upgraded in ME. Not by much. It basically was a clown with makeup with Windows 98 underneath the makeup. You're right. It wasn't much different. And that's where a lot of people were figuring out how to use the coding from ME to keep Windows 98 alive.
If you would kindly continue.
Where it got complicated is when they came out with Vista. That was totally fucking different.
The Crimson Fleet doesn't follow the rules. They only abide by one thing.
It got
money.
Vista was. I don't know what garbage can they pulled that shit
by the
out.
wayside in pursuit of their greed. At first glance, this can appear quite enticing, so I'm warning you not to get lured into their trap. Think you can handle that? I don't want promises. I'm just asking you to think. Anyway, it's time to hand you over to Lieutenant Toft.
And Vista,
she'll brief you about the details of the evidence-gathering portion of the operation.
I converted a lot of people from Windows to Linux. I mean, a lot of people.
For your own safety, nobody but myself and the crew of the Vigilance will be aware that you're working for the United Colonies. Basically, if you land in jail, you're going to have to deal with the fines.
Wait a minute, what? There? I think I has funky hardware.
Please,
The
finish
big
your thought,
brain
so that we
seller
can move
said
on to
that
other business.
ESD damage is bullshit because modern electronics have so many. That's bullshit. Ooh, for Sealance? Windows 8? Fucking God. Windows 8 was.
While you're running with the Crimson Fleet, you're undoubtedly going to be faced with some morally gray decisions. It's going to be difficult for you to weigh the consequences of pulling the trigger
I will say
while
this.
maintaining your cover. Do what you have to do.
Me?
But remember why you're
Fuck
out there in
no.
the first place.
I looked at Windows 8. You won't believe how many computers I had to delete it off back in the day to put Windows 7 back on it.
That's why I expect you to constantly seek
I
alternative
used to have to
means
delete
to
Windows
overcome
9
your
or Windows 8 off of
rather than
computers
blowing holes in
to put Windows 7 back on it because
I can see that you're
they,
struggling with
somebody
this.
upgraded it
So
or
let me
they
simplify
upgraded
this for
it because of how Windows
If there's
does
a
their
route to your goal
bullshit,
which doesn't
convincing
involve
people
killing
that's what they
innocent
want.
people, I'm urging you to follow that path. Use your instincts. I'm certain you'll do the right thing. You were saying you have
Windows
permission to
8
speak.
looked nice. Kinda. But the issues.
All we know is that she's been with the Trade Authority for years, which means she's been privy to some seriously shady deals. She's shrewd
Windows 8
and
had
she's
so
diligent.
many problems.
The only reason we were able to connect her with the Crimson Fleet at all was thanks to an informant. I'm afraid she's the best lead we've got.
Because it would not run a lot of software. I am not kidding. I know people that were doing CNC stuff, cutting wood art and stuff, they couldn't get it to work. Had me come over and install Windows 7 back. Man, back then I had many of hours
That's easy to answer.
just installing a single
Don't.
Windows.
We'll be monitoring your activities from the Vigilance and
God, was
attempting
it
to keep it
slow
within
back
your
then.
vicinity. When you feel you've gathered enough evidence and at the completion of your assignments, head back
forgot
here for a
something.
debrief. Beyond that, you're completely on your own.
I did too.
If you would kindly continue. As you were.
All right, we don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood? Well, since it isn't every day we stumble across a criminal's fully written confession, We need to build a case against our suspects. The more evidence we acquire, the stronger our case becomes. And knowing the Crimson Fleet, they'll leave plenty of evidence for you to find.
It was it was made for tablets and phones. So stayed there. All I know is it didn't run a lot of fucking programs. A lot of people had problems.
You better make it, because Commander Akande cashed in all his chips to get this operation off the ground. I want data slates, computer downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig. You're damn right I do. That minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera was nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand why I'm pushing you so hard. What? No. It's personal. It has nothing to do with you. Just stick to the mission and you'll be fine. Yes, of course. And your actions will be duly noted in your records. I'll see to that personally. Speaking of which, that reminds me of something else you need to know. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return, as compensation for your efforts. Well, that's just it. You're not career military, are you? And speaking frankly, you're completely out of pocket during this operation. You'll be paying for your own supplies and other unexpected incidentals. So, if I were you, I'd stop asking questions and accept the compensation. Commander Akande came up with the idea. He was concerned you might not help us simply because it was the right thing to do. All right, we've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo hold. We're also providing you with a sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden, and with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. You're dismissed. Don't worry, the container's been registered with UC Security, so you shouldn't have any trouble. Even if you're scanned. Of course, if we find out you tried to sell it to someone outside the boundaries of this particular operation, well, I don't think I need to tell you the consequences of making that mistake.
Yeah, you do. Are you going to spank me? Personally?
Did you lose your train of thought? We'll be keeping them close at hand until this operation is complete. So, we'll be holding them in the Vigilance's brig. If you're feeling particularly ruthless, you could always head down there and say hello.
Yeah, back then their phones
I'm sure
didn't
they'll
sell
be thrilled
for
to see ya.
nothing. Because their fucking operating system was junk. And nobody was like, man, I can't even run that on my computer. How am I going to run that on a phone?
Not really, no. I've learned to keep my personal experiences separate from the job.
I mean, really, think about it. If they couldn't even make a computer work decently, how are they going to make your phone work decently? Today, those people just think, oh, well, it's Windows. It's the primary thing. Everybody has it.
Was it? Yeah, I suppose I tend to do that. Comes from having no one to talk to around this ship. That's to be expected, I suppose. The
And Bill Gates
isn't
has his
exactly the
dick
best
stuck
place
up
to
their
have
ass.
casual conversations. We have serious work to do. Let's just stick to the job at hand and concentrate on the mission. But,
And today,
maybe
they're
we can
just like,
talk about
oh,
it some
Bill
other time."
Gates, stick your
Okay.
dick up my ass. We just need to get fucked over some more. Give me that bullshit Windowsy. I'll give you another hard-on. Fucking idiots today. Don't mind my Windows can't natively talk to a server, and I want to play this game that is
If you
hardcore
don't mind,
online.
I'd like to hurry this up. We'll be here if you need us.
Oh. Windows can talk to the server. It's
Yes.
just that you get a 400% lag, but it still talks to it. Your ping lag's going to be a lot higher. Go ahead, use it.
I can't believe you ate those alien plants we picked up.
Oh, by the way, pay us $100.
Stop busting my grab drive. I only did that once.
Yeah, you can eat just about anything once.
I swear, every time they release a new bullshit Windows, like Windows 12 will come out, you'll have all these fucking streamers and YouTubers and everybody else going, come on, Bill Gates, stick it up my ass. Come on, here's your money. We need your dog shit again. You know, because the last one isn't working so good.
Hey.
Is it true you're from Neon, Ensign? I've never been, but I've heard rumors. I worked for Drone, yes.
Well, you, Grouchy, you want to think about the good old days. You love them good old days. You know it.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Go all the way back to Windows 3.1. Fuck. That was some shit. After you've seen some of the other operating systems, it's like, oh, God, how do we even use some of that stuff?
Off immediately, or
Quite a few years there, I stuck to a DOS-based system. And I was like, I don't, Windows, I think I'll just stick to my DOS games and this and that.
Your ship smells so much better than Dad's. Like, a lot.
Thanks, they're gonna help you? Because they're gonna send 4 times as much data back to them. What good is that gonna do you?
Dad, can I have a pet?
They can steal more fucking bandwidth talking. Just wait, Windows 12 is going to be a virtual desktop. You're not going to have Windows on your computer. It's going to be on a server.
While I'm on the ship by myself?
So if you didn't think it took up much bandwidth before and they knew every goddamn thing about you, just wait.
We'll see, Gumdrop.
You all just wait. Windows 12 is going hosted, meaning it is not on your computer. You're going to have a login, and when you log in, it'll be connecting online. You are not going to have the primary files on your computer. They don't want you to have control of it. A full-fledged cloud operating service. Now, how the fuck that's going to actually function, I do not know. But I do know this, they already have tablets that are test servers. And they've had them out for a couple of years.
Enjoy your stay.
I have issues with Linux Mint. Linux Mint is not as all it's cracked up to be. I will tell you that. It's kind of like a Ford in many aspects. Instead of being a fucked over rebuilt Dodge, it's a fucked over rebuilt Davian. Because your updates are almost a year out of date.
Sidonia. The UC clings to its old ways. I suspect the soul system would be abandoned otherwise.
Yeah, the Linux Mint Debian version.
Careful near the railings on the upper levels. It's a long way down.
Oh, or
Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for the assist. Okay, I'm game. Give me a few to get my things together, then I'll get to work. See you in the space lanes, Captain.
You get so many free people.
Sometimes I wish I'd taken an easier job.
Play your cards right. You can get so many free people in this.
Do you imagine anyone actually enjoys
No,
living
I
here?
wish Mint would do something
Simply
with
cannot.
the Debian version, Linux Mint Debian, because that, at least, Debian may be a. You gotta remember, Debian is not the latest and greatest.
If you're here to buy or sell... Here's an idea. Why don't you shout that louder so every... Either show me what you're trying to... Aurora, huh? Nice. A little too hot to handle, though. What else you got?
If the trade authority is not interested, that says a great deal.
No, they're right. What they didn't tell you is that I have a self-preservation streak 1 kilometer wide. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit. You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you.
Just demand the extra credits up
If she
front
don't?
next time. These games are juvenile and tiresome.
There's a buddy of mine who runs with
Her?
the Crimson
Yeah.
Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
Yes?
Please keep prolonged showers
Yeah.
and water use to a minimum.
I have to see what she looks like in a bikini.
Thank you from the
But I can't get her to join me.
Public Works.
She has a flat ass. At least, Andrea, you can see her crease down there on the bottom side of her leg. Ah, she got ass. It's ass and beer. That's where we're going. Right here. It's ass and beer. See, look at that. Doesn't that look so good in a swimsuit?
Unless you're here to serve me an... Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can help you with this. If you've got a whole ship... You're a clever one, aren't you? Let's just say... Right down to business!
I see no good reason why we should have any extra dealings with the likes of you.
Lady, if you want me to move that shipment for your pal here, you're going to do whatever the hell I want. You got that? Now
Bad
listen
German
up,
accent.
because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on... Perfect. His name's Carl Fielding. Don't worry.
Hello.
I'm done this one. So what do you guys want to talk about tonight? I've done this mission before. Good times. What do you guys want me to go with the Crimson Fleet and become... Where they all hate me?
To accept the truth of
For all
higher
my
powers.
ones I got with me, or go with the system. It really doesn't matter because they both have shit missions.
Something I can help you with?
Ouch.
Adler Kemp. Adler, you said? Look. Hey now. Take it easy there. Let me think about that person you mentioned.
It's on Tinder.
Adler?
It's gotta be Facebook because that's called Fuckbook these days.
Wait, you mean that Adler?
You know, with the 50 million fake
sorry.
accounts.
I thought you were talking
Where they
about someone
clone somebody else.
I told... Well, look, I haven't...
Clearly this man has never seen how hard I can squeeze.
Yeah. Oh, what games? Sure. I guess I could ask for... well... I suppose. It's just that... well... I didn't have much of a choice. Please, tell Adler I'm sorry for trying to wiggle out of the deck.
What did you need?
Have you checked your air filters lately? The city of Sidonia recommends
On
checking
fucking
the
part.
filtration units every 2 weeks
That's
for
one.
old, faulty, or improperly fitted filters. Martian dust is a leading cause of respiratory illness.
All back up here.
Keep it breathing so you don't get wheezy.
Sea Lance would get along with some tender girls. He's got to get some of the Twitch girls. That's what he's got to get. Or the early day kick streamer girls. You know, that way everybody knows what she looks like. All of her.
What's up?
Have something for me? There, would you look? He going to be a problem anymore? Nice, nice. You're kind of a natural at this. Leaning on deadbeats comes easy to you. I like that. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. A lot more. You think you can handle running with my, associates? That's what I'm talking about. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Nevamora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say. Oh, and
You're
I've
talking
taken
to a
care
Ukrainian
of that Aurora shipment
chick?
for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
Vaccinated her cat, so
I
she's
have
serious about coming here?
things I wish to discuss with you. When you have time.
Really? You didn't scream and run away when you video chatted. Wow.
Aw, that's such a wonderful...
Pete herself. Probably thinks,
Stay away from the sixth
if
circle.
this is what I gotta do to leave
Come
Ukraine,
crying to me if anything happens to you.
but guy, I'll take it for a couple of years and I'm gonna be running. He's probably thinking anything to get out of Ukraine. Okay, this guy will do. I'll get out of
Look out.
Ukraine.
Notify us if you see anything suspicious.
I'll get out of Ukraine. I can handle this for a couple of years. It's better than getting shot, blown up, or can't sleep for fucking 4 days in a row because of all the bombing. Okay. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Pot's fucking all kinds of drugs. I can get through this. We can make this work. His face is a little fucked up. He's a little overweight. It's okay. We can make this work. It's all she's sitting there doing. All I have to do, U.S. immigration law says 3.5 years. After that part, I can leave. And at the 4th year mark, I have my green card and I don't need him. Anything, please, God, just get me out of Ukraine. And then you fucking answer her call. What do you mean she was American?
How can I be of service, Captain?
Your fat axe. Ooh.
Say the word, and we shall be on our way.
Oh, Sealand, see, I just don't have Andrasia.
If you have the time, I wish to speak to you.
Andrasia, what do you want? Where are you?
Did you need something? I have been curious. I know that your role in Constellation was thrust upon you in an unusual way.
No!
But that experience does not demand that you stay.
You don't need sandals.
You
She's a
could
tough
have
girl.
delivered the artifact and
She
then
can take
left.
a lot of bullets.
Why do you stay?
She can take a lot of hits. She's a tough girl. Look at her. She can handle anything sticking to her.
One that, hopefully, will soon be solved.
You can
My
stick
past
anything
is
in her and she'll be okay with it.
And anyone in Constellation
She likes
will
pearl
tell you I do
necklaces.
not speak much of it. But my family always stressed the importance of having
Doesn't have
a
any.
purpose in life. You must have a
She's
reason
never
for
had
being.
pearl necklaces. That's why she likes it.
This group of people, who by rights would never associate with one
That's why
another,
she's exposed all of her
has come
chest.
together for a common cause. That is impressive on its own. Before
Plenty of
considering the
room.
magnitude of the work they have undertaken, the possibilities it holds. Fun is not a consideration. I am not saying I am incapable of it, it just should never be a priority over other things. When I first came to New Atlantis, I was shocked at how many people go about their business every day like drones. They do their jobs, eat their food, sleep in their beds.
So, Grouchy, what other
all
Linuxes have
seemingly
you
without
used?
concern for anything around them. Complacent.
Like,
their experience is so
what's
different
your
from
favorite
much of the settled
Linux?
systems. They do not know how good they have it.
From all different sides, too. She can take it from every direction and keep on taking that licking. Boy, her motor keeps on a ticking.
I think if there is no struggle, people can forget what living really means. Purpose cuts through adversity.
See, look at her anger.
I know that
You're
all
making
too
her
well.
mad.
And these people seem to have no idea.
Look at her eyes. Even squinting them a little bit.
I have. There have been times where I wondered whether it was worth it. My family
She's
is
angry. You can
in-
see her squinting her eyes
within the
constantly.
settled
like,
systems.
Fucking.
I grew up outside the bounds of the United Colonies, or the Freestar Collective. My parents, and their parents before them, did not believe anyone outside our family could be trusted or relied upon. You can imagine, I am sure, how existence without ties to others is challenging in space. They believed, and still do, that anyone who was not part of our family did not share our values, our goals, and was ultimately a potential threat. My time in the settled systems has mostly led me to agree with them. It has certainly proven valuable. Saved me. A few times, without question. For now, though, it would seem you and I have found purpose in Constellation. I believe that is enough. I am pleased that we have common cause.
Okay, does anyone else want to talk to me while we're on the talking activity? No. Never gone back to go get their one. I want to get some more. All right. I admit that swimsuit does look good on her. Kind of has a manly walk to it. All of that outside is great. All right. Anybody else wants to talk to me? Good. I'll show you Sarah. Well, see, you're not gaming on it. You can pretty much use any distro. You're not gaming on it. You can even be using Fedora. For all that matter. If you're not gaming on it, you're just talking regular web browsing, you could go down to Tiny Linux or any of those, and you'd still be okay. That's the neat thing about it. If you're only using it to browse, it changes the whole situation.
Dust off complete.
I mean, I could go down a whole list of Linuxes that you could try that you'd be like, hey, this is pretty cool. Hey, this is pretty cool.
And just like that, we're in space.
You want... Oh, what is the other one that I was using? Hang on. Let me look at my files once. I got one of them here that you should look at. This is what I hate. How slow Windows is. BlendOS is pretty cool. Forgot the admin password for my box. Torrent sucks. Sorry. BlendOS is a little unique. Because it's using boxes in a new way. Everything you so how can I say this? BlendOS, you install the base system. When you install software, it doesn't install on the base system. Zorin sucks. Zorin's like fucking Windows M. Like Windows, it's something like it's like a fucking Windows ME. It's fucking trash. Garuda wouldn't be bad to use. It's an arch base, but the problem is the way it looks. It looks like dog shit. Sorry. Manjaro's not a bad one. It doesn't look bad. It runs really good, smooth. Nix OS is another really unique one. Grouchy. Nix OS is way out there. I agree, Grouchy. That's fucking bad. I got Zoran right there. I tried it. It's fucking dog shit. I hate Zoran. I don't know how somebody can fuck up a system that bad. Just the way it functions and feels. It. Oh, Pop? Pop feels like it was a heroine's idea of what a Linux distribution should. That's what Pop OS is. It's like the heroin addict took Ubuntu and decided to make Pop OS. That's about how Pop OS is. I don't even know how anybody even uses it. I've tried to use it a couple times just to show people like it's not very good, and it never fails me to not work.
Look who finally had it so. Big shot. I hear. We'll see. When the water. So, before I put you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you're signing up with. There's a medical supply on board that ship. You'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead. It's done when Rake stops breathing. Head back here when you're finished. And don't keep me waiting for long. I've been tracking Rick for months. He's making it tough, not gonna lie. He changes his location and identity so often, it's costing me a small fortune just to keep tabs.
I didn't mind Mate.
It's worth every damn cred. He's made me look like a fool in front of Delgado.
I kind of like how Mate feels, but Mate is missing too much of the back end that is needed for like gaming. Like, it may work for a lot of gamers, but it don't work for me by any means. I like how Mate looks and I like how it feels. I had problems with just the way it functions. Because I like how easy Mate was to get along with for the desktop. But in the end, it has way too many problems.
Rake used to run with the fleet. Hell, I'm the one who vouched for him in the first place. Back then he had a different name and a different identity. He was a damn good earner, too. Brought in a ton of creds. Everything was fine until he wanted out. So he ran. And nobody, runs away from the fleet.
Well, you're not so nice. What if you had a hot date? What if she was just too hot and you couldn't stick around? You know, it didn't look like one of your Crimson Fleet people. Like you were just going to eat his pecker right off. Just for looking at you. Fucking hungry. Thing is mate, has a lot of problems. I don't even think knowing how to do a lot of the back end stuff solve your problem with mate.
This is Dmitry Moldavsky, pilot of the Ragana. We are a simple transport ship heading to New Homestead. We do not want any trouble. I was afraid of that. Look, we are not built for combat. What is it you want exactly? Damn it. I do not have choice, do I? Okay, docking bay is open. Let's talk.
Docking
I
integrity.
like though how mate felt.
100%. Good to go, Cap.
Mate has that feeling of like old Windows XP. It really has that XP feeling. When you're on it, it really like XP Windows 7 kind of feel. Like when you're on the system and you're using it, the desktop, just the way everything functions, the way it feels. And that never bothered me.
I am not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece. That is not something I am going to do, not until you reveal your intentions. As far as you are concerned, I am Austin Rake. You want him? You're going to have to kill me. Now, do you mind telling us what this is all about? You are asking me to betray my own crew. Whoever he was before, he is a member of my crew now. It's true. I do not know him that well. and some of what he says is suspicious. Damn. I do not really have a choice here, do I? Any decision that ends with a crew member dead is not one I am going to make.
Come on, Dimitri, enough talk.
I'm at...
This is Dmitri Moldavsky. I was afraid of that. Look. I do not know who you are talking about. That is Devil's choice. It's true. I do not know him that well. And some of what he says is suspicious. Damn. I do not really have a choice here, do I? Alright, I will do it. If it means saving my crew, I will do it.
What? Come on, Dimitri. You can't be serious.
Austin, I am sorry.
Wait a minute.
I will
How
make it
is...
quick.
No, wait! What are you doing?
What is PF
God damn it,
cents?
Dimitri, you...
I've heard of that before.
There. It is done. Now you hold up your end of bargain and let us go.
That was clever, getting the pilot to complete your task. Assuming, of course, he actually killed him.
Damn mercs just don't know how to take a hit. Hey, Rook, wanna help me with some target practice?
Target's jump system down. We've knocked out their shield.
Is that your best shot? That won't even leave a scratch.
We've taken enemy's grav drive out of commission.
You're dead!
Their target's grav drive has been knocked offline.
More little ships missing his shield.
Thanks for the help with the Cliptic. I had it under control, but it definitely went faster after you jumped into the fight. Now tell me about the Ragana. Give me some good news, then we can go celebrate.
Routing distro? Never heard of it. Or like what it does. I've heard of the name before, but I don't. Let me look it up. Like what for routing what?
Delgado happy, seeing as our hands are clean. I would have preferred if you hadn't left witnesses behind, but at least you got the job done. Anyway, you wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Well, you're in. Yep, it's that simple.
Interweb connection.
Hope this business with Rakes taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out and vouch for you. If you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole, I'm gonna send someone after you. We clear?
Is a router with a firewall VPN. Oh, so what you're trying to do is like you want to build it. Basically, you're going to build a router computer. You're basically going to build a router computer where you run all your network traffic through that one to act as your security. And it will. I've done stuff like that in the past with straight Linuxes. It's been years since I've done any of that. You've been using it for a few years?
You better stow that crap before you make me change my mind. Now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you signed up for. I'm gonna upload the coordinates for our headquarters in the Crick system. Spacers call it the key, the fleet calls it home. Head out there as soon as you can. Don't keep me waiting long.
Joining the Crimson Fleet is hardly a cause for celebration. But you have your reasons. So for now, I will allow it.
Andrea, calm your panties. Oh wait, you ain't got panties on. Say, pull those panties back out of your crotch, Andrea. Boy, you just sucked them right up there. Sarah's probably just about fucking sucked hers all the way up to her fucking throat. How dare you join the Crimson Fleet? With Linux, it would be real easy to goof up a network setting. Linux is one that it's easy to fuck up graphics, drivers to network settings. It is so easy if you're doing that manually. It's not an auto setup. I don't remember what we used to use. I always set those up when we did the routers. So what are you using then? How Oh, community edition? Hmm. Just looking. So, what are you gonna buy? You were saying something about buying it? Yeah, I was gonna say you can even do that. You can take like I don't care, take your favorite distro. Take any computer, throw a couple network cards into it, and you can do the basic same thing. And it don't cost you anything, and you can do it the easy way. All you have to do is use the motherboard connection as your main input or your output going to your network or going to your ISP. Have your network cards in back be running your security. You'd be running your firewall and everything else and having all that locked down. And voila, you go to Walmart and buy a fucking computer and a couple cards, and you can have it set up in like an hour. That's all we used to do. It's a hell of a lot easier and cheaper. Because all you're doing is running a firewall. You don't even need to worry about all the other stuff because most people aren't going to be using it. You can even change it so that you have rotating network ID on it, because you would have the connection on the motherboard and you'd have the connection on the network cards. Throw in like an 850 or anything. Well, you can do that. You can do something similar with any router, Netgear routers. Yes, I know. They have it here. Where is it? Products. Like here. Small office, branch, remote worker, ARM Cortex A53, 1.2 gigahertz dual core. More details. Watch right here. $349. You can get one with 128 gig storage. I mean, if you're Power cord. Yeah, USA. We go. Included. $349. You could have the same setup with PS VPN router. You're talking a one with setup PS sets. Right on it. And you can go to like to Amazon, and I'm pretty sure. Same prices. Depends on how many ports you want. You can find all different kinds for all different prices. Do all the same thing. A lot of your routers, even my Wi-Fi router that I have, was the same thing. If I really wanted to turn that shit on, I could. I just have it set up for standard. I'm not worried. Said my wife's on Linux, and my kid's computer, I redo it every so often. I'm not so worried. I'm gonna run to the bathroom quick. I'll be right. I gotta go pee. Boy, do I gotta go pee.
Seals are good, air pressure good. Hey, we're docked.
Oh, it's been. Billy. All right. I'll be back. Blame both of you for all my fucking
just
problems.
Screams superiority complex to me.
I had a friend on the Regana. I hope I'll be able to see him next time we're on shore leave.
So should I join the Crimson Fleet or the
See all that
UC
chest candy
system?
on Commander Ikonde? That means he's seen some shit.
You have permission to speak freely. We intercepted your exchange with the Ragana. We're trying to confirm if the pilot really did kill Rake. But if so, what you did was uncalled for. I understand certain liberties must be taken to maintain your cover, but your core morality has to remain intact. If you let your role strip that away, you become one of them. You're of no use to me. Understood? Hearing and comprehending are two different things. Let's hope for both our sakes that you fully understand the situation. Now I want to make this crystal clear. You do what you can to stay in the fleet, but there's an ethical line we cannot cross. Do something like this again, and you're out. Permanently. But for now, we will continue with the briefing. Were you at least able to join the fleet? It's no miracle, given the cost. Hopefully things will be much smoother going forward.
No.
Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Searsha was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on her good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet.
I still would just grab me like a Ryzen 9 computer, because they're so dirt cheap right now. Drop a few network cards, get multi-port network cards, drop them in. Bingo! Drop in a couple of extra Wi-Fi cards or whatever you need. I mean, there's even tutorials. No. They do not need that.
Please, proceed with your report. That's where you're wrong. You can believe in honor among thieves, but I venture they suspect everyone until proven otherwise. You just need to make sure you allay any suspicions they have, staying within the proper moral boundaries, of course. Do what you have to, but not what you can't do.
The Crimson Fleet has yet to leave us enough hard evidence to build a solid case against them. Be careful not to underestimate their intelligence.
So what's next for you on Neva's agenda? Where you'll meet Delgado, no doubt.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet. I have a profile here with some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
What is there to know? He is pirate scum, like all of them.
Exactly. The Crimson Fleet is not a monolith. Any information you have on its members can only help. In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently. We will shadow you eventually, but we'll need to maintain our distance for now, especially while you're on the key. This will also give us time to bolster our defenses, should we need to engage with the fleet in the future.
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information to the crew. I hope your entry into the fleet has overcome any doubts you may have had regarding your mission. It certainly increased my estimates on success. Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports.
I think they both
Dismissed.
need black leather
Things are progressing
thongs.
rather quickly. I'm sure the commander is pleased. We don't have a full map of the fleet's roster. The members changed. The system was originally called Alpha Ophiuchi, until a flag was planted there by Jasper Crix, the founder of the Crimson Fleet. Since it was crucial that space travelers avoided that system, navigators marked it as Crix on star maps as a warning. They could have just as easily labeled it Crimson Fleet, so I'm guessing the pirates themselves were responsible for spreading their leader's name. Over the years, people forgot the system's original designation and started calling it the Crix system. It's been that way ever since. Sure. We have a database of profiles you can read, which should help you ingratiate yourself with the group. However, the profiles are a guide, not gospel. Use what you can, fill in the blanks, and play off that. I imagine when you're done, you'll be able to generate far more accurate profiles than what we have in our system.
I'll just go in and lurk.
That's right. It's something we've requested a while ago, in preparation for a future conflict with the fleet. Once we finalize everything and run a few tests, we'll have the defenses needed for a jump to the Crix system when the time comes. 2 reasons. First, Commander Akande's playing this operation extremely close to the vest. That means keeping prisoners under his own roof until this is resolved. Second, this is an undercover mission. For our safety and yours, we need to keep these prisoners out of the spotlight. Good luck on the key.
You know, when you look at her from side, you took that off of her and put a swimsuit on her, she'd look pretty fucking. There's her chest. Right there. That's all bulge.
Do what Commander Ikande says, and you'll go far.
Got a set of oranges in there, boys.
Seems to be where we left it.
Dad,
There's
have you ever
Sarah.
tried Aurora?
He needs longer hair.
Well, yeah,
All I can say.
not in a long time.
Jason needs longer hair.
Not since.
All I can say.
We're on our own again.
So what else is everybody doing?
Switching over to standard engines. We have a clean dock, right on the money.
So, Grouchy's probably getting something to eat. He's talking food. Ogre. Actually, he went to get something to eat. That one. That's the same dock that we have in my station. That very sim. There's a lot of similar parts here. We could actually get some ideas on how to use it. How to use some of the parts and make something different. I gotta figure out why I can't get aboard my ship. Or my station.
You got your cut. Now get out of my face. You said the take was 10K, but it was 30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30. You wanted 4K, you got 4K. Not my problem. If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new rook.
Hey, steal from me and get caught? Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener. The hell took you so long? Forget how to grav jump or something? Fair enough. Glad to see you showing some backbone. Just be careful that you can back up that attitude before you square off with someone who can kick your ass. But, all that aside, you made it. So now, you get to hear a nifty history lesson. Pencils ready? Good. This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old UC military star station, and now it's the fleet's base of operations. Might look a little beat up on the outside, but we keep it together. You think? And that's only part of it. I'll let Delgado fill you in on the whole story. He tells it better anyway. But I can give you the short version while we walk the station.
It must be very embarrassing for the UC to be in this situation.
Anyway, I'll tell you all about the Key. But it's better if I show you too. Follow me. All right. History time. So, the Key is in orbit around Suvorov. That's the very same ice ball where the United Colonies built a supermax prison they call the Lock. The UC is so clever. Supermax prison, Lock, Key. Cute, huh?
Hello, everyone. I'm Gail Dunnigan of SSNN, and this is Galactalk. My guest tonight is one of the most notorious criminals in the settled systems. His ruthlessness and desire for wealth has landed him squarely at the top of the wanted list for every major law enforcement agency in the galaxy.
credits are
I am, of course, speaking of the self-appointed leader
hell
of the
is
Crimson
this?
Fleet himself.
All right, hang
Jasper
on,
Cricks.
Nev. Before you
Good
get
evening,
pissed,
Mr.
I've got my
Cricks.
hands full.
Good evening, Gail.
Jasmine.
Thank you for
I'm trying to
accepting
give a tour
my
here.
invitation.
So you want to tell me why those damn doors
Yes,
are sealed?
well, being
It's called a
blindfolded and then Graf jumped to what appears to be an abandoned mining facility isn't exactly what I call an invitation.
Well, I'm sure you're not surprised that your request for an interview would come with some very specific conditions.
Frankly, I was a bit surprised to receive any type of response at all. Would you mind telling me why you decided to do this interview?
Because there comes a time in every pirate's life where they have to make an extremely important decision. Do they
This
take a
here's
leap,
Jasmine.
become one of the most
You need anything for your ship,
legendary
she's got you
pirates in
covered.
history?
We'll hit
Or
up the
do
depot
they
next
simply
since these
spur
doors
on
have given out on us.
subsisting on freighters and
So anyway, we were talking about the lot. About 100
So are we
years
to
ago,
assume that you are
prisoners
taking
down
the
there
leap?
rioted and took
That
over
Jasper
the
Cricks
place.
is moving on to
After
bigger
stealing
and better
some ships,
things
they
in
were
his life?
actually able to make it up here.
That's spot on,
and took
Gail.
over the key.
That's exactly why you're here.
Interesting. Well then, would you mind sharing with us exactly what your particular leap entails?
In due time. There's no rush.
So tell us about Jasper Cricks' version of the Crimson Scar.
All I can tell you is that under my guidance, the Crimson Scar became more influential than every other syndicate combined. Here I was, 22 years old, and I had power. People that followed my orders and an endless stream of credits. Gail, I have to tell you, I was having the time of my life.
Anyway, welcome to the depot.
So you consider
where you'll be lucky if these
extortion,
blood-sucking
robbery,
leeches
burglary,
don't bleed you
kidnapping,
completely
assault,
dry.
and murder to be positive life
It's not our
influences?
fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise
I
onto the
consider
key.
them as just means to an
Neva's
end.
just whining because she
Those
thinks she was
so-called
the
crimes
cash
were
selling
merely
us a
stepping
ship
stones
with
until I had enough
should've
wealth
done
to
her
buy the
homework.
Crimson Scar a few spacecraft.
Yeah, sure, laugh it up.
Yes, let's talk about
I'll remember that next
It
time I
appears
need something
you
from
weren't
you
satisfied with
cheapskates.
terrorizing New Atlantis alone.
Let's move on.
Oh, I've never stopped
Back
reaching,
to my
Gail.
story. After
The amount of
the
money we
liberated
were
prisoners grabbed the
making in
key,
New
they
Atlantis was
established
decent,
it as a
but
base
the
of
really big
operations
scores were in
and began
space,
pirating
on the
the
cargo
space
ships.
ways.
We're
That
talking
was how
millions
the
of credits,
Crimson
maybe
began.
more.
Of
Who the
course,
hell could count
Jasper
it
Cricks
all?
had a lot to do with all
Most
that,
people
but,
assume this is when the UC
we'll get
decided
to
to
him
actively
later.
set up a task force to pursue the Crimson Scar.
That's correct. Those idiots in charge of the United Colonies were clearly embarrassed that they had allowed the Crimson Scar to make the jump into space. They sent ships after us. Lots of ships. I almost think that they enjoy starting wars.
Perhaps this was the first time you had finally
me from
reached
Zuri's
Jim Bob.
vengeance.
You could
Enough
say
of the
that.
bullshit, Zuri. I'll
I
pay
count
you
my
when
time
I
running
pay
the
you.
Crimson Scar
Deal
as
with
a
it. Got a
learning
problem with that?
experience.
Take it up with the boss.
If it's hard to
On the
find,
right,
reached
you've
too
got
far.
Bradley from the Trade Authority.
I'd say I reached too
I'm
fast.
sure you know the deal
Didn't
there.
cover all my
You'll
bases.
buy pretty
Made
much
some
anything.
stupid mistakes.
Then
thing's
we
for
got our
certain,
med
though.
bay on the left.
When I was finally arrested and thrown into the lock, I had plenty to think about.
We don't run any free clinics up in here, you know? Okay, this is our final stop. Over there, you've got the Last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station, the Reckoner's Core, run by the incomparable Shinya Boss.
Another new rook, Neva? I can't believe Delgado still lets you recruit given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Ray? It's been taken care of, all right? I don't like loose ends, and this rook is the one who tied it off.
Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more discerning regarding your choices. It'd be far more cost-effective.
Yeah, love you too, darling. Anyway, Shinya handles our life.
Where did your stellar rise to infamy begin?
In the streets of New Atlantis. No parents, no godparents. Just a homeless punk kid robbing whoever he could for the credits.
Were these violent crimes? Murders?
I'm a bit offended you even asked that question, Gail. Sure, a few people here and there walked away with injuries, but I'm not some kind of butcher.
That doesn't sound as heartless as your reputation would imply.
Well, like
Anyway,
I said,
Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got
Were
real
you ever
work
caught
to do.
by the authorities in New Atlantis?
Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss, the official reckoner for the Crimson Fleet. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble. In fact, I find Delgado's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering. I see the bomb as a symbol of my importance, and it's a constant reminder to everyone of the sacrifice I was willing to make. The freedom I've given up, the pain, it's not something that just
How'd you
anyone
like
has
that?
the resolve to bear.
Bomb stuck in your chest.
He is right. The pain he endures is proof of his loyalty and his resolve.
Glad you approve. Obviously, betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information. Should our enemies capture me or I grew any semblance of a moral conscience, you might consider me the greatest threat we have. For Delgado, the bomb grants peace of mind and a certain degree of safety. Essentially, but I sleep soundly knowing I'm one of the few that can piss Delgado off and live. Should I die, all of my knowledge, the accounts, the credits, it would be a mess. He wouldn't dare. He holds the trigger, but we all know that my death cripples the fleet. Call the bomb a weapon of last resort. It's been over 5 years since I've stepped off the key. Leaving this place puts far too much at risk. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the core. Thanks to advanced modifications even Ryujin would envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the Galbank network. This allows me to move and clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner.
I love this part.
You're done.
This is always
All
been
you need now is Delgado's
storyline.
blessing, and you'll be one of us. None. Other than my chest and arm modifications, I am but a simple man. Is the interview over now? Can we get back to work? Getting into the system is a piece of cake. Getting out? Not so much. Anyway, I need you to listen up. Thanks to our relations with contacts across the galaxy, we always have a steady stream of jobs available. I've granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the computers that surround the core. If Neva's chosen wisely, we certainly will. No,
He
I
hasn't.
believe that covers all I have to say. So you can run along to Delgado. Take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find your way from there, I hope.
Alright, listen up. You can all stop complaining. Atrium to cargo bay doors have been repaired. Oh, and you're welcome, Nev. Need something?
A lot of places. Gonna find it.
You looking to start something? Because I'll finish it.
Let me just ask you one final question before we wrap up.
Fine. Go ahead.
When is enough going to be enough? How many credits does Jasper Criggs need until he's satisfied?
I should have expected you'd ask such a stupid question. How the hell could you ever understand? You with your fancy education, and your sheltered upbringing, and your cushy media job? Me, I came from nothing. Everything I own, I've literally drawn blood to gain.
There's no need to get personal. I'm simply trying to state the facts so that our listeners can make judgments of their own.
Lady, I got news for you. Half of your listeners think I'm a hero. The other half are scared out of their goddamn minds, and they should be.
Perhaps we should talk about something else.
No, that's it. We're done. Can you guys get her the hell out of here? Make sure she takes all this sound equipment with her.
Well, that's it then. Thank you for your...
Actually, before you go, Gail, there's one more thing I would like to say.
Yes, of course. What is it?
When you broadcast this interview on SSNN, I want you to remember that I'll be listening. If you edit even one word or manipulate my voice to change anything I've said, I will hunt you down and kill you in front of everyone. Do you understand?
I understand. You have my word.
Have been.
Ah, there's our other new recruit. So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet. You and everyone else on this station. Keep following orders, and you'll get paid. It's as simple as that. All right, let's get started here. When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits. No one retires. The only way out is death. You stay loyal, or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family. Fleet before yourself. Boss. Good. You're getting it already. I like that.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I'm impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's get... Pack your cold weather gear, rooks.
Oh, God, don't tell... 10 Johns...
Crix's legacy is no... We've got fresh eyes in the fleet.
I hope...
This initiation as Crix
No,
led
which
the
way should I
riots
go?
that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet.
Join the
His
Crimson Fleet, which
legacy
I've done in the
is still out
past, and it's really kind of
there. We're
stupid.
going to be the ones to find it.
Or join take the money for Crick's legacy back to Crimson, the UC system. Either one. I've done them both.
Through a bit of luck and a hell of a lot of cash, Neva was able to get her hands on an access code to the inside of the lock. This will be the first time... It has been frustrating. Before Crix left the fleet, he left a message talking about a major score. One that
I'm
would
thinking
set up the
UC,
fleet
because I did
to be a
the
big player in the settled systems. Somewhere down
Crimson
the
Fleet
line,
last
they
time it was
started
kind of
calling it
stupid.
Crix's legacy. And
There
everyone
were
has tried to
missions
find
and
it,
stuff,
has
and then
wound
you don't
up
have anybody to
empty-handed,
fight.
missing, or dead. If we're gonna beat those odds, we'll first need a lead. And I would wager we will find one on Subarov.
Dale's leaving out the best part. That this whole search is based on a handful of words on a very old slate. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording, and not a lot of facts. Some of us believe in it more than others.
Patrick!
Don't listen to her.
How you
when
doing?
we get our hands on
We've
Crix's
been doing
legacy,
really good.
the fleet will be operating at a completely different
Figured
level.
out that with Windows I
We
can't
will
stream to
become
more than
than a
four
match for
places
UC System.
using my OBS setup. I'm on my widescreen, but I got my capture card going from my fourth port on my GPU, which is my HDMI, which I'm not using because I'm using display ports. Goes into my 4K 60 Pro. On the input, with no output of my capture card, I have that so that my Windows sees it as another monitor, which then mirrors my primary monitor, and then my OBS can capture the fourth monitor.
Are you trying to waste my time?
Image downsize it to 1080p, and then I can send that out. Yeah, on Linux, I did it one time with 6.
You forget the UC is still licking its wounds from the colony wars. They don't have the
I wish I could get this to work on Linux. I should say it. I can get it to mostly work. I start to play the game in about 20 minutes to a half hour in. It overheats. It overloads my GPU. There's some kind of error in there. I don't know what's going on with it. I've tried all kinds of stuff on this game with Linux. I thought I killed my 7900 XT that one day. Only when I run 5. If I go 5, all 4 of them are running, you know, right around 4 megabytes a second, 3.5 to 4.5 megabytes a second on the feed rate, holding 60 frames. And then as soon as I go to add the 5th one, like I tried to add Trovo.
You better start talking. Listen to the words that I am saying.
Then it jumps from 1.5 megs a second to 4, down to 1, up to 4, and then it's just a constant pixeling.
Strange words
on the
coming from a
Trovo
pirate.
side.
You steal what is not yours because
It's Windows.
it is easy.
It's Windows.
No?
It's a Windows issue or an
Perhaps I am
OBS issue.
mistaken.
I'm not sure.
Sounds like someone wants to get down to business.
But
okay, enough
I can do 4.
discussion. We have got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next
Still
stop
not sure
is
which
the
4
lock.
I'm going
I've had
to
Jazz
continue
feed the
working
coordinates
with
into your ship's
because
computer. Since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there.
Provo and D-Live are starting to get more
Don't keep me waiting.
English-speaking people talking back on it. I like Live Space. I don't know why. A lot of it is because Memory, he considers it as home. And we both considered Glemish our home back in the day.
I could tell you stories that
So
would last
when he
for
said that he
hours.
considers Live Space as
But now
home,
is
not
the time.
Kick,
You have a job to do.
I kind
and I don't
of
like to
take
be
that
kept
as a
waiting. When you
big thing because
if you get back
him
to
and
the
I,
key,
for quite a few
I'm
years,
sure you can
were
find
a
some
few of the
copies
few
of the
streamers
interview
that
I
were
gave
on
to
Glemish.
SSNN around here.
We loved it there.
I think those recordings might give you the history.
I was the only
lesson
Star
that you are
Citizen
looking
streamer there for quite a long. Him and I were the only two for the longest time that started. Or me and Kajazi were the only 2 Star Citizen streamers, and it was just a mess. And they're all shut down now. It pisses me off.
Yeah, I suppose. What did you want to know? It's cold. Bitter cold. Just about the last place you would want to find yourself without heat. The few
I was
living
getting
things
a
that
lot
can
of
survive
pixeling because it
the
was just
extreme
dropping down the
temperatures
frame rate.
are constantly fighting to stay at the top of the food
My
chain. The
bandwidth
Crimson
for
Fleet called
the
Suvorov,
5th one
the White Hell.
is shrinking for some
To me,
reason.
It's paradise. Someone up here pisses
I don't know
me
if I
off
dropped
enough,
maybe down
I send them
to
down to the
3500
surface for a
bit
little
rate.
overnight visit. Snaps
I know it's
right
not my
back into
internet.
line. Nobody knows exactly what went down. I mean, there's all sorts of rumors. Creeks was
What are
in
you gonna do
prison
today?
for almost 5 years. And judging from the
You've
look
already
of
been
the
on
facility,
for 8
every
hours.
moment must have been miserable. I suppose he just got fed up and decided to take matters into his own hands. Got the prisoners behind him and kept pushing until he reached the key. The cojones on that guy. UC's toughest supermax prison, and he just waltzed the hell out of there like it was nothing. I would love to have been a part of that. The UC built the Lock as a supermax prison a little under... well, it must have been at least 100 years ago. Before that, those concha de sus madres marooned prisoners on the planet's surface and left them to their own devices. As you can imagine, These turned into some kind of demanded survival of the fittest. Prisoners killing each other for a chance at meager supplies. Luckily, some whistleblowers back in New Atlantis saw this as cruel and unusual punishment and pressured the UC into building the facility. 5 years after the prison was completed, Crix touched off the riots that overran the lock and eventually the key.
Oh, nice.
There is no deal. You and Mathis are two sides of the same coin. A couple of rooks fighting for a spot in the fleet. Only problem is that he is down a ship and you are not, which puts you ahead. Just barely. Who knows? Maybe he'll get lucky and you won't make it off Suvorov in one piece. Fine. Then get moving.
It's cold as hell on Suvorov.
It would seem that none of the wealth stolen over the decades has been spent on upkeep for the station. This bodes poorly.
What else are you gonna do today?
Ask Jazz about any ship upgrades. Nothing worse than a pirate ship with no personality.
I think I ever running around in
Hello.
Gimpies. Yeah. I got her and Sarah running around in bikinis. Only two I could find.
Dooming all systems are
Wish I could find some
ready to depart.
like a black fucking thong, leather thong for them. That would be. I had a mod I tried to do. There's Sarah.
Sometimes I just
Actually
want to
gives
turn
Sarah
off the
a
grab
decent
drive so
looking
we can
ass,
float
doesn't it?
around.
Now it looks like she has an ass.
Been in the Vanguard a long time.
Now it looks like
the faces
a proper
change, but bad guys are still
all
bad
the clothes
guys.
they stick on them? No.
What can I help you with?
I got Valera.
But a fella could do a lot
Hope
worse.
the
than
Black Sea is
constellation.
treating you all right. Sure, Captain. I'm game. About 15 years. I joined up after my friend was hijacked and had a load of cargo stolen by some spacers while he was headed to Sidonia. I'd always kind of felt compelled to serve the UC. But my friend getting hit
Heart
was the last
failure
straw.
at
Turned out to
51?
be the perfect job. The Vanguard's chock full of
Jesus
good
Christ,
pilots
you're
who are
not much
committed
older
to
than
making
me.
things better for the average citizen. My
I'm only
kind
a
of
couple years younger than you. Oh, you're gonna get. Well, do you feel the your pacemaker thing like? Where they put that in your chest? You're gonna get one of those? where they put the leads into your heart, and then they put that just underneath your skin here so they can monitor it and adjust it. I heard a lot of funny things about those. I had a neighbor that had one.
Are we going to stand around here all day? I go back and forth on it. On one hand, I kind of feel like
I forget what happened.
Post.
Somebody was using
something,
a remote,
some
kind of a communication
that
device.
ecliptic hit reminded me how many
And
enemies
all
I
of a
have in the
sudden, he
old
started
neighborhood.
flipping around like he was
I
a
might have been in
fucking
real danger if I'd stayed there much
squirrel on
longer.
crack.
And a dead
Nobody could
vanguard's
figure out
no
what was
use to
going on, and
anybody.
here he was getting shocked. It was kind of funny. A lot of weird stuff. Them are older units too. That was 10 years ago.
I handled all kinds of trouble in the Sol system. Sometimes it was simple stuff like towing stranded ships to Sidonia for a refuel.
Another time
But
he
every
got
now
into
and
a
then,
car
I
accident,
got
the
a
steering wheel hit
whopper
him in his
mission.
chest.
The biggest one
When
I
it hit
ever
him in
took
the
involved
chest, it
tracking
set
down
it
a
off
Maroon zealot
as his
that was shooting
heartbeat
at civilian ships.
changed
I
from
tracked
the
him down
impact
and brought him into
all
UC
of
custody
that.
all on my own.
So it fucking
One of
started
my
shocking him
proudest
when it
moments
should
as a
have been.
Vanguard was when I handed him over to the Marines.
Ow.
I wouldn't expect anything less from a fellow member of the Vanguard. I've always said there's no one else like us in the settled systems.
Ow.
I'm glad you were on duty when I got into that mess with Ecliptic.
Ooh,
Most
that
people
does
would have
not
turned
sound
tail and
good.
run from a situation like that. Being damn good at my job, that's how. I've been nothing but trouble for the criminals and smugglers in the Sol system since I joined
I got
the
what you
Vanguard.
meant. It's fine.
They've
I'm
been trying to
dyslexic.
white-line me
I
for
pick
years,
up on bad
but
typing.
no one's been able to swing it.
Cell
I'm
phones
guessing my
and just
enemies pooled
people
their money
being,
and put
yeah,
some real pros on my
waking
tail.
up, this and that.
It's
I
kind of
get it.
flattering that they sent in the big guns to do the job. I hope not. I'd never forgive myself if someone else on the crew got hurt because Ecliptic came after me.
Dang. That would suck.
I fell for the oldest trick in the damn book. They hailed me for a cargo inspection on a frequency that I thought was legit, and I stopped. They boarded my ship and had guns in my face quicker than you can say grav jump. If it weren't for you, I'd been a goner. Maybe Constellation should go into the merc business too.
Really?
You need anything else?
Do they think you had more than one, or just one that you didn't know you had? Of course, you know, something like that could happen when you're sleeping and you never even know it.
Hey, Dad? Will you read to me tonight before bed?
Read to you? Sure. I'd like that very much. You haven't asked me to do that in a long time.
Something like that could happen while you're sleeping.
Voices for the characters.
You would never.
When I was little?
By the time all the symptoms were gone and you woke up, you would never even notice anything happened. You'd be like, oh, you might feel a little groggy, you might feel something, but you wouldn't know that you had that happen. That sucks.
Landing site is good to go.
Oh, dude, join the club. You know, no thumb, I had this hand crushed. Bad knees, bad feet, fucked up shoulder. I know what you're talking about. High pain tolerance. Most of them. Get your big toenails taken off once and tell me how much pain tolerance you have. Fuck. Okay, for this one.
You need something?
Ah, hello. You will be lost without me, but as you wish.
For this one. That guy, she jumped from there to there. Let's see what gear do I have. Have anything better for cold weather? Oh. Thermal. Ooh. 30 thermal. Yeah. Another 5 thermal there. I'll stick with that guy. About helmet. 35. 0 thermal. Thermal. And thermal. Okay. Guess I got the best setup.
About time you got here.
I told you you were wasting your time, Del.
That is why we're here. And Mathis, I am running things around here, so keep your mouth shut. You got that?
Fine.
All right, listen up because I am only going to go through this once. We are here to dig up any info about Grix's legacy. We are not here to
Anything
scrap
else new for
loot.
you?
Whatever you pick up, don't think, don't get creative, bring it straight to me.
What have you been playing lately? For a game?
Before he touched off the riots, Crick spent time behind bars at the lock. If he cooked up any sort of a plan about his legacy, the trail has to start here.
$238.
It's so simple, even a rook like you can't screw it up.
Hold on,
New
no
motherboard
scrapping.
and
How
memory?
the hell am I supposed to make
Ouch, what'd
money
you
around
do?
here?
All right, that's enough. If either of you
Spare
want to fly
motherboard
with the
behind me.
Crimson Fleet, then you need to follow one simple rule.
I got
When
plenty of
you're on a
RAM sitting around.
job, you do exactly what I say. No questions asked. If that doesn't work for you, just say
Plenty of
so,
extra hard
and I will leave
drives.
you on this ice ball without a ship. You will be dead within
CPUs.
hours.
I don't have
Yeah,
extra
yeah.
CPUs though. Old, needed an upgrade. Ah.
We have a lot of ground to cover between the landing area and the lock, so let's get moving.
$310 for that. Press.
Shut up there! You want some more? Here we go! Hope this is all worth it.
Grab some paste.
Time to earn a living! Actually put up a decent fight.
You hear that?
Get your damn head down! Take her down! Head up! I got you!
Truck one, down!
We're too close! Fall back and take him down! Well, that was fun.
Oh.
Here we are. The place where Jasper Creeks laid the groundwork for finding the legacy and eventually
10 years
Crimson
ago?
Fleet.
You made good time out of it then. What are you shooting for? I-9, Ryzen 9, Ryzen Threadripper.
Around 5 years. Rumor says he started planning his escape the moment that he arrived.
You going for DDR4 or DDR5? Because DDR4, you can get more bang for the buck than 5. DDR5 is still too new. They don't have a lot of good options for it.
Yeah, he needs to get this thing open, like, right now. It's freezing out here.
Then crank up your suit heat, Mathis, because it's probably not going to get much better once we are inside. All right, let's
Which
keep moving.
I-9?
Standing out here
Don't
isn't
mind.
doing us any good.
If you
This
remember.
ID card cost a small fortune. Let's hope it pays off.
See, I got I'll show you.
We are in. Let's go.
I like my setup. It's kind of overkill because I run a lot of Linux. Where? So I got a Ryzen 9 5950X. Windows only sees it as a 16 core. But it's actually a 32 core because it actually has the other 16 cores physicalized. They're not virtualized. And then it has a higher number of cores, 128 gigs RAM, because I had a deal back then because RAM was expensive as all hell. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, for these games today, I was only shooting for 64 gigs, but I got lucky. Not many people know of the Quadro RAM. It's not very common. It really doesn't matter. In reality, it's personal choice. I have an Intel i7 sitting there that lasted me fucking 7 years. I loved it. At that time, Quadra RAM. See, instead of being dual channel RAM, where you have the dual channels on each side, they split it one more time and made it 4. So it's 4 channels of RAM so that you have different access points, and it gives you a much faster read and write speed off of your memory. Really fucking sweet. Back when I got RAM was really expensive. I wish I would have. Really good so far. I've had this now. How many years have I had this one going? 2 or 3? A couple of years now, and it's still going really good. It's what name brand was this RAM even? Look, I don't have my flashlight with me. That's on my work uniform. I don't remember which ones I got in here right now. And it's on the bottom side because my motherboard's flipped sideways. These are T-Force. You know, we got Ballistics, Vengeance. Got a lot of different RAM. My kid has Vagrants. One of them. That's with any RAM, though. How does it perform over a long period of time? I don't have any bad sectors in it so far, so I've been really happy about that. But my RAM usage is so low.
So keep your eyes open. See anything unusual, call it out. If it's hostile, take it down.
Which I've been really surprised. Just like when I'm playing Star Citizen, or if I play a lot of games, my RAM usage has been pretty low. That's why I was shooting for like 64 originally. They had a deal on it because it wasn't moving. And for it was like $100 more, I could have had this RAM at 128 gigs versus 64. So I was like, fuck it. Give me the more RAM, I guess.
Keep your mouth shut and your eyes open.
And for in between Intel and Ryzen, it all depends on what you really do. If you're only a Windows guy, it really doesn't matter. You can use either one. I stick more to AMD because that's what I've used a lot over the years. And I don't know, I've always liked AMD. myself. Just a personal preference.
This must be where they registered the prisoners before transferring them to the cell. Could you imagine being stuck under a device like this for the rest of your life?
Yeah, sure. Must have been awful. Better them than us, though, am I right?
Wait half a second. Did you hear that?
What?
I'm gonna wipe the floor with you!
You know, everybody has their own, like, I've used Intel, I've used a lot of, back in the day I used a lot more AMD, but that's personal choice. Well, my only thing with my one bit with the AMD and why I kind of always lean that way is the performance when it comes to with Linux. The AMD CPUs always seem to play better with Linux. And I always seem to get a much better performance and longevity out of an AMD, because I run a lot of Linux when I can. When games let me run it, right now, if Starfield would play on Linux nicely, I'd be using it. Wouldn't even be thinking about it. I've tried and tried. It's just giving me so much goddamn grief. No matter what I did, I could get the game to start up. I could even get it to start a game, start playing. But partway into the game, something was overloading on my GPU side from Starfield. And it literally caused too many issues. And the cost difference, that's never, I mean, sometimes the cost difference is like $100. Sometimes it's $500 between an AMD and an Intel. And sometimes it's little, it's very marginal for the performance and what you're looking at.
Must be a nest. I bet these things are crawling all over the place.
I mean,
yeah, and their buddies probably heard us firing
Horizon
from
9
about a
wasn't
kilometer
exactly
away.
cheap.
Hallelujah. Think about it, genius. We just unleashed hell on these things. You have any idea how far the sound of gunfire carries? Especially on a barren ice ball like this?
Yeah. But I will say this. When it comes to an Intel and Linux, you find that a lot of Intel's cores don't get utilized because of the way that they engineered it.
Hey, how about that? Guess you're not so stupid after all.
And where Windows doesn't see a lot of the AMD cores.
Fight and the two of you become best buddies.
So it's kind of a horse apiece. It depends on which one you more
Looks
use.
like we are inside some sort of prisoner transfer
You know what I mean?
area, but everything is locked down tight. Since you are such good friends, why don't you
It's like under Windows, it only shows us 16
get some more
core.
of these doors open.
Under Linux, 32. With the virtual cores on top of that. So it's kind of like, well, it depends on what you do. I will say that makes a big difference. If you're just a Windows user, I will warn you this. You're only about using Windows. Be ready for 12. Because it's not going to get pretty. Because Windows 12 is going to be subscription cloud-based. They've already got it set up almost. Getting close to it. I don't know about you. That means I can't play a lot of games. That means I can't play a lot of games. I'm just hoping to get Starfield fixed so I can play it on Linux.
The whole roof's coming down! Damn it. This ice and rock must be several meters thick. God damn it, we're cut off.
I don't know.
Well, this is just great. Whew. Yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, this gives me an idea. A way we could turn this situation to our advantage. We use this opportunity to take out
about Windows
Delgado,
12, don't
and
ya?
at the same time, make some serious credits for ourselves.
And anything in the future for Windows. You don't?
I had a feeling you'd be on board.
You haven't heard about Windows?
Here's me
What
plan.
they're planning?
Let's pretend for a
Wanna
second
learn?
Delgado's correct. And there's information here about Crix's legacy. Once we get rid of him, we'll dig up the garbage ourselves and sell whatever.
Tell you what,
we
I've been
find to
teaching a
Nathan.
lot of people about
We'll be
what are you
rolling in
missing?
credits.
Okay, hang on. Let me get past this little spot.
Are you crazy? And in case you missed... No way. Listen to me.
Yeah,
We're
just
going
let me
to be
get past
handing
this.
Neva leadership
They've
of the
already been
Crimson Fleet
testing
on a
this.
platter.
It's not bullshit.
She'll be thanking
This
us
is the
for
only reason
getting
I
rid
can.
of Delgado.
I'll say it because
I mean,
it's not
come on.
bullshit.
I'll
It's
bet
what they're
you a month's
planning.
share that he's never been this vulnerable.
I just gotta
It's
get past to where I
perfect.
can exit out of here.
Oh, fine. Suit you. You know, for a second there. Now, let's find...
All right. So, have you heard of, I gotta remember the exact name of it. I'll show you. Somebody else I was talking to, this is what got me looking into it. Is it this guy? Microsoft Surface Pro Core, use Platinum. Well, that's the Windows 10 version. They have, or is it a Surface? Surface Go. Nope, that's the Windows 11. Well, anyway, they have a tablet. It's like the Surface Go. It has no Windows on it. So when you fire it up, you have to be hooked up. But okay, now just listen. They started this testing about a year ago. I actually know a streamer that his wife has one. This is how I learned of it. I only heard rumors about them going this way. But basically, they took the idea of the Linux login and they put it as your login on this new Windows 12 version. That login is associated with the network. Okay, so when you log in, you're logging in on the device over the network, that it always has to be connected to the internet because it's cloud-based operating system. So, none of the Microsoft resides on your computer. It is basically a stream cloud PC. You own nothing on it except for the device, which you can't do anything with. They don't even have a BIOS set up for it where you can access it. You can't do a lot of other stuff. This is their next way of computers. So, when you start to think about that, then you come and look at cloud-based software. I don't know if this is the right one. I'll know here in a minute. And what that means is
Microsoft is slowly but surely pushing Windows to the cloud, and that may just turn out to be the solution for some of the challenges the company has been recently facing. My only concern is, I'm not quite sure if that specific approach entails the bright future we've been hoping for. Before we move on, have in mind that this video can be consumed in just audio form, so if you have anything else to do, feel free to do it while listening. Also, please consider supporting the channel by subscribing and turning on bell notifications. Thanks a ton. According to a recently revealed presentation, Microsoft is aiming to increasingly move Windows 11 to the cloud by building on Windows 365 in a manner that would make it possible to stream a full operating system to any device. Now, even though this information was part of an internal document, in reality, there's really no secrecy here, because if we take a closer look at what's been happening around Windows 11 over the past year or so, it becomes blatantly obvious that this plan has been in effect for quite a while now. For those of you who are not too familiar with the product, Windows 365 is a cloud-based service that allows users to access a full Windows desktop experience from virtually any device with an internet connection. This means that a user can access a personalized Windows operating system complete with all their apps, files, and settings, whether they're using a desktop PC, laptop, tablet, or even a smartphone. They don't have to worry about any potential hardware compatibility issues, because the whole thing is technically not even running on their system. It's simply being streamed. Now, Microsoft is working on a few new features that will integrate Windows 365 into Windows 11, all of which are expected to be rolled out in future updates, and some of which are already available as public previews. The first one is something they're calling Windows 365 Boot, which, as the name implies, effectively allows users to log directly into their cloud PC at startup without having to access their local installation. The second feature that is expected to be rolled out is something called Windows 365 Switch, which will basically be an addition to Task View that allows users to easily transition between their local desktops and a cloud PC. Microsoft also claims that they're working on an offline solution for Windows 365, and according to Chief Product Officer Panos Panay, all these things are just the beginning of the company's cloud integration ambitions. Now, initially, this sort of cloud-based computing was mostly aimed at businesses via remote app or web browser. However, the previously mentioned internal presentation paired with recent activities seem to suggest that the folks at Redmond are seriously invested in broadening the service. As an addition to everything said, Windows Central has even reported on internal documents that detail some of the features Microsoft has been considering for a new consumer version of Windows 365.
You want a link to this video? Here. It's really fucking mind-blowing, isn't it? This is mind-blowing. I thought, oh, 365 was going to cloud. Do you know what I mean? No big deal, whatever. All these other things are going that way. But then when the other streamer told me his wife, someone got it through their work, and that's her primary use at home, is one of these cloud tablets that they got. It only works if it's hooked up to the internet. It won't even turn on, like, to the screen. It'll go up to the login, but if there ain't no internet, it won't even log in. I'm like, why in the fuck would you want something like that? I'm like, dude, can you get it into a menu so I can see if you... No. All you have is log in, log out. You don't have none of these other Windows options that you have. And I'm like...
including a
you
family
can't even put a
subscription
different
that would
operating
give parents
system
the
on
ability
it.
to drop in on their kids' PCs to help with homework or join in playing a video game. Needless to say, these types of reports historically have been known to be wrong, and Microsoft is definitely no stranger when it comes to activities of bamboozling the public, but with this many signs on the road, I think it's not that far-fetched to say that the future of Windows seems particularly cloudy. Now, at the beginning of this video, I alluded to how these ambitions might tie to some of the issues the company has been facing, because in the world of Redmond, one can imagine at least a few burning questions looming in the air. For example, how do we get more people to use Windows 11? How do we deal with the fact that a huge chunk of the Windows 10 user base doesn't even meet the hardware requirements for Windows 11? And if that's the case with Windows 11, what can we even expect when we release the next major version of Windows? From the perspective of you and I, these are all legitimate questions, but when we approach them with the added context of everything we've been talking about so far, I can't help but feel like they sound a bit naive. Maybe the folks over at Microsoft already have things figured out, and maybe the solution for at least one of these issues, possibly even all of them, has something or even much to do with cloud computing. Now, I don't want to make any bold predictions, but I think it's
cloud
definitely
computing,
worth
you can log in with
discussing
any
some
computer.
interesting possibilities.
You just
so
have
let's
to
start
have
by taking a
that
look at how Microsoft might utilize the power
micro
of the
setup
cloud in
installed
order
on
to
your
tackle a
computer.
challenge that could likely emerge once the next major version of Windows gets released. Now, said version may or may not end up being called Windows 12, but for ease of communication, we'll just call it that. Windows 12 has reportedly been in the works for quite some time now, and when it comes to its potential nature, everything seems to be pointing in one direction. Microsoft is investing billions of dollars in AI, which they have already started incorporating into Windows 11, mainly through Bing, but also through an upcoming feature they're calling Copilot. On the other hand, the company is partnering with hardware manufacturers who seem to be laying out the groundwork for an AI-powered future. On top of that, earlier this year, Panos Panay stated that AI is going to literally reinvent how users do everything on Windows, and that the company is currently working on an OS that, quote, blurs the lines between cloud and edge. With all that in mind, I think it's completely reasonable to assume that Windows 12 is going to be filled to the brim with this ever-advancing technology, which on the one hand does open a door to some rather interesting new possibilities, but also may come with some challenges. You see, executing ChatGPT-esque AI capabilities on a local computer, like the one you and I use on a daily basis, will probably require dedicated hardware acceleration, which will likely not come cheap. So the question that arises is, if around 50% of workstations in 2021 were not able to run Windows 11 because they didn't meet certain security requirements, what's to be expected if, presumably in 2024, the next major version of Windows starts requiring AI-ready hardware? How does Microsoft ensure that they'll be able to deliver a full experience to a wider user base? Well, the answer may just be cloud computing, the likes of which is already available.
What are you going to do? That's the thing. If you don't start learning Linux now, at some point though, your security is going to come outdated. You're only going to have two choices: be on an antiquated operating system that ain't going to be able to do much, or be on a Linux of your choosing that's free of your choice, and have some restrictions of what you can play for video games. I'll take the free Linux over a Windows cloud base any day. I'll teach anybody how to use Linux. It is not hard to get started. My wife has been on Linux for years now. She's not a computer person at all.
Available through services like Windows 365. Microsoft is also reportedly working on something called Core PC, which is a technology that would allow for a modular Windows distribution system where an installation would adapt to the specific hardware that it's running on. So for example, a lower-end device would end up having a very basic or lightweight version of the OS, while more capable machines would get served with a more robust packet. Core PC is reported to be very similar to a previous technology called Core OS, with the main difference lying in the presumption that Core PC will also focus on maintaining support for legacy Win32 applications in cases where that might be required. But what does this all mean? Well, if the distribution of Windows 12 does turn out to be a challenge due to high hardware requirements, Microsoft could use Core PC in order to deliver different additions to various configurations, and then offer a Windows 365-like compensation for the cases that end up with a limited set of features. Now, I'm not saying that this would be the ideal scenario for end users, because cloud computing definitely does come with some caveats, which I will get to a bit later, but it certainly is a concept that perfectly fits into the idea of blurring the line between cloud and edge that Panos Panay so passionately talked about.
Right.
Of course, all this pertains to potential future challenges, which may present themselves in all sorts of different forms that, at this point, we can only speculate about. The bigger issue Microsoft is facing currently is figuring out how to get Windows 11 on more devices. Now, it's important to note that the core technology we just talked about does not have the capacity to bypass hard-set minimum hardware requirements, meaning that it cannot produce an installation of Windows 11 that would accommodate for something like a lack of TPM 2.0 or Secure Boot. One way Microsoft theoretically could push Windows 11 onto more devices is through a cloud-based solution via Windows 10, but then the question is, what happens when Windows 10 enters its end-of-life phase and a bunch of users are not able to physically upgrade because their PCs don't meet the minimum hardware requirements? Probably the easiest way of dealing with the looming Windows 10 issue would be to discontinue it at the same time Windows 12 gets released, and then allow for modular Windows 12 installations that would just ditch the high-end security requirements altogether where that may be necessary. But I think the more interesting idea that the people at Microsoft are currently exploring is the concept of users not even needing a conventional computer or laptop in order to run a modern version of Windows. I mean, just think about it. They're planning to create a full Windows operating system that could be streamed on any device. This is literally what they're talking about. A world in which someone who doesn't even have a PC can fire up a version of Windows on their tablet or even smartphone, mirror their screen to a monitor, and then connect a bunch of peripherals in order to interact with the whole thing the same exact way they would if they actually had a local installation on conventional hardware.
Trust me, it's worth the watch.
That would be an absolutely great option to have, assuming people are able to do all that even when they're offline, which brings us to the caveats of this whole future Microsoft.
It's 3/4 done. You can see where it's almost at that marker. It's worth the watch because this kind of information blows your mind when you really sit down and write it out and think about it. It's just like, what the fuck? People got to wake up to what Windows is doing and figure out what they're going to do before it hits. That's my only point. I'm not so worried because I still have my Linux if I have to. I just won't play certain games. I'm not worried. I'm just along for the ride.
Look at this dump. I can't imagine being stuffed down here to rot. Poor bastards.
Mathis, you would have liked it.
I guess that's one way through. What I wouldn't give for a space heater and a hot cup of bogs right now.
I just can't wait to see when people when they want to try to stream, they're on like a Windows cloud. And they're gonna play an online game.
Enough to be poking through this scrap heap.
Okay, Zouch. What the hell was so important that you had to drag me all the way out of A block at this hour?
You know Jasper Crick's over in D block? He's busting out of here, and he wants me to join him.
Cricks really thinks he can bust out of the lock? Why the hell am I just hearing about it now?
Crick's only told the few people he trusts. He even told us to keep it to ourselves, or he'll cut our throats.
Then why the hell are you telling me?
Come on, I gotta explain this.
100 years old.
It's because I like you,
Amazing
Rickard.
this entire place has
I want you to come with me. We've been meeting in this storeroom for months to, well, you know. I was hoping we had something a little more than that.
Damn, Zouch. I, didn't know you cared that much. You give me the signal and I'll... Oh shit, wait. I forgot to turn off the recording.
Recording? What the hell, Rickard?
We never meet down here this late. I thought you were gonna kill me, alright?
Kill you? God, no.
Anyone still alive up there?
Alright?
Waiting
Gotta
to
make
hear
me
back.
say it.
Answer
Shit.
if you can.
I'm sorry, baby. Here, let me turn this thing off and
Is
I'll
anyone up there?
apologize.
Quit screwing around and pick up. So the two of you made it, huh? Don't worry, it all goes downhill from here. Now listen up. We have obviously been cut off, so I need you to do two things.
I couldn't even imagine
First, I
these
want you
guys
to
are
keep
gonna
looking
do.
for a way
They're
to
big
open the rest of
streamers
the
and
doors
they go,
down here.
oh
Otherwise, I'm not
look,
going
Windows
anywhere.
12, and they go to
Second,
install it,
try and
or
dig
whatever
up
that
whatever you can about Jasper Creek.
4 Pro
You both got that?
360.
Yeah? You'd better. And tell Mathis not to get
And then
any
they go
bright
to
ideas,
fire
or
up
I will
their
gut it
Windows, and
myself.
then they go to try to play a game. Then they can't.
While we're picking through the trash, we
Too much
might as well grab
bandwidth.
some good stuff for ourselves.
They all do.
Can you imagine how angry the prisoners were when they rioted? I would hate to have been one of the guards. How can these things live in this kind of cold? That's bullshit.
Attention. Lockdown mode has been rescinded.
If we get out of here, remind me to thank Delgado for hanging us out to dry.
Pick.
UC must have burned some serious cash when they lost this place. Serves them right.
After action report, Guard Bryant reporting. The shuttle bay techs were complaining about hearing some type of banging or scraping on the access doors, so we were sent to investigate. We headed to the surface and immediately engaged some indigenous creatures that had been burrowing through the ice. We managed to drive them off, but I'm certain they'll be back. Fortunately, our squad only suffered minor injuries. First we deal with all the maintenance issues at the lock, and now this. If this keeps up, I'm gonna request a transfer.
can't believe this is where the fleet started. It's history, man. Blows me mind.
Nothing.
I bet those things are crawling right behind the walls. Ugh. And here I thought we were going to be doing something fun, like rob a bank or something. Hey, we should talk. So, have you changed your mind yet? Don't act stupid. I'm talking about off in Delgado and getting paid by Neva for the info on Crix. Yeah, right. You saw it back there. Those things, whatever they were, they've probably ripped him to shreds by now. And if they haven't, we... You got a point. All right, I'll follow your... So, now that we've made it to the Been in a few slams yourself, I see. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Cell D03118. Okay. It's a place to start, I guess.
was a Galbank transport named Legacy that went down in some remote system during the war. This is exactly the score I've been waiting to find. I need to contact Carter to let him know it's time to get off this rock. He'll have the mining details slip into the utility closet room. That's where we'll dig. Through. Right to the armory. Carter mentioned that security keeps rotating codes on all the terminals in the lock, so we'll have to coordinate this carefully. For now, we'll continue using his locker in the showers area as a drop point for the code to the utility closet. By this time next month, I should be uploading those creds into my account.
They aren't paying us enough to be poking through this scrap heap.
I don't. Shoot.
I swear, I am never putting ice in my drinks. Ever again.
Okay, Carter. Confirming that the latest code to the utility room is 486111071. The mining crew tells me it'll take them a week to cut through the ice, so I'm giving you that long to square your end of the plan. When the tunnel reaches the armory, I'll get my people to start a riot. When you hear the fireworks go off, get your ass to the shuttle
What I
bay.
wouldn't give for a space heater and a hot cup of bogs right now.
We'll get one shot at this. If we play our cards right, this gets us one step closer to that fortune that went down with the Legacy. You report any of this to the guards, well,
rifling through the trash. We might as well grab some good stuff for ourselves. Was this an armory? Looks like they cleared this place out. Well, well, what do we have here? Give me a sec. This ought to come in handy. All right, let's keep moving. Amazing this entire place hasn't collapsed by now. Looks like this was the warden's office. They built the office right next to the shuttle bay. For quick escapes, I bet. Smart.
¿Qué carajos took you so long? Use the warden's intercom near the window. I hope you found something because I knew it!
Yup, that's right. It was a team effort all the way. We had each other's backs the whole time, Del.
Is that Mathis?
Yeah, sorry, Del. You go right ahead.
I'm looking at schematics for the lock, but I can open the outer doors to the shuttle bay and let you. Good answer. You're learning fast. Okay.
Shuttle bay activated. Initiating the icing process. Please stand by.
Yup. It's got it. Might take a while, though. Those bay doors have not been opened in almost a century. You have done a hell of a job.
Look. What? No, no way. But, well, now that you mention it, look, about all that killing Delgado stuff, why don't we just forget about everything that I said? You know, like it never happened. Oh, you're gonna be like that, huh? Well, I guess I deserve it. Now, let's get the heck out of here.
Want to mess with me?
Oh, well, not like this.
ship.
I have something for you. Another moment.
Man, the galaxy's too big to be stuck in the same place.
Aim point reached. Orbit stable.
Docks with the things around it is what they seem to all dock.
I hope Core doesn't get too
Airlock
much
integrity
underfoot.
looks good.
Solar panels and all that stuff around it. So those are probably the docks I need to put on my stick. I'm gonna have to get to bed. So on that note, we're gonna end it here. See who's all straight. Oh, there we go. And Sam is doing Starfield. Very nice. Let's rate out, post out to him. Huh? Here's some. That fucking sucks. I ain't gonna rate Salty Mike. So, on that note, you guys all have a good night. I'll catch you later.